Hello, and welcome to another Triad Gamer stream here on the Triad Gamer Media Network. Welcome to Triad Talk, where we talk about things. Yes, I made a name for it, and you can't stop me. Mr. Marketing person, I can do it too. Welcome to Triad Talk, where we talk about things because we need a reason to name a stream something like that. I'm Nick, as you see below me right there, and there's Belmont this way. I can't point without going off camera, apparently.
No. Hi, everybody.
It's your boys. We're here to talk about another Magic set because we did it last time and people seemed to like it, and we even got someone to send people our way, which was weird. So we'll talk about it again if that's what people like. That's how it will be. But
I let's be honest with people though. We're just two nerds geeking out over the new Magic set.
yeah, we're literally just talking about the news. Like, the Tag Gaming news is just because we're talking about it. It's not like we have any news to report. I'm sure everyone's already talked about excessively what we're going to say, but we're going to do it as a casual Commander set of players, which, to be fair, that's going to appeal to most people, I think. Yes, there are going to be a lot of people playing Limited in this set, and we'll talk about that later, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Belmont has a folder he doesn't know the name of yet, so we're gonna get there. That's at the end of the show. Half you've already probably know too. Before we get too far though, I'd like to mention check us out at TriadGaymers.com if you want to see not only the call time stream, if you want to see how we do this, and kind of get a general sense, or if you're ending up doing call time drafting at some point in the future, feel free to check that out. As just here's the cards that you might see. But also other streams that we do, other promotional things. Eventually, hopefully, other things. It's more of a kind of, we're at the point where we're in the nice schedule of streaming and we just need to wait for other time to open up. But hopefully we'll get there, and kind of we can get some more stuff out to you, we hope. But you seem to like our streaming, so we'll keep doing that at least. Otherwise, you can also find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at TriadGaymers. You can find Belmont on TikTok. And yeah, I think that's where we are in general.
Yeah.
So, I think that's all the business too. Is there anything else to talk about before we jump in, or should we just jump right into the cards and?
Well, I mean, let's cover what we know, or
Fair.
more importantly, with me, what we don't know.
Sure, that's fair. So, as Belmont has heard, well, yeah, because I guess that's a good question. Let's start with what spoilers have you heard, then I'll kind of fill in the gaps.
So yeah, as we did for the Call Time stream, I'm relatively spoiler free.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I know it's a wizard school and that there's 5 colleges because it's either going to be 5 or 10. That's how this works in Magic with the colors and all that. Mm-hmm. And I know that there is a professor on it who looks remarkably similar to a lady who's on a giant card behind me.
Oh yeah, she is partly in the screen. I didn't see that.
And that is literally the extent of what I know about this set. I worked very, very hard at remaining spoiler free. So any excitement that you guys see here, or any lack of excitement, is my initial gut reaction to each one of these cards.
And his memory loss has come in handy because he's definitely heard more. He just forgot it already, which is great. So he might come during it and be like, "Oh yeah, you did mention something like that." Yeah, because in fairness, what's this building I'm pointing to?
Oh, I have to watch the stream.
Well, what's the building in the background?
Oh yeah. So I've seen the art for the stadium and the biblioplex.
Oh crap! You remember that one? Crap. Okay. Well, I was hoping you'd forget that name at least, but
no.
Yeah.
But, I mean, all I've seen is the art. I haven't seen the card.
True. Very true. So, you don't know what it does. Maybe it's a new card type.
Yeah, for all I know, it is a new card type. All I know is that I saw art and I could make things for the stream.
Sounds good. So, yep, that's kind of where we are with everything. I just saw where the loop happens because it goes dark.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, what was that? I haven't seen the video in the background, but sorry, I'm going to get a little distracted if things happen. So some general information I'll fill in for you is that obviously we're at Strixhaven, School of Mages, unshockingly. This is in, from what I understand, the northeast portion of Arcavios, which is the plane that they are currently on. I presume I'm pronouncing it right, but we're going to call it out all night until someone tells me differently. Arcavios is actually quite large, and there's another section to it that's connected by an isthmus land bridge thing. So they kind of set it up for more in the future, perhaps. So definitely be thinking about that. I will still go on record in any stream that it comes up on that I think there's a rival school on the other side with the other 5 colors, but or the other 5 color combinations.
Yeah.
But you know, that's just me. So we have 5 different colleges. We have Lorehold, which is the history buffs and spirits in Boros colors, which is very fun. Artifacts, spirits, all that sorts of stuff in red and white. Or I love how I say Boros colors. They're technically Lorehold colors in this stream, but
Very true.
um,
Very true.
which the first time I took the college quiz, I got that one. I took it again for a reason because I was like, oh, okay. I don't trust that, but sure. Next is the Prismari. These are the musicians, the artistes, the artistic talents of the college, and are in red blue, or commonly is it colors. You can guess what Belmont ended up with, Mr. Literally going to music school, Belmont. So, on chocolate. You share that with Maria, I will mention, from Good Luck High Five. So.
Oh, nice. Then I'm in good company.
And Bengineering, I believe, also, because he dressed up for the pre-release, which you'll get to watch later now that you can know all the cards.
I can now watch the Lure pre-release.
Yes.
Pre-release.
Another college is called Quandrix. It is, as you'd expect, the math and science college, theory, that kind of direction. It is in commonly Simic colors of blue-green. Oh my gosh, didn't even turn off his phone for the stream. I see how it is.
No, I forgot.
That goes in highlights now. Nope, you can't escape that. Mr. checking his phone while they're all streaming.
Keep going, love. This is actually important.
No, totally fair. Fourth, Quandrix is what I got the second time I took the quiz, which is what I thought more would fit me since I literally did study that in school. Some mathy stuff. Silver Quill, or actually I didn't go through it. So Prismari, as you'd expect, is very much based on spells, big spells, that kind of thing. In that direction. Quandrix are big on counters and tokens. In the blue-green colors, specifically fractal tokens with counters, which I love that they're using. Yes, there's a creature type fractal in the game, and I love this. It's great as a math nerd.
Yeah, your math geeking love is showing hardcore.
Fractals are so fun. Okay, they're amazing. Mr. Prismari over there should enjoy the art that a fractal can create.
Fair enough.
Next is Silver Quill, which is commonly the Orzhov colors, which is white and black. It is based on debate and speech and that direction, and writing in general, because their mascot, I forgot the Prismari mascot, I'll be honest, so I'll have to grab that later. I think it's Elementals, but don't quote me on that.
I think you're right. I think you are.
Yeah. Silver Quills are inkling creatures, which are just pure ink spirit thing. I don't know how their lore making that work, but yes, they are literal inklings, so that's fun. And the last college is Witherbloom, which is green and black, or Golgari colors in terms of the guilds, and they are based on life gain in Golgari, which is really fun, I think. It's based on a lot of swamp feel, kind of, think Swamp Witch is probably your best way of looking at it, that kind of feel, but and they have pests is their thing. So that's really fun. As we go through, you'll see a lot of the talk about creating these types of creatures tokens, because there definitely is a very token theme in this set. Otherwise, I think that's really like all the notes I have, other than like Commander 2021 notes that will come up later. But
dive in
Wooburg order, as always, with the single colors. We start with the white cards. Now you'll see I don't have a white card up because I have to have some little buffer in between so Belmont couldn't see stuff. But the first white card, I believe, is a rare. Academic Probation. Perfect for a school set. It is a 1 and a white for a sorcery lesson. Keep track of these will be important later. There are lesson cards. This is a new subtype on instants and sorceries. I believe both instants and sorceries. That will come into play later. It's important to have that type, and we'll explain it when we get to the point where it makes sense. When it talks about it, it's a new mechanic in this set. But you can either choose a non-land card name, and opponents can't cast spells with the chosen name until your next turn, or you choose a target non-land permanent, something on the battlefield, and until your next card, it cannot attack or block, and activate abilities can't be activated. So detain, if you remember back from Guild time. So it's just a way to kind of push something off for a little bit. If you have spell recursion, copies, anything like that, this could be pretty crazy.
Love the bondage art.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's very nice. This is definitely seems like Silver Quill if we're talking about the colleges, in terms of it, and that's not speaking is probably very important for them. Something else I will mention is you're seeing the full art card, the borderless card. I have subbed in a lot of that stuff. It's just I want to make cards prettier, so there's no rhyme or reason to why I put certain ones in and not. It's just if they have a special cool thing, I put it in.
All right, next.
Next is Ageless Guardian, our first creature, a Spirit Soldier, a 1/4, and it's 1 and a white.
Ooh, that's actually pretty good for.
This is a nice limited common. Yep, this is something that's gonna be really good. It's gonna be a beefy, got a behind there with that. And I mean, with the amount of like counter synergies that come up and everything in this set so far, this is it's just your vanilla kind of creature to put on the battlefield for stuff.
Next.
Beaming Defiance. So another Silver Quill card based on the art. 1 and a white instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains hexproof until end of turn. So, technically a more coverage card if we think of like Dictative Karametra that was recently. I believe it was,
yeah,
or Karametra's Perfection or something like that, where that was only 1 mana, but it only hit things that were enchanted or enchantments. So it makes sense why it has 1 more. It's an instant. It's going to protect your stuff. Combat tricks in white.
Yep.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah, I know, right? Next.
Clever Lumimancer. It's 1 white for a human wizard 0/1, but has Magecraft. And this is the first time we've hit a new mechanic in this set. Named mechanic. There's a couple new named mechanics. But Magecraft is definitely very pervasive. Basically, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, it will trigger. So, as you would expect, there are a lot of spells in this set. I know I mentioned Prismaria is very based on spells, but that's why I said big spells in particular. It's not necessarily, there are spells across everything, because this is a white card with Magecraft.
Yeah.
The Beaming Defiance we just looked at counts as triggering this, but...
Yep. I just like that it's now whenever you cast or copy. I like that clarification is coming out.
Oh, you get to copy some spells in this format, don't you worry. Oh, yes. Next would be Combat Professor. Love the art on this one. It's a bird cleric. 3 and a white for a 2/3 flyer, which is but at the beginning of combat your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance. So helps buff up your either itself, because it could be itself, or other creatures with its learning.
It is an owl, after all.
Yep.
They hold precious secrets, such as how many licks it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've expanded on the bird wizard type. Now we have a bird cleric. I know there's a bird warlock later. That'll be fun.
Ooh. Next,
Defend the Campus. 3 and a white instant. Choose 1. Either creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Definitely a limited card. I don't feel like you'd put this in the deck on purpose for constructed or anything.
No, agreed. But
they're better, but
it's solid.
Yep, it's limited for sure if you need some removal. Detention Vortex, 1 mana enchantment aura, enchant non-land permanent, so basically anything. It can't attack or block, and its active abilities can't be activated. However, for 3 mana, and destroy the vortex, and only your opponents can activate this, and only as a sorcery. It'll destroy it. Sorry, that's not part of the... you can tell I haven't read all these, I just saved them.
Yeah, that's fair.
For 3, you'll destroy it, but only your opponents can activate it. So basically, I play this on your thing, it's going to be locked down for a bit, you have to pay 3 mana to get rid of it.
But they can only do it at sorcery speed.
Exactly. Right, so something to I'll mention, you'll see a lot in the Silver Quill side, is it does have a lot of Hate Bear style. So when I talk about Hate Bear, it's things that are going to mess with your opponents and definitely make it difficult to have creatures out, to do things. Silver Quill has a lot of that. It's very much of a, I'm going to demean you into losing, basically.
Fair enough.
Next is Devastating Mastery. Yes, that is 4 white mana symbols with 2 mana for a total of 6. However, you can pay 2 white instead of pay its spell's mana cost. There's a cycle of these in each color, monocolor. Basically, in this one, this is a Wrath, destroy all non-land permanents. However, if you pay the 2 white cost instead, so the cheaper one, an opponent chooses up to 2 non-land permanents they control and they go back to their hand. So
it's still a board. It's still a solid board.
Like, this will be great against tokens, because obviously returning it to the hand will do nothing for your opponent, so it is a cheap one for like token removal. But yeah, it is very difficult to do unless you let people get stuff back. But If you're really far behind and it's early still, this is great against aggro because you're not going to have much out. It's going to be okay to let them slow down and have to recast things, and yeah, all that.
Well, especially if you're pulling this off at some point where, like, the thing that you really want off the board is probably the thing that they're going to take back to their hand.
Mm-hmm.
Those things usually end up being expensive, and really it is going to slow them down.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a cycle of these. We'll see more of them later, but we'll come back to that later. Dueling Coach. This is an uncommon 3 and a white for a human monk, 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, so you get an extra power and toughness on something. However, for 4 and a white and tap it, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it.
Oh, you're going to like that one.
That might already be planned. If I should say when. I mean, if we are getting a lot of packs, we're probably going to pull this as an uncommon. That'll probably go in my Selesnya counters deck. It's just, ways to get counters on everything is a good thing,
Agree.
So it's the same cost as Cavalier. What is it? Cathar's Crusade. There we go.
Yep.
Same cost to do that, but you have to tap it, and you keep paying it, but still. Eager First Year. This was one of the first cards spoiled because of the Magecraft thing. 1 and a white for a 2/2 human wizard, so it kind of passes vanilla test already. But whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So a little benefit to kind of hit something hard. Obviously, you can die to removal, but
it's a first-year bear.
Exactly. It's the first-year student. They're still learning a bit. They don't understand that they can get hit by a shock very easily to the face. Elite Spellbinder. Now, this one is a very interesting one because this is the World Champion card. This is, I'm not going to try to say his name. It's very long, but Pablo de Rosa, basically the one who won the last World Championship. That is him on the card. So
nice.
That's you can see. Oh, it's at the bottom. There you go. Pablo Vitor Damo del Rosa, World Champion of the 26th World Championship. He is a 3/1 human cleric flying for 2 and a white, so not too bad. But when you enter the battlefield, you look at target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it. As long as that card remains exiled, its owner may play it, but it costs 2 more. So think of it a lot like just delaying the inevitable, but delaying something for 2 mana later, especially if it's like an 8 mana spell, is probably a good thing. We have a lot of the ultimatum still running around standard, especially Sultai ultimatum. So making that 2 more will delay things a fair amount with your 3/1 flyer to hit things. So
you gotta be really good at shit to actually find yourself on a card.
Yep. Well, that's the thing, because each world champion has it. If you go back through, you'll see there's world championship cards. They pick them, whatever they do. So that's what you get for winning a world championship. You get to be on a rare card in the set. So fun stuff. Next is Expel. So this is white removal. 2 and a white, instant, exile, target tapped creature. I very much like this as a limited removal because it's exile. Especially because it's construction removal, sorry, because we have enough Indestructible Gods still running around. So it's nice to have the ability to exile it once it taps. Like, this gets rid of Toski for 1 mana cheaper.
Yeah, I just feel bad for the elephants, that's all.
That's fair. I mean, Quintoris is actually one of the named Lorehold mages. Yes, this is Lorehold. I'll mention that. You can't tell by the outfits, which I do feel, outfit-wise, they've been very good about keeping the flavor of the colleges separate. But yeah, Quintoris will come back. They're a named Lorehold mage, so they're a character.
Oh, he looks so sad. That's all. But that's just me. Next.
Fair enough. Guiding Voice. This is one that I think is very fun, and also talks about that lesson thing again, so we'll get on that in a second. But 1 mana sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. I'd be totally fine with that at that point. For just get a +1/+1 counter for that. But then you learn, which is another named mechanic. Of course, you learn at the School of Mages. So there are 2 things you could do, and there's a lot of text there. I'm going to break it down though, because it's a little annoying to read all of that text. One of the things you could do, which is the second one listed, is discard a card to draw a card. You can loot. That's, your turn's done, or your spell's done at that point, you're good. The second thing you could do is you may reveal a lesson card from outside the game and put it into your hand. Now, we saw a lesson card earlier. It was that Academic Probation, that one that had the bondage that you're talking about.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, you can pull this from your sideboard and put it into your hand, and you now have that spell to play.
So that's only going to work in standard and limited right now because there is no sideboard in Commander.
Yes, this is a wish mechanic. So I think that's why they put the discard a card to draw a card in it, so it still works in Commander playing. There is obviously, as people have talked about always in the past, if you're a casual group, you're okay with wish cards being in. Maybe you'll say just the learn mechanic is fine, but not general wish cards. Because it does restrict what you can get. It's only things with the lesson type, so it's not like you can go find anything. I mean, there is removal in lesson types that we'll see, but it's really not going to change that much. So I'm okay personally as a casual Commander player having learn in. I'm still not okay with just a wish of like any card you can go get. But if you have a few lesson cards set aside for a deck that you know learn is in, you grab it out, I'm good,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And actually, that's probably how we'll do it, love.
Yeah, it'll just kind of be like, oh yeah, I have this one that, exiles something, don't worry about it. Next is Leonin Lightscribe, a cat cleric for 1 and a white. It's a 2/2, and it has Magecraft, and creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn when Magecraft triggers. Nice, simple, looking cool. You can see the Inklings in the background of the cat clerics if you're talking about those Inkling creatures.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, just basically powering up the Inklings around it is the fun part. So nothing too crazy, but definitely a good card, though. I mean, that last 1 mana 1 spell would trigger the Magecraft, and then all of your creatures have +1/+1 and something has a counter on it. And you got a card out of it. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Mavinda, student advocate, one of the kind of administrators around. I don't think it is not a dean. We'll talk about the deans later, but this just seems to be a professor. A bird advisor, which is a fun kind of thing. 2 and a white for a 2/3 flyer.
However, not the first time we've seen advisor as a subtype.
Correct. I know. So we're getting closer and closer to having advisor as a tribal type. No. But for 0 mana, you can trigger their ability, which is you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard this turn. If that spell doesn't target a creature you control, though, it costs 8 more. So this is definitely meant for like those kind of feather deck style things where you're casting on your own creatures. But when that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So like with feather, this is great, but obviously feather's not in standard, so that's something more to play around with in the non-rotating formats. But you also can only do it once per turn. But
this is you can only do it once. Activate only once each turn. Gotcha. So, but like, still, it's bringing back a free combat trick. Like, honestly, just even having this on the board is gonna cut. If you're playing in white with a lot of combat tricks, this is gonna make your opponents hesitate because basically, once a turn, you can for free bring back any combat trick.
Now let's be careful. It's not to say for free. You still have to pay for it because it doesn't say for free anywhere.
Well, for 0.
Well, you pay 0 for the ability to put it on the stack, and then once that resolves, you still have to pay for casting that spell. It does not cast it for free.
Gotcha.
So that is something I will mention, though, on that. But that being said, with a combat trick that's like 1 and a white, you probably have that mana left over, especially if you're planning to possibly use it. Yeah. As you've also seen at this point, white has a lot of flying, so it's very based on probably, doing fun stuff with that, for sure. What if you just cast Rally of Wings a second time? That'd be fun.
Ooh.
Pilgrim of the Ages, 2 and a white for a 2/1 spirit, because these are the spirits I was talking about. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a plains card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. And then you can return it from your graveyard to your hand. So, although it's a spirit and probably meant to be more in the white-red colors, I almost feel Aristocrats is going to be big with this, and Mardu, that kind of thing. This will benefit something like this, because as you get later in the game, you can bring it back and just keep getting plains cards and land and, that kind of thing. So
exactly. Do me a favor. Write this one down for me.
Oh gosh, I gotta take notes for you now too. Ugh.
Yeah, because I forgot about that.
Oh, fine. 1 second, let me clean up the Minecraft one where I'm preparing for that whole thing, because that's coming soon. Let's see, Pilgrim of the Ages. Yeah, because you're a Spirits deck builder. You're doing it in Orzhov though, right? Remember correctly?
Yes, I'm building a Spirits deck in Orzhov, and but there's another way to look at this Pilgrim of the Ages. Mm-hmm. It's ramp in white.
It is ramp in white, yes. It's definitely White's version where you just get a land in your hand, but it's definitely following with things lately that we've been seeing where you're getting planes onto the field, that sort of thing. So, and it does say basic planes though, so it's not getting the triomes or anything like that, but still pretty
But
good.
still, it's ramp in white.
Mm-hmm. Next is
So
Pillar Drop Rescuer. So a 2/2 Spirit Cleric for 4 and a white. It flies. But when it enters battlefield, you can return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Now, I knew I'd get that look from you, like, what the hell is mana value? Mana value is just their new converted mana cost wording.
okay, fair enough.
Everything's been retconned. It's meant to be not only less wordy, which is nice, but also it's supposed to be more intuitive for new players, is the idea.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just feel like there should have been a memo. That's all.
There was. You were avoiding spoilers, so you didn't see it. But there was talk about a mana value. But yes, this is the first set where it starts calling it mana value, which it's just converted mana cost. Maybe something in the future cares about. It's a better wording for that. We don't know yet, but they're starting to do it that way. But hey, it's only a 2/2 flyer, but you do get something back. So
you do. It just seems a little expensive. That's all.
Yeah, I mean it's a common. It's more meant for limited, obviously, because in limited it's harder to get stuff. But yes, white recursion. Like I said, white, red, Boros, Graveyard Matters, Spirits is kind of where this set is going, which I found really fun. Another professor of symbology. 1 and a white for a 2/1.
Symbology.
Did I say that? Symbology?
No, you did not say that.
Okay, I think I did, but we'll watch the tape later. 2/1 core cleric. When it enters battlefield, you learn. So
simple,
yeah.
effective.
I do like it being a 2/1. It's a piker, so it's it's a great way to block and kill something bigger than it, and you get a card from it. So it replaces itself. It is a cantrip style thing if you're using the lesson part. So next. Reduce to memory. 1 white for a lesson. Sorcery. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token.
Oh, wow. That's a new class of spirit token.
Yep. Oh, there's a lot of those. For whatever reason, that's how it balanced in this set. And I'm like, okay. But yeah, it doesn't have flying or anything. These spirits don't fly. That's the thing I will mention about these particular ones. None of the tokens, I think, have any specific keywords. There are a couple abilities they have, but yeah, it's an exile effect. Again, you can fetch it with learn. So it's kind of nice if you need it at some point and can put it in your hand.
Yep, it seems effective, especially for that cost.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, mana value.
Yes, mana value. People are still going to use CMC, let's be honest here, but it's going to be CMC probably more than using the full name if it's just mana value.
Yep.
Secret Rendezvous. This one was really fun on the Blogatog post because this caused people to go nuts. 1 white for a sorcery. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. The the Blogatog mentioned a white card allowing you to draw 3 cards, and people went ballistic on it. Like that was the talk of the time. But this I understand why it balances this way, but it is card drawn white. I mean, yes. Now, as a casual commander player, this is amazing card draw in white.
Oh, God, yes.
Because the politics that come with this is amazing. If you're going to spend your turn drawing cards, you want someone else to be helping you out with something, so.
And we've been starting to see where the color the color pie is starting to almost become a color yin-yang kind of symbol.
Yeah, well, this is just, a good way to put it in there without making it too powerful, kind of thing in white with the aggro and everything. So next is Semester's End, another rare card, an instant for 3 and a white. Exile any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers you control. At the beginning of the next end step, you return each of them to the battlefield under its owner's control. Each of them it's a lot of text. Each of them enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter if it's creature, or additional loyalty if it's a planeswalker. So it's a blink effect for your whole board. I do think this is. I'm glad it's 4 mana value because we have Yorion that's 5 right now that does the same thing, but doesn't give the extra benefit. But it's a 4/5 in the air, so I like that they balance this card with that very nicely. I think it's nice. Obviously, it does mean that your stuff can be gone for a full turn though, because if you're doing this on an end step, it would be gone until the next end step. So you have to kind of be careful with timing of it. But
very true. But yeah, no, it seems solid, and I think we're gonna. this is one of the. This is the first one so far in this set that I'm getting like the spidey sense of that we're gonna see some really nifty interactions with at some point.
Yeah. So next, Show of Confidence. 1 and a white for another instant. Again, there's a lot of spells in the set. When you cast a spell, copy it for each other instant and sorcery spell you've cast this turn. You may choose new targets for the copies. And you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and it gains vigilance until end of turn. This is a way to kill somebody. I'm sorry, I'm going on record. If you like, this is there. We've seen so many cheap white spells at this point. You could just give your whole 5 creatures vigilance probably with this very easily if you plan it out late game.
I'm looking at the art.
Yes.
These are the plastics.
These are yes, definitely.
Like, you just can't get over that.
Well, Silver Quill are the silver tongue, which is why I'm guessing where it came from. That silver tongued college. They're definitely the ones that are probably I wouldn't say popular, but definitely the ones that would be a little more devious and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I'm getting the impression that these 3 right here, they're the Heathers of that college. Not just the Strixhaven, but specifically that college.
Never bothered, never shaken. Quoting the musical, I love it. But yeah, just a fun card. I like it because it's something that obviously can do counter strategies. Absent encounters, I think, is gonna be a thing in this set because there's enough counter synergy still in white, but it still seems to be in blue, green, black. Like there's a lot of counter synergies for sure. Sparring Regimen, which I read wrong when it was spoiled. I thought it was way better than it was, and I was so confused. 2 and a white enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, you learn. So again, you can go get a lesson, or you can discard a draw card. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature and untap it. I thought it was all creatures at first, and I got very excited. Whenever a creature attacks, but no, when you attack, so it's 1 attack step basically, and you do it. But
does it take your creature out of combat?
No.
Okay.
But it taps it. So the reason I was actually talking with Alex about this because it was like, why does it make you tap it and then untap it? I was thinking of things. I don't know if this is why they thought about, but I was thinking of things like Imara, where you want to tap it and untap it to tap it again, kind of thing, to get value out of it. We do have that 2/1 dwarf. I can't remember her name right now, but 1 in a red for that 2/1 dwarf that wants to tap dwarves to get treasure tokens.
Gotcha.
That's where I could see this as being important because you want the blocker then as well in that kind of aggro strategy. But I was thinking of it like in my Tuvasa deck. It's an enchantment. It's very Voltron in that deck often, so it can just put a counter on something and untap it. That'll be great. So. But yeah, it's effectively vigilance, but
yes,
in some circumstances it's not. Star Pupil, 1 white for a 0/0 human wizard, but it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, so it's a 1/1 in general sense, unless you're playing against Vorinclex. When it dies, you put its counters on target creature you control.
Fair.
But yes, this enters as a 2/2 with Vorinclex on the field. You're on your side, so and then it doubles the counters to a 4/4 right away on another creature. Vorinclex, yeah, that's in standard.
There's going to be some interesting interactions with them.
Exactly. Stonebinder's Familiar, which is one of my favorite cards from this set because it's adorable. It is a 1/1 spirit dog for 1 white. Whenever 1 or more cards are put into exile during your turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on Stonebinder's Familiar. It can only trigger once per turn. But with Foretell in the set, that is, Foretell's in standard. It's pretty easy to exile a couple cards. You could get, a good 3/3/4/4 on this pretty quickly if you play this turn 1.
Yeah, I'm actually imagining this in the Kaldheim Precon.
Yeah, which is funny because it came out 1 set too late for it. But of course, also it's a dog. So if we ever do want to make that Naya dog and cat deck for that set, but. Stonerise Spirit, 1 and a white for a Spirit Bird, which I never knew Spirit came before Bird in the type line. 1/2 flyer, but for 4 mana and exile card from your graveyard, target creature gets flying, so it makes something fly.
Fair enough, but I mean, in all honesty, that could definitely get you blockers in a hurry if you need it.
And I will say that, because I'll go back in a second, Stonebinder's Familiar, that counts, because that is a card put in exile if you exile a card from your graveyard. So it doesn't have to be from your hand or the battlefield. You can start exiling stuff from your graveyard and it still counts.
Fair enough.
Strict Proctor. It is a 1/3 Spirit Cleric for 1 and a white. It flies. And whenever a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability to trigger, you counter that ability unless its controller pays 2.
Ooh.
The reason people have been talking about this is you could build a Mardu or Bant deck with Uro or Kroxa, and that you can counter your own sacrifice on those creatures. So you get this out, you play Uro the next turn, you now have a 6/6 that just gained you 3 life and drew a card, kind of thing. Now, of course, Uro, I believe, is banned in Standard. I cannot remember. I think officially is. But Kroxa is still around, so Mardu, Kroxa discard, Hate Bear stuff could be a thing. So
Could be.
Next, Study Break. 1 and a white, instant, tap up to 2 target creatures and learn. So, nice, way to slow people down, get a card. Yeah, again, it's another kind of cantrip style where it can get you another spell, so you can keep playing spells for Magecraft, all that sort of thing. Thunderous Orator. 1 and a white for a 2/2 core wizard. Has Vigilance, so it kind of beats the vanilla test there. Whenever Thunderous Orator attacks, it gains flying until end of turn if you control a creature with flying. True for first strike, double strike, death touch, indestructible, lifelink, menace, and trample.
Nice.
So it's one of those ones that works really nicely in keyword soup. So, fun stuff.
I like it. Yeah, I think this one's going to be fun to play with.
Yeah, I think actually especially because there's a lot of equipment in the last couple sets that give stuff like that, where it gives flying or it gives first strike. Obviously, Ember Cleave gives double strike, so that counts as something. There's a lot of ways to get keywords on creatures that aren't necessarily just granting them or having the cards themselves. So, fun stuff.
Fair enough.
That's the end of white. That's it. I probably should have wrote down where the end of stuff was. Yes, there are there's less monocolored cards because there's a ton of multicolored cards in this set. Unshockingly, for 5 colleges based on dual color.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of interested to get into blue.
You just want to go right into blue?
Let's go right into blue.
That's fair. You are a Prismari. You got to see half of your color pie,
Yes, I do.
So we'll go straight into blue then. First card we get is Arcane Subtraction. 1 and a blue instant. Target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn, and you learn. Much like the one that we just saw a little bit ago, same kind of mana cost, but does one other thing instead of learning. But again, replaces itself with a spell, which is great in a spell deck. Basically. Yeah. So the class learned little that day. I love the flavor text on that too. Next, Archmage Emeritus. This one is one that caused a bit of an uproar as well for the non-rotating formats. 2 blue for a 2/2 human wizard, and its Magecraft is draw a card.
Yeah.
Do I need to write this down for your Niv Mizzet deck?
Oh yeah, no, this guy. Yes, please do. Because we're totally going into that because we've seen that before, where instants and sorceries trigger card draw.
Yes, but this counts on copies as well. Remember, because Magecraft counts copies. So you can start creating more card draw than what you technically should be getting for just buy the spell.
I'm looking for a downside on this.
I know. This is why I was like, you're gonna like blue. There's a lot of card draw in it. Niv. Cool. But yeah, that was fun. This is also the full art one. I believe there's a couple versions. I think this is actually the promo from the bundles. So I do think you get one from the bundle. I don't know if it's how that works exactly, but this is the promo card from that. So
he's not unattractive, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I did the one that had less of a shirt because I knew you'd like that one in particular. Like
I usually do.
I curate these lists just for you, obviously.
You put in a lot of hard work getting ready for this stream.
Yeah, I didn't read a lot of the cards on the way. That's the only reason I learned really quickly because I don't know what a lot of these do. Burrog Befuddler, 1 and a blue for 2/1 frog wizard that has flash. When it enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls get -1/-0 until end of turn. So.
Frog Wizard was not a card type and subtype I was prepared for.
I believe that was also the Blogatog. One of the items was there's Frog Wizard as a creature line. Fun stuff though. I love the art. Love art like this. They had a lot of fun this time for sure.
Yeah.
Bury in Books. 4 and a blue for an instant. However, it costs 2 less to cast if it targets an attacking creature. So one in the process of attacking. Put target creature into its owner's library second from the top. So slows stuff down, avoids value, that kind of thing. Maybe they cheated out, so you make it expensive for them to cast it again. All sorts of things. But yeah, fun stuff. Curate, 1 and a blue, instant. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put any number of them in your graveyard, and the rest back on top of your library in any order. So almost like a Surveil 2 of sorts, I was thinking. But also draws you a card. So I think that's really good as an instant.
That is, yeah.
I get the idea there's the cost of putting it in your graveyard to get rid of it, but there's enough graveyard recursion in this set if you do the right color schemes. I don't think that's an issue. So. Divide by 0, another math joke, so I love it. 2 and a blue, instant, return target spell or permanent with mana value 1 or greater into its owner's hand. So you can't do anything with 0, which I presume that's trying to avoid bouncing tokens, is my thought process. So, but it's a spell or permanent, so you can actually do it to someone casting a spell. It's kind of a counter spell of sorts. But it puts it back in your hand, and you learn though, so you get another card from it too. So I think this is a very fun card for sure.
No, I agree. I'm very interested to see how that one specifically is going to play out in the standard.
Another flavor text win though. Misery, inadequacy, failure. The common denominator is you. Just like oh. Dream Strix. It's a Strix, yes. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 bird illusion with flying. So obviously with other illusions, which is very common, when it becomes target of a spell, you sacrifice it. But when it dies, you learn. So it's a 3/2 flyer for 3, and then you get a card when it dies.
Fair enough.
Or you discard and draw. You loot or you get a card based on how you set it up. So fun stuff. Frost Trickster, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 bird wizard with flying, so already pretty standard there. But when it enters the battlefield, it does the Frostlinks effect, so it taps target creature an opponent controls, and it cannot untap during the next untap step. So
solid.
Yep, I think I like it. I mean, this is basically a strictly better Frostlinks because it flies. Same cost.
Yeah.
I checked it. I was like, is this? Yeah, it's literally just better than a Frostlinks. So that's kind of cool to see that blue needed that power up. Of course, totally.
I think the only difference with a Frostlinks is that Frostlinks plays into some severe elemental synergies.
Yes, that's right. The creature type obviously makes it a little different on that. Yep. Ingenious Mastery, X2 in blue. However, you can pay just 2 and a blue for this. You could pay 0 basically for X as a kind of thought process. But if the 2 and a blue cost is paid, so if you just paid 3 mana, you draw 3 cards, an opponent gets 2 treasure tokens and gets to scry twice. So you still get 3 cards, which is nice. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. But your opponent gets stuff. If that cost wasn't paid, so if you paid more, you draw X cards. So you get more cards for the cheaper cost, but you also get, obviously, your opponent gets a benefit too. Some ramp, basically.
And so far, favorite art of the set so far.
That's fair. This is some fun stuff too. I'm actually kind of sad there wasn't a full art version of this. I thought there would be when I was looking, and I didn't see it. I was like, oh, well, I would have loved that.
That's a little disappointing, but
right?
It's still very pretty.
Yeah, and goes in that mastery cycle I was talking about, like I said, with the devastating one earlier. That was the board wipe. This follows that same set, basically. Kelpie Guide, a 2 and a blue for a 2/2 beast. It's adorable as hell, and it's going to be broken in some formats. So you can tap it to untap another target permanent you control, or you can tap it to tap target permanent and activate that only if you control 8 or more lands. Untap shenanigans are a thing.
Yeah.
And this doesn't have a cost to tap for untapping something, so this is going to be in those for certain. But definitely, I do like the idea that it has some. It's just a 2/2, but it has some pretty cool ability, I would say, in terms of the ability to, because it does target permanent. It could be land, worst case, so cool stuff. Mentor's guidance, excuse me.
Finally.
Oh, hey, it's a planeswalker we might know. No, we're not gonna worry about that yet.
Don't get me wrong. The moment that Strixhaven was announced, everybody's like, "We are going to see this woman back in. This is the set where she's from. Mm-hmm. We're going to see her in there." Because everybody in More the Spark is going like, "Who the hell?" Mm-hmm. And like, the moment they announced Strixhaven, we knew that this is where we were going to get her backstory.
Yep. I actually don't know if we get backstory from her. This might just be her teaching. I'll be honest, I have not seen any story for her yet, so I don't know if there's actually any story for her whatsoever, besides her just being there and teaching.
Well,
Um,
it's actually implying that she knows Rowan and Will.
oh, so you do remember those other
I
planeswalkers?
do remember that card.
You
Yeah.
didn't mention that earlier, but I was like, I had no idea. Like when I mentioned earlier, I was like, you forgot that we talked about that apparently. Well, that's fine. Mentor's Guidance, though, the actual card. 2 and a blue for a sorcery. When you cast this, copy it if you control a Planeswalker, Cleric, Druid, Shaman, Warlock, or Wizard. So basically, you have something on the board with this set, because that's a very wide range.
Very.
Scry and draw card. So at worst, it's just a draw card kind of thing. Generally, though, when you're playing this card, even in limited, you're probably going to be trying to go for the Scry 2 draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Well, actually, sorry. Scry 1, draw a card. Scry 1, draw a card. That's important.
Yeah.
It's actually in that order.
Well, and then think about how many copy triggers
Mhm.
that we've got already.
Yep.
That we've seen.
So this can
Now,
be 2 Magecraft triggers right there by itself.
but all right. So I guess, this is where I think it's getting a little broken. So with the Magecraft, it's whenever you cast an instant or sorcery or copy one.
Yep.
This one does both.
Yes.
Jesus.
So let's go with Archmage Emeritus. We'll give you this scenario here. You have Archmage Emeritus on and you play this on your main phase. We'll say main phase 2. You wait until the main phase 2. So you cast the spell. Archmage trigger goes on the stack. You now go ahead and, basically 2 things go on the stack. But so you cast it, Archmage trigger, and you can choose to do that first or after you then copy it, which then also Archmage triggers.
Gotcha.
Triggers are going to be a little crazy with this card and that, but lots of cards.
My money's on it. Breaks Arena.
I mean, if they were able to get 500 plus Scoot Swarms going, I think this is going to be fine.
Fair enough.
Only if 5 triggers, I think that's okay for Arena. Mercurial Transformation. It's another lesson for 1 and a blue. It's an uncommon one. Until end of turn, target non-land permanent loses all abilities and becomes your choice of a blue frog creature that's 1/1 or a blue octopus creature that's 4/4. So it can work on your own creatures or other creatures. That's kind of nice. But
yeah, the versatility is actually kind of an interesting.
Yeah,
effect.
It is a sorcery, so it's not really a combat trick, I will say, but you can mess around with it a little bit when it comes to removal or sort of thing. So, but I love how they did basically polymorphing. It's kind of cool the way they did that. So, but he just wants a crab because everyone wants a crab to mill all of your opponents. But multiple choice. Again, one of my favorite cards from this set is just so cool of just where you saw that the idea made a magic card instead of magic card made an idea. X blue as a sorcery. If X is 1, so you pay 2 mana, scry 1 and draw a card. So 2 mana, scry 1, draw a card. Already good in everything there. If you pay 3 mana, so 2 and a blue, you may choose a player. They return a creature they control to their owner's hand. So a 3 mana bounce spell. Again, still not bad, especially on a modal thing like this. If you pay 4 mana, 3 and a blue, create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. Again, not bad because 4 mana for a 4/4. Cool. And then if you pay 4 or more, so 5 or anything, do all of them.
Yeah, I like this. This was a good, flavorful card.
Yes, and in places where you can make big mana, like a Kinnan deck, yes. This is fun. I love this card so much. The art is amazing. This is definitely something that they knew they'd have fun with, and so pop quiz. Gotta have one of those at school. 2 and a blue for an instant. Draw a card and learn.
Yeah.
Very simple. I like how straightforward it is. Yeah. Flavor text is also fun, just from an actual student panicking kind of direction.
Yeah. It definitely rides the flavor.
So, reject. 1 and a blue for an instant. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell unless its controller pays 3. If it's counter this way, it's exiled. So, 2 mana counter spell for unless 3 is actually pretty good. I feel like right now there's a lot of good precedent for that much. Especially exiling is pretty good since again there's recursion in the set, so it's something to kind of get rid of it for good is really nice. Especially if you're playing this on an Uro, or Croxos we were talking about earlier. Just exiling that right away, get it done, we're good. Resculpt. 1 and a blue instant. Exile target artifact or creature. Yes, exile effects in blue. But its controller creates a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. So there's that cost. Just like we saw with like Ravenform. I do feel Ravenform is better than this. Yes, it costs 1 more, but 1 you can foretell it, and 2 it only makes a 1/1. So.
No, I gotcha.
But,
I see what you mean.
yeah, so there's definitely some different things to look at that, but it does get rid of something. So Serpentine Curve. 3 and a blue for a sorcery. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 encounters on it, where X is 1 plus the total number of instants or sorcery cards you own in exile and in your graveyard. Yeah, let's make a big creature off a bunch of spells, basically, is what this one's saying.
No, I'm trying to get over the flavor text.
I mean, math does bite, I love how it's also Lorehold saying that, so it's like it's someone who's not used to math who hates it, kind of thing. But yeah, fractals are fun in this one. I like how they did a lot of the math wording, where it's obviously geared towards math geeks. Let's be honest here. But the other thing people have already talked about, which is kind of cool, and I've seen this on a couple cards, I think, is that the 1 plus the total number of instants of sorcery cards, it counts itself, which is kind of cool. So worst case, if you have to cast this, like if it's off the top, it's free or something, you at least get a 1/1. I mean, it's not great, but it doesn't completely whiff if it gets cast for free from something by accident or something, really early. So
that's fair.
You're probably getting a 3 or 4/4 though if you play a spell stack.
Yes.
Snow Day, another school kind of oriented thing. 4 blue for an instant. Tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap during the next untap step. Draw 2 cards and discard a card. So both draw cards and lockdown. So that's kind of cool. Solve the equation. Yep, solve the equation. Next one. 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card. Reveal it. Put it in your hand and shuffle. It's a tutor effect. Especially in a set with a bunch of sorceries and instants.
So, and remember, they're tutors, so it's also riding with the school theme there.
Yeah, it is a sorcery speed, but that is still looking for whatever you need. So if you need a board wipe, you go find a board wipe. That's how I think we're going to see it in Commander. There's also Zimone on it, who is the Quandrix representative in terms of named students. So just like to point those out when you're seeing kind of what things look like. But
it's like just at first glance, it's like Professor Trelawney and Miss Frizzle had a baby.
Fair. I'll give it that. I'll say their catchphrase is "Math is magic."
Ow.
Which is just great. I love it.
That's all I'm going to say to that is ow.
It's only beaten, in my opinion, by calling Lorehold college people rock jocks. I'll have to show you the sleeves later and what the codes are in Arena, because I didn't want to show you it yet. Soothsayer Adept, 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk Wizard, because we're all across the type lines at this point in this. It's people come from the multiverse to try and do this. 1 and a blue, tap it, draw a card, discard a card. So it's a Merfolk looter, but new name for it basically.
Works for me. Next
is Symmetry Sage. 0/2 flyer for 1 blue human wizard. However, when you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, target creature you control gets base power 2. So if it has counters on it, it's bigger or anything, but so basically you cast a spell, this is a 2/2.
I like this art. I really like this art.
Mm-hmm. This gives me Karma vibes from League of Legends, very much of that feel, despite it being water.
It's like Hermione Granger is trying to cosplay as Karma.
Fair enough. Well, technically, if we're doing cosplay, it's probably cosplaying as Katara, but still.
Yeah, I really like this.
Mm-hmm. So, definitely very, very fun stuff there. Next one is a rare card, a rare lesson, because there are a couple of rare lessons. 2 and a blue, Teachings of the Archaics. If an opponent has more cards in hand than you, draw 2 cards. Draw 3 cards instead if an opponent has 4 or more cards in hand than you.
Nice.
So if you're really behind in cards, go fetch this as and you're learning, and you get a bunch of cards.
4 cards for 3 mana, technically. Hell yeah.
Yeah, at worst it's divination. 3 mana for 2 cards. So it's there's not a downside to it at all, which is nice. So Tempted by the Orc. I'll explain what the Orc. I think it's Orc is what it's called. I'm gonna go with it. 1 blue, blue, blue sorcery for each opponent. Gain control of up to 1 target creature or planeswalker that player controls with mana value 3 or less. So very good in a multiplayer format like Commander. The Orc, from what I understand, and Extus, which is down in the flavor text, is a group that is trying to take down Strixhaven. I do not know a ton of the lore. That's where I've kind of lost the lore, and I didn't look into it as much before this, but it seems to be someone who's not very happy with Strixhaven is trying to recruit people to take it down, basically. So
Fair enough.
that's what you're seeing here. Is basically it's trying to tempt them into joining their forces. Yep. Test of Talents. 1 and a blue instant. Counter target instant or sorcery spell. Search its controller's graveyard, hand, or library for any number of cards with the same name as that spell and exile them. They then draw a card for each card exiled from their hand this way, though. So we've seen this kind of before. Obviously terrible in Commander, because there's no really, it's just a counter spell at that point. That's restricted. But in standard formats, when you know someone's playing 4 of something, this is a good way to get rid of those instants and sorceries very quick. So, especially
now,
like Cultivate is a good one.
Is that Ral that we're seeing?
I don't think so. I don't believe Ral is around. That definitely, I see what you're saying. That definitely looks like in the sense, but I do not believe Ral is in this. No. So that's probably just a student that looks very similar to Ral. So for all we know, Ral did come to this college. I don't know about anything in terms of that.
Like, is that Kazmina?
Yeah. So it seems more like Kazmia testing someone, but I don't know.
Next.
Vortex Runner. We should be getting close to the end of blue. 2 and a blue for a human wizard. As long as you control 8 or more lands, Vortex Runner gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. So ramp powerhouse. That's a 3/3 that can't be blocked.
You know what? And very flavor. I liked the flavor of the mechanics with the name. I'm all for it. I'm here for it. I like this.
Yes. Waterfall Aerialist. 3 and a blue for a Djinn wizard. 3/1 flyer and has Ward. Now Ward is another new named mechanic in this set.
Oh really?
Yes. Oh, you thought we were done with mechanics? Oh no.
More. I just thought we would come across it sooner. That's all.
So, as someone who enjoys fantasy magic kind of thing, Ward is exactly what you think it is. When this creature becomes targeted of a spell and component controls, counter it unless that player pays 2. In this case, 2, because it's Ward 2. There's a certain different level of Ward.
Oh, I gotcha.
But basically, it is a, it costs, it's a different way of saying it, but it costs 2 more to actually do this. But if something comes out, some ability or something, and is targeting it, it will be countered kind of thing. So.
And also super pretty art.
Yes, yeah. This is just a common, so you're going to see a lot of these around. But it's definitely something that it's a 3/1 flyer that's very hard to get rid of. So, yes. Hello, Jack. Sorry, I was trying to finish blue before I was like, we'll go to chat in a second because I think we're almost there. Almost. Wormhole Serpent. It's a 3/5 serpent for 5, 4 in a blue, and you can make something unblockable for 3 in a blue. No tap, no nothing. So it's just pour mana into it and make something unblockable.
Fair enough. Simple. A little pricey, but simple.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially because you have the ability to make something else unblockable, not necessarily just itself, it's definitely something that's very good. So, but that's the end of blue, because I'm like, we gotta be near the end. I think I should have wrote down the last cards of each one so I would have known, but I'm not that smart.
It also puts us at the end of our first hour.
Yeah, that's an hour in. We've gotten through white and blue. Jax, there's a lot of fun art in this, especially if you're very fantasy inclined, magic inclined. This is, or mathematically inclined, as Belmont has learned. Fractals. So
I'm actually thinking while we take our first break, we'll recaffeinate, because I've been yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning. I've been excited about this, yet I'm yawning.
Because you're on the couch. You're probably in the nest.
No, I'm not in the nest.
Okay, good. Good. Just making sure.
I'm not in the nest that casts the evil sleep magic. I wanted Johnny and Liliana's cards as background. So why don't we take a quick break, and then we'll dive right into Black.
Sounds good. See y'all in a little bit.
All right, we'll be right back, Jax. We promise.
We'll be back. And we're back, just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that. Just a click of a button, As I was kind of talking a little bit through chat there over the break, I did share the card gallery, and then there's also a variant card gallery that has a link at the top of the page, the link that I sent. That's a way to kind of follow along a little bit. Oh, yes. Also, Peace Tea. I also have a Peace Tea.
Yes. Hashtag non.
Shocking! I have a Peace Tea after talking about with stream last night and Monday night, and yeah. Maybe I have a few of them. Start up. But yeah, there's a link there. Same flavor. Oh my gosh, we're on point today. We are on point. But unfortunately, we have to shy away from the blue a little bit and go to the black, the darker color per se. And starting out right away, Arrogant Poet. This is definitely a Silver Quill kind of direction. 1 and a black for 2/1 Human Warlock. Whenever it attacks, you can pay 2 life. If you do, it flies.
Fair enough.
So, I also...
Nice. Yeah, I think this is going to be a draft staple.
Yep. It's also something that I think it's been used a lot for promotional art. So this is one I had to actually avoid giving you, but it is a lot everywhere. You feel louder. Did I turn myself up by accident? I don't know. Okay.
I don't know.
You got coffee. You must be louder. Oh yeah, feel free to have us on the background, Jax. You get to hear about all the cool Magic cards just to talk about it, and even if you're not big on it, the art though is really cool, especially Silver Quill stuff. I think I like how they've done the ink kind of impressions.
Yeah. Very much.
Next card, Baleful Mastery. So this is that mastery cycle again that we've talked about where you have pay alternate costs. 3 and a black for an instant. You may pay 1 and a black rather than pay the spell's mana cost. It is to exile target creature, Planeswalker. So already for 4 mana, not bad, especially most limited. But if you just pay 1 and a black, an opponent draws a card. So 1 and a black, exile, but they draw a card is honestly not too bad. This is so far one of the more powerful ones in the mastery cycle for me. Even considering there's a board wipe in it, this is the exile effect on a card. I feel is very important. So,
and especially because it's including planeswalkers.
Yeah,
I feel that it's definitely.
I would have liked it if it was a creature one. I really like it because it's creature or planeswalker. So,
agreed, and not too expensive in my opinion.
No, it doesn't even really need the alternate cost in my opinion. But if you really need 2 mana cheap as an instant, why not?
Fair enough.
Brackish Trudge. It's 2 to black for a 4/2 fungus beast that enters tapped. I have not seen this before today. I know I downloaded the card, but I'm like, what the hell is this? But 1 and a black, and you can return it from your graveyard to your hand. You can only activate if you've gained life this turn, which is a very common theme in the green-black variety for Witherbloom. So we're seeing a few more Witherbloom cards now that we've gotten into their color scheme.
Yeah, no, this is also giving, like we were talking about earlier, where the color pie is kind of branching out in different directions. This is giving black some stomping.
Yes, although I do look at it more as this is something you're going to want to trade with something other bigger. It's a 4/2. Yeah. So you trade it, you bring it back to your hand, you play it again.
Yeah.
So that's where the value, in my opinion, comes and makes it an uncommon. It's just the ability to recur itself, especially in a Witherbloom deck. There's a lot of ways to gain life, and you'll figure that out as we go. Lots of ways. Next, Callous Blood Mage. Another cool big art one. 2 and a black for 2/1 Vampire Warlock. Again, we are all across type lines nowadays. When it enters the battlefield...
This is an inclusive school.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of inclusive, it has multiple options. You can choose one of the other options when it comes into play. Either create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with when this creature dies, you gain 1 life. And that's kind of how you get a lot of life gain in Witherbloom, is it makes pests, which all die and gain you life. You can draw a card and lose a life, or you can exile target player's graveyard. Very good modal options, in my opinion.
Very good. Mm-hmm. I like it.
From a nice, good Piker Vampire. Can't complain about that. Confront the Past, another big, really great art card in the set. It is a black lesson sorcery for X and black. Choose one. You either return target planeswalker with mana value X or less from the graveyard to your battlefield, or you remove twice X loyalty counters from target planeswalker and opponent controls. So.
All right. So what I'm loving about this, I mean, don't get me wrong, it sounds like a good card. Retreat, because there isn't a lot of specific planeswalker recursion.
Yes. So this is great with the War of the Spark planeswalkers.
Well, and speaking of War of the Spark, I mean, that's what I'm really loving is the art.
Mm-hmm.
the art for this is telling a story that we need to hear. And it's actually kind of cool to see the effects of that event and more of the spark living on, honestly. So I like it. I want this card just for Vorthos purposes.
Yeah. So I love it, because it's the idea of wanting to bring Gideon back but being unable to, and that whole thing. So fun.
It does also
fun
make
lore.
me. I want to check out. I am very much looking forward to seeing what Professor Onyx's outfit looks like, though. Because
yes, I will mention there are alternate arts that are different from each other. So I do have one certain art. I recommend when we're done with the stream looking up the other ones because there's some cool variants they've done with it. But
fair enough.
oh, sorry, I'm also wrangling into Johnny right now, which is why I'm trying to be very careful because he sees I have a pencil on my desk, and so nope. I'm sorry, Mister. You gotta go up there. I need that pencil, and you can't steal it.
That's okay. His sister started looming as soon as this card came up. I'm a little freaked out.
She just entered up here too. Oh my gosh. Hello there, Miss Thing. Next though, Crushing Disappointment. 3 and a black instant. Each player loses 2 life. You draw 2 cards. Great for Commander.
Oh yeah.
4 mana, 2 card draw. Make people lose 6 life total. Yeah. This is going to be in some decks, especially as an instant. Getting 2 cards out of nowhere on the last person's end step before you. Yeah, this is going to be playable.
Just again, great art. They did really well so far with the art set.
You got that inkling over there on the right side of the card art too. It just like hints in there, like, oh yep, we're around. By the way. Next, Essence Infusion. It is 1 and a black sorcery. Put 2 +++ encounters on target creature, and it gets lifelink until end of turn. I think it's gonna be less playable since it's a sorcery. I'd almost want it to be like 3 mana cost, but instant. You know what I mean? Because it kind of has an issue where it's like, well, if unless you're, it's very like, oh, I'm obviously gonna attack with it if I'm gonna do this and put lifelink on it this turn. It's kind of a rough spot there. So.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I mean, it's still solid. And again, kind of going on that concept of giving black just a little stompy.
Yep, and it makes a star pupil a 3/3 with a lifelink that if it dies, then it puts 3 counters somewhere.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. Next, though, we have Eye Twitch. It is a 1 mana 1/1 Eye Bat with flying. Did not know Eye could be a creature type. I'm actually curious this is the first one.
Actually, my money's on it isn't, but
when it dies, you learn. So very solid 1 mana, 1 drop, or 1 drop, 1/1. That's what I'm trying to say. Because you get a card when it dies. It replaces itself. Because the thing is, if you're playing these learn cards, you probably have some lessons. Like, in general, if you've put these cards specifically in a deck, you're planning for that. So that's where I'm kind of a little more on that side. Next is Flunk, another school kind of oriented card. 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is 7 minus the number of cards in that creature's controller's hand. So, in place of Turgid and discard effects from Kaldheim, this is going to fit in well into Standard.
An interesting flavor text. I'm looking to know more about Dean Ambrose.
Yes, the Deans are fun. We'll get to those in the modal cards later. So
fair enough.
Those are modal for a reason, and you'll find out why. It's beautiful. Go blank, 2 and a black, sorcery. Target player discards 2 cards, then exile all cards from that player's graveyard. Strong.
All right. And also nice to see some graveyard hate coming back. We haven't really seen any cheap, good, effective graveyard hate for a while. The problem I'm having is that I'm feeling very targeted by the art of this card.
That's fair. That is completely fair, with the certainty that you once knew the answer. The other thing that this card kind of brought up is in the last 2 sets especially, but in recent sets, there's been a lot of notice of how Mind Rot sucks. So Mind Rot, for those that don't know, was 2 and a black sorcery and just discard 2 cards. It became a dead card in some people's hands because if they don't have cards in their hand, that card does nothing for you. So last set they had Skull Raid, which was 3 and a black, but you could foretell it, and it allowed you to draw 2 cards if people didn't discard, basically. So it was a way to kind of make that discard 2 have value. Here's another one where it's discard 2, but then exile the card. So it still exiles a graveyard, worst case. You know, it does something. So there's been a lot of talk about making a Mind Rot more playable, which is you can see it on this card pretty frankly. So
Yeah.
hunt for specimens. 1 and a black sorcery. Create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with when it dies, gain a life, and you learn. So gets you a creature 1/1 that has death value, and you get another card because lessons.
I think this is going to be a good draft staple.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that is Dina, who is the Witherbloom representative in terms of named students. I can't say for certain, but she'll come up later in the multi. Lash of Malice. 1 black instant. Target creature gets +2/-2 until end of turn. Very, very interesting in that in the way I think. The only thing that makes me laugh though, and I'll mention this because we haven't had Inkling creatures come up as much necessarily for token creation. They are around. We'll talk about them in a bit probably, but they are 2/1s. So this actually kills an Inkling, which was why I think it's funny that there's an Inkling creature on there, despite the fact that it would kill an Inkling. But aside from that,
looks like he's hurdling an Inkling.
Yep, that thing's gonna die. So fun stuff. Leech Fanatic. 1 and a black for a 2/2 human warlock that as long as it's your turn, it has lifelink. We've seen creatures like this before. Nothing too new.
Yeah. Nothing too special. But solid, but very solid.
Yeah, exactly. Very good, but yeah, it's a different version of that, basically. Sorry, I'm eating Skittles. I wanted something sweet. Mage Hunter, which is a very interesting card in this kind of set. 3 and a black for a 3/4 horror. Whenever an opponent casts or copies an instant sorcery spell, they lose 1 life.
Ooh, the anti isn't.
What are the anti-spells, though? Because remember, this one, Magecraft is across the whole set. So I think, if you don't have a lot of spells that you've drafted, or Magecraft that you drafted in Limited, this is an amazing pickup.
Yeah.
So.
No, I was about to say that it seems a little on the pricey side, but I'm actually reconsidering that position.
I mean, especially because any spell they do to try to get rid of it is going to cost 1 life.
Yeah.
So immediately you get that value at all. So, and think about the triggers this would cause if we have that situation with Archmage and that whole blue sorcery, the Mentor's guidance. Oh, that'd be great. More triggers. Yeah. Then there's Mage Hunter's Onslaught. 2 black for destroy target creature or planeswalker, and whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller loses 1 life. So, kind of a way to remove a blocker or something, and then, or I guess remove issues and then attack. So it's definitely an aggro strategy, I guess.
Yeah. Actually, it seems almost kind of cheap for that. I mean, honestly, I like it because it's cheaper than I would expect.
Yeah, I think it's because that second ability you're going to get less value out of overall. Like you have to really set that up, and so I could see that being where adding 1 mana to something you'd normally get for 1 black for like just a murder effect, is it's all right. I think it's going to be good removal in Limited. I'm just not sure if it's constructed worthy. Because there's a lot better removal. Like we still have the adventures from Eldraine, where you still have that 1 black where you can losing 2 life is probably better, and then still having a 2/3 to put on the field. So I don't know. Next, Necrotic Fumes, another lesson for 1 black. As an additional cost to cast this sorcery spell, though, you exile a creature you control, and you can exile target creature or planeswalker. So a different version of what we kind of just saw, but an exile effect. And this is one you can tutor for, because again, this is that direction. So, different cards for different scenarios.
Yeah, but the idea is that, I mean, since we're in the Witherbloom color scheme, the idea is that you're probably creating a lot of pest tokens that make great sacrifice fodder.
Yes, you won't get the trigger, is the only thing with that. So you lose because it's a death trigger, not to leave the battlefield, but still very good though, yes. Next is Novice Dissector. 3 and a black for a 3/3 Troll Warlock. And it is a sacrificer, so 1, sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 encounter on target creature, and you can activate only as a sorcery, but as long as you have creatures, you can keep sacrificing them.
I am noticing a theme of a lot of stuff not moving at instant speed as far as activated abilities.
I think that would just make it too crazy, honestly, with all the spells and everything.
I'm just talking about this set in general. I think I don't know, I'm kind of getting the impressions that I know words. Oh, Jesus.
I think
I'm kind of getting the impression that Wizards is trying to slow down the game a little bit.
there is that. I think it's also because sacrifice is not a main theme in this set, and so they don't want to make it where it's, because like obviously you have the option where when that's at instant speed, that's more of a aristocrat strategy, which I haven't seen much in here. There isn't a lot of kind of aristocrats kill something to get value sort of thing. So I think this is more just the putting an ability somewhere, but if you had the ability where you could like block with a pest token, sacrifice it, kill it, get a plus and plus encounter, also 1 life, also you block something, I think that's where it might have imbalanced the color pie a bit. So it's probably more of a balance feature where it's just sacrifice would be too good in these kind of sets right now. So,
but again, like I said, there have been several activated abilities on various cards that we've already discussed so far this stream, where they have the words "activate only" as a sorcery.
Yeah, or
I've
only once per turn. Yeah. I think it's avoiding some broken interactions, but they still want to put it on there, but only once per turn as a sorcery. Those kind of things kind of limit that a little bit then.
Which I'm okay with. I think that this is intentional on the part of Wizards to slow down the game.
Fair enough.
And because honestly, they probably increase everybody else's fun.
Yeah. Orc Lore Mage, 2 black for a 3/3 human warlock. You can tap it to sacrifice your library. That'd be tough. Search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, and then shuffle. If it's an instant or sorcery, put a plus and plus encounter on Orc Lore Mage. So definitely meant for flashback style things you want to put big spells in your graveyard to cast for free. Like, I don't think this will be as good in the Strixhaven limited or constructed, but the fact that you can put, like, as we've talked about things, a Croxa in your graveyard, you don't get a counter on Orc Lore Mage, but putting that in your graveyard is pretty good. Just getting it there, so.
Yeah, I see this as kind of, you really have to build around this.
Yeah, you have to have Mavinda. You have to have an ability to be able to play the cards that you put there, basically. That sort of thing.
Agreed.
Plumb the Forbidden. Not Plumb the Void, the Forbidden. 1 and a black instant. As an additional cost, though, you must also sacrifice 1 or more creatures. When you do, copy this spell for each creature you it's a May effect. You copy the spell for each creature you sacrifice this way. Draw a card, lose a life. If you sacrifice a pest, you just draw a card. For each one you decide to sacrifice. So you got 5 of them there, you're drawing 5 cards for 2 mana.
And losing 5 life.
And then gaining 5 life of their pests, because each time they die, you gain a life. So this is definitely meant for pests. Like, it's very obvious that it's like, yeah, that's what you're probably going to be sacrificing for this.
Do we know who this is supposed to be on the card?
Extus, yeah. You can see in the flavor text. This is Extus, the leader of the orc, the one that's, he as far as I understand, I didn't want to go too much into the storyline, but basically there is a restricted section of sorts in the Biblioplex. And Extus is kind of under the impression that this shouldn't be locked down, that there should be access to all these spells, these crazy spells for all. Obviously, it's probably more that he wants the ability to do certain things with it, is the idea, whereas Strixhaven's keeping it safe, and there's that whole dynamic of it kind of thing.
I'm just noticing the stylistic similarities between some Jace cards from a couple of recent sets, and the way that if this is Extus, I'm wondering if Extus is possibly secretly Jace.
I doubt it, but that's quite a hot take. I'll give you that. You're just wearing a Jace hoodie. You love Jace too much. That's what it is. But yeah, the flavor text kind of talks about it a bit though. Is that like Strixhaven's forbidding certain magic? They're saying nope, this is not what a mage should be doing. So Extus is like nope, all magic should be available, obviously. And so it's kind of that fight of like freedom versus order kind of direction. So.
I was actually gonna wear a wizard hat for this stream. I just remembered I was gonna do that.
All right, well, let's keep going. Before you get too many ideas about costumes. Poet's Quill is 1 and a black for an artifact equipment that equips for 1 and a black as well. When it enters...
First artifact we've seen.
Huh?
First artifact we've seen.
Yes, actually, yes. Now I think that you're correct. I kind of forgot there aren't many artifacts in this set. We had a lot in the previous set, so it's fine. When it enters battlefield, you learn, so that's fun right away. You already can kind of replace the card if you want. And equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. So that's why it's a rare card for sure. I feel is that's pretty good.
And a good, decent, cheap equip costs. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, because especially generally we've seen it in Orzovian directions, life gain is a thing, so this is very good for that sort of stuff to just put it on a creature and get moving. Next is Professor Onyx. It is a legendary planeswalker, Liliana, which is why I was like, oh, it's Liliana, haha. I did the alternate borderless card here. There is one her sitting in a chair, which is the normal one, so I recommend looking that up. Or if you're looking at the list right now that I put in chat for the Strixhaven card gallery, it has the regular one. 4 black, for a 5 loyalty planeswalker. Has Magecraft just passively. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So that's a fun ability on it alone. +1 is to lose one. You lose 1 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. So a way to kind of loot through your deck a bit. -3. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures that player controls. So that's pretty good for getting rid of creatures that you don't want to hit Liliana, especially because it's for each opponent. So she's definitely built for Commander, I feel, based on a lot of the stuff I've been hearing.
Totally.
And then -8, each opponent may discard a card. If they don't, they lose 3 life. Repeat this process 6 more times.
Jesus Christ.
So if someone does not have cards in their hand, they lose 21 life.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 1 plus
1
6.
plus 6, yeah. 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1. Yeah. So.
I was wondering how long it would be before we got to a clue reference.
Well, we're not talking much about, investigation, but, it comes up.
God, I'm looking at the alternate art, and I'm here for it either way. I actually think I kind of wish that they had done full art of the alternate art.
Full art of the main art, because this is the alternate. This is the alternate right here.
Yes, full art of the main art.
Fair. Oh, because you're looking it up right now.
Oh yeah, totally.
Fair enough. Well, let's keep moving on before you get too far into that list, then. Before we see that, so next is Professor's Warning, which has 3 different planeswalkers in the card art, which is always fun. 1 black mana for an instant. Choose one. Either put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. This has the win for flavor text for me, which is impressive for a 1 mana common. Professor Onyx urged the twins to prepare for the Dark Mage Extus, sounding very much like someone familiar with the Rise of Tyrants.
Oh yeah.
That lore reference is amazing.
Well, and also again, because these are the planeswalkers from Eldraine.
Mm-hmm.
So
they were not War of the Spark.
So no, they weren't.
Cool.
Yep. So sorry, I was trying to remember because the first appearance of the twins wasn't even in Eldraine.
Nope, it was in Battle Bond.
Yep, exactly.
So, and they show up in the set. Don't worry, we'll talk about them later.
Promising Dusk Mage.
Yes, 2 and a black for a 2/3 human warlock. When it dies, if it had a +1/+1 counter on it, you draw a card. Very straightforward.
Yeah.
Very simple. Definitely a good card, I feel, in Limited, because there's enough things to put counters on things, especially in response to stuff, so you can put it and basically, draw a card off of it. So next is Sedgemoor Witch. Love the dress on that.
Oh yeah, no, I was actually going to comment on that too.
2 and a black for a 3/2 human warlock with menace. So already pretty good on vanilla test, and the ward cost is pay 3 life. So people's abilities or spells toward this, they have to pay 3 life in addition to have it not countered. And it has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, put one of those pests on the field. So
yeah.
Very strong. I think she's going to get some play. That's just very good black card that fits into many strategies. So
I'm really liking this one.
Mm-hmm. Spectre of the Fens, 3 and a black for a 2/3 Spectre with flying. And for 5 and a black, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So mana sink later in the game. But still a 2/3 flyer. So
yeah,
not bad. I like that it's common. I feel like this is a good way to kind of put a lot of that mana sink into Limited. Tenured Ink Caster, 4 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Warlock. When they enter the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So this is something I've talked about doing a Golgari counters deck at some points. This is definitely something I feel would go well in there.
Very much so.
Like this kind of does make this buffer up a little bit in terms of the counters and life gain strategies and such.
An interesting art.
Yeah, and
It kind of has this old school, like 16 to 1700s pilgrim feel of painting style.
well, they're tenured. I mean, they've been around probably for a while, you know. You know how
Yes,
tenure works. They're not going anywhere.
very.
Next, though, is Umbral Juke, which is just a fun name to say. 2 and a black for an instant. Choose one. Target player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker, or create a 2/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. I forgot the Inklings had flying. That actually makes them a lot better.
It does, actually.
So, what I should explain, though, is you're probably like, what the hell? Why are they playing sports? Because that initially hit me where I was, why is there so many cards that talk about them playing sports? So if you remember that stadium we've talked about, that's crucial. Instead of like, if we're gonna name Quidditch from Harry Potter, which many people know, that kind of magical sport direction, their sport is basically capture the flag with the opposing school's mascot. And you do it for like I can't remember how long it is, but they have like 3 rounds or something, and whoever has stolen it the most has the most points then wins the match. And so a lot of the cards will reference them doing things on the field like this, and especially the flavor text. So it's called Mage Tower. There we go. I forgot the name of it. The sport of Mage Tower was conceived as a playful testing ground for young spellcasters. But yeah.
Well, and actually, so when I was putting together some of our overlays for this stream, I was looking because I used the stadium art as some of that because that's the art that you selected for me without spoiling any cards. But I was also getting this very much a Legends of Korra feel from it because I've watched it. And I don't think you've watched far enough.
I know what you're talking about though.
The professional bending stadium, that's kind of what it looked like a little bit for that. That's the feel that this sport is giving me. That Mage Tower is giving me.
I feel like there's been a lot of that across anime in general. So Naruto has something like it. Ruby is basically that in general that exists. It's very common of a theme, so I like that they kind of did that. And still, took a concept that from others, it's been done a lot, but still feels kind of original. Like, I'm like, yeah, it's a magical sport, but it's kind of cool that you capture their mascots, which are so big to them, and a lot of the plays that they do is really cool how they do it. So, you'll see that on cards a lot. So I wanted to kind of address that, like, why does it look like they're playing sports? Because they are. They're playing a sport. Unwilling Ingredient. 1 black for a 1/1 frog with menace, and 2 and a black, exile it from your graveyard, and you draw a card and lose life. So... very strong 1-drop, has value late game, which is always nice. So
and I hate to say it, but this frog is over your shit.
Yep.
Just completely.
The Witherbloom even talks about Dina, who's the named one at the bottom there. No flavor text. Definitely talks about that kind of look that it's giving it. But that's the end of black. We end on that frog. So you've made it through 3 colors so far already in terms of it.
And I'm saying, while we dive, hold on, I just got to get the next set. I think it's time that we dive into red.
Sure. Well, into diving into red, we first start with a dispute, an academic dispute. For 1 in a red, an instant target player blocks this turn of Fable. You may have it gain reach until end of turn, and you learn.
That's a lot for 1 mana.
Yes, I think the way I've kind of thought about this being used, either obviously making a opposing creature block yours is kind of important, that kind of thing, or you're giving your creature reach, which is kind of nice because then you're probably gonna block with it anyway for doing it. So it's a very versatile spell on it.
Which also, giving creatures reach doesn't happen a lot in red.
Yes, that's the thing, is that having but Prismari. This is definitely Prismari. It's a little funky, but yeah, it's a cool way to do it. Kind of like saying like, oh, I was able to cast a spell that deals with that or something. I don't know, that kind of thing. But learning, fun stuff. Next is Ardent Dust Speaker. 4 in a red for a 3/4 Minotaur Shaman. When it attacks, you may put an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. If you do, exile the top 2 cards of your library, and you can play them this turn. I think that's pretty good because I know there's a lot of graveyard recursion that's happening right now in white red. I want to say white-black because that's what my brain thinks, but no, in white-red. I think it's the cost of putting on the bottom of your library is not terrible, especially in limited, because
No,
you
not at
want
all.
cards in your deck. So I don't think there's mill strategies in this limited, but I could be wrong. I'll explain that later why I'm not sure.
An interesting note now, flavor wise, text, lore wise, is that the school is founded by dragons.
Yeah, there. I was kind of waiting to mention this because I didn't want to spoil anything, but there is a dragon for each college. Think like obviously Gryffindor, Slytherin had actual people that represented that school. Yeah, there are elder dragons.
Well, yeah, no, and that's not unheard of. I mean, we had the Dragon Lords of Tarkir.
Yeah, no, these are elder dragons. Very good elder dragons. That's what I'm gonna say. We'll get there in multicolor. Don't worry. There's a lot in multicolored if you haven't noticed by now. Um, Blood Age General, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Spirit Warrior. And if you tap, attacking spirits get +1/+0 until end of turn. So it can turn all your, 3/2 spirits into 4/2s.
I've only got one thing to say about this card.
Yes.
But a flesh wound.
Yeah, except he doesn't have flesh, but sure. He's made of rock and spirit, but sure. I see where you're going with
Yeah,
this.
he looks like the Black Knight from Monty Python, love.
I guess I don't know. I'm not seeing that as much. I'm seeing Kamigawa as the problem, but
Uh,
everyone wants to see Kamigawa and everything, so I'm just joining them on that. Next though, conspiracy theorist, which I love that this is a card in this because it's
yeah,
hilarious. 1 and a red for a 2/2 human shaman. Whenever he attacks, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, you draw. So it has a loot mechanic with attacking. But whenever you discard 1 or more non-land cards, you may exile 1 of them from your graveyard. If you do, you can cast it this turn. That's scary. That is so scary. Um, just the ability to kind of discard something that you know you're going to cast to kind of combat that discarding stuff. So I don't know.
yeah, I
Um,
see it. I
yep.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, there's something with there. There's no cost reduction or anything, so I'm not sure how much is gonna get played, but there is something there for sure where it can go well for you. So I'm sure there's a combo deck with it somehow. Someone's figured it out. Crackle with Power, XXX red red for its cost. It's a sorcery. Deals 5 times X damage to up to X targets. This card's cool. I gotta be honest, this card's cool.
Now, what happens if this gets copied?
X is 0, so you deal 0 damage to 0 targets.
Oh, so you can't
Or
copy
wait,
this.
no. X, sorry, copy. I thought you were gonna say cast for free. No, copy. I believe copy is the X amount, if I remember correctly.
Oh,
But let me look that up. Copy with X in cost.
yeah, because I mean, think about some of the spell copying effects that we've had already, just in the few colors that we've gone through
Mm-hmm.
so far. So, holy crap!
When you cast a spell with X in its cost, it is saved into the cost of the card when you cast it. So and that's where mana value I think comes in. Is that let's say you cast this for 5 mana, it is mana value 5 when you copy it. So that's why it's like, okay, yep, okay, hi Johnny, you're back. Okay. Are you gonna be nice about the pencil or do I have to put it away? Um, he's just gonna be in my lap now and very, very warm. Yeah, so that this will copy it kind of thing. On this, I think it's less important to copy it, I feel. I mean, if you get a free copy, that's great, but you're probably casting using all of your mana to hit certain things. I mean, if you're gonna, I mean, what? If you do this for 8 mana, you're dealing 10 damage to 2 things. Like, it's gonna be pretty crazy.
Yeah, but I mean,
Prismari,
yeah,
big spells though, is what I was talking about. Also, I will say Prismari does seem to have a X in cost theme. I will mention. It comes up a bit in the commander deck for sure. So just keep that in mind when we're looking at these X costs. Next, we have Draconic Intervention. So obviously the dragon's intervening with something. 2 red red for a sorcery. As an additional cost, you exile an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, so not a graveyard. It deals X damage to each non-dragon creature, where X is the exiled card's mana value. If if a creature dealt damage this way would die, exile it instead. So, Dragon Tribal Love, which is not what you
yeah.
expect to see in a set with like only 5 or 6 dragons. So, okay, Mister, you're being very rambunctious. Be nice. He's very playful right now is the problem because this is his playful time of the day, and I'm like, this is not the time to be playful, Mister.
Well, he's not used to streaming during the middle of the day.
Very true. Usually it's the weekend on that, and then we're all around. But so yeah, cool card. I like it. I mean, it is obviously a way to kind of do a board wipe and choose the amount of damage you want to do. So that's kind of cool. Good in big spells, so you can do something that's like 7 mana and deal 7 to stuff. So, Dragon's Approach, and this has caused a bit, and I'll explain it first and kind of get why this has caused a bit of a, not necessarily a rise, but definitely interest. 2 and a red for a sorcery. It deals 3 damage to each opponent, and you may exile it and 4 cards named Dragon's Approach from your graveyard. If you do, search for your library for a dragon creature card and put it on the battlefield and shuffle. So you can get your, Elder Dragon. You can get, what's the 3 red 5/4 dragon right now? The one that deals damage to things. Can't think of it, but it's the one that it does the Warstorm Surge effect. But that one exists as a dragon in standard. There's a fair amount of dragons right now in standard actually.
Fuck up some commander games.
Yeah, but also this deck can have any number of cards named Dragon Approach. This is apparently, at least as far as I can read, the first card that has the Relentless effect, like a Relentless Rats is where it's named for, or like Persistent Petitioners, where you can have as many as you want. It's the first card that's not a creature.
Okay, fair enough. I was like, wait a minute.
I missed the not a creature part. Yeah, but
yeah.
First non-creature spell to have that, as far as I understand, which is it's interesting to think about.
Oh, yeah, it's very interesting, and I think that I think this is gonna really have an effect on some constructed formats.
Yeah, especially if you can copy the spell, because it doesn't do the extra benefit, but copying a spell that already does 3 damage to each opponent can really start to do some crazy damage. Or if you have things that Jaya gives 2 more damage to it because the red source. That's 5 damage to each opponent for each one. I can definitely see some kind of red burn ways to do this, which is cool.
Totally.
Next is Efreet Flame Painter, another one of those very, very pretty Prismari cards that we're seeing.
Very pretty.
3 and a red for a 1/4 Efreet Shaman with Double Strike. Double Strike is very important because when it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost, but it exiles it.
Write this one down.
I will do my best to write it down. I have an Ajani who has made it very difficult to write anything down, as he keeps falling off of my lap right now. Mister? Well, that scared him. He knocked over the Skittles, so I gotta grab him 1 second. But why do you like this card? Talk about it for a bit.
Well, alright, so first of all, just fracking gorgeous.
Yes.
Second of all, when you have a primarily spells-focused deck, like think about my Niv Mizzet deck or something like that, having that without paying its mana cost effect, that's going to be huge.
Yes.
Now, I mean, it is balanced out with the whole if that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. But still, you could, in theory, be playing out some game-ending spells out of your graveyard for free with this card.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, again, talking about the ultimatums that exist right now.
It's all around. It's the first of the red cards that I really, really want.
There's also spells right now in Standard, like Alrun's Epiphany, which generally would exile themselves anyway when you cast it. So if you get that into your graveyard some way, you just through looting or whatever, you just cast it. You're going to exile it anyway, but you do it without paying 7 mana for it.
Yeah.
So
this is gonna be interesting to watch and see how this goes.
Yep. So Double Strike is cool on it too, though, because that's 2 spells. So that's the cool part. Next is Enthusiastic Study. 2 and a red for an instant. Target creature gains +3/+1 and gains trample until end of turn, and you learn. Fun combat trick in red.
Well, are you also getting the joke that I think I'm seeing?
I mean, I that the tome makes them powerful? I'm confused.
But so she looks like a troll-like female.
Yep.
Very similar to the troll-like female with the tome in Ristic Study.
I don't know if I make that connection.
I'm seeing it. That's just me.
Is that really a troll in it?
Yeah, no, look up Ristic Study real quick.
Well, I am. Ristix is more of an orc.
Okay, but you see what I mean, though. There's some similarities.
I think you're just trying to make something of it. I think we gotta go back to that conspiracy theorist card.
All right, fair enough. I'll buy that.
But I like the flavor text in this one too. Think what a giant comb to do. Giant tome could do if a pen is mightier than the sword. Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
Explosive welcome. 7 and red for an instant. Deals 5 damage to any target, 3 damage to any other target, and then you add 3 mana.
So netting out at I can't speak. Netting out at 5, net cost to 5.
Yep. And in a set where Storm is viable, it's a thing.
Very true.
That's news to you. I was wondering how you'd react. Yeah, Storm is viable in this, so we'll see if you can spot it before it happens. But
it's called Poker Face.
Mm-hmm. Just poke her face. Fervent Mastery, so the red version of the Mastery cycle. 3 red for a sorcery, but you can pay only 2 red, so 1 less. If you pay that cost, though, an opponent, or not cost, so you pay that version, an opponent discards any number of cards and draws that many cards, so they get to do a little bit of a wheel themselves, but they get to choose how many they want to do. So, if you have people that don't want to discard cards, it actually is better to cast only for 4 mana. But you get to search your library for up to 3 cards, put them into your hand, shuffle, and then discard 3 cards at random. So kind of as a tutor, technically, but in things where you want to put stuff in your graveyard, like the spells that we talked about for casting for free with a free Flame Painter, you probably don't care if you discard those. You want them in your hand to be discarded. So, way to look at it. First day of class, 1 and a red for an instant. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gains haste until end of turn, and then learn. I'm thinking of things like that white spell that creates Pegasi for your life total. What if you just pay 2 more mana for this spell, and all of them come in with a +1/+1 counter on it and haste?
I think they made this an instant when this could have just been as effective as sorcery.
It's definitely better as instant, though, because the idea is you cast a spell, and you hold priority, and then cast this. So the idea being, though, is that then, they only will probably counter one of them, kind of thing. Like, it's not separate ideas. They can't. Obviously, they're gonna know to counter your spell, With, I don't know.
True.
I think it makes more sense as an instant from an actual playable standpoint. But that sort of thing. So
I think it's going to be quite effective, especially in some weird commander interactions.
Yeah, just even if it's just one creature coming out with a haste could be a big difference. Infect creatures, for instance. Next, Fuming Effigy. 3 and a red for a 4/3 spirit. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So exiling, casting them and exiling them, returning them to your hand, all sorts of that stuff will do 1 damage to each opponent. So
nice.
Yeah, like I said, it is weird because it's white-red artifacts and graveyard matter.
Yeah, it's weird to see so much graveyard matters with red.
Yep. So that sort of thing. Grinning Ignis. This is technically a reprint, which I'll talk about at the end. It's the only technical reprint of the set. 2 and a red for a 2/2 elemental. For red mana, and return Grinning Ignis to its owner's hand. Add 2 colorless mana and 1 red mana. Activate only as a sorcery. This was in the future shifted cards back in Future Sight.
Oh, really?
So this is one of those cards that said, well, eventually we'll print it. It's in Future Sight kind of thing. So it's an interesting way. This is also a Storm Enabler. Because you can... Now, yes, it's only colorless mana you get, but you can keep casting it as long as nobody messes with that.
But you'll run out of mana eventually.
Because what I'm trying to think, it's a Storm Enabler. It doesn't do it itself, but like Birgi is something that's currently in Standard. Birgi adds 1 red mana whenever you cast a spell.
Oh yeah. Oh,
so actually, sorry, you get red mana. I did that wrong in my calculations. You get a red mana basically each time you do it. And when there's stuff that, like, for instance, the Explosive Welcome, where you need 8 mana, and you get 3 mana back, kind of thing. Like there's ways that make it a little interesting. But yes, this is a Storm Enabler, which will become in importance later on when we talk about Storm. Hull Monitor, 1 red for 1/1. There's a lot of these 1/1s. This one has haste. It's a Lizard Shaman, and it can make something unblockable if you tap it.
You know what?
Or sorry, target creature can't block. I did the wrong way.
Yeah, and I understand why they can't block, because look at that expression. They're over your shit too.
Yeah, no unauthorized summoning. Come on, stop summoning Inklings in the hallway. It makes a mess. Next, Heated Debate. I love that they do a lot of these heated stuff with the actual fire, which is great. 2 and a red for an instant. This spell can't be countered. This includes by the ward ability. They had to put some reminder text in there because that is a counter effect. It deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. So this is going to be very highly taken in limited.
Which I've been appreciating. The Wizards has been putting this back on some red cards.
Yeah.
Because the spirit of red burn was kind of really getting trampled upon, no pun intended, by counter effects. And the fact is that lately every set has had about 1 red burn spell that can't be countered.
Yes.
Which I'm enjoying.
And I like that they're giving variation, though, within the standard environment. So last set in Call Time, we had Demon Bolt, which overall generally costs 3, whether you foretell it for 2 or you cast it as it is, which does 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. So it's kind of like, do you want to be able to foretell it, or do you want it to not be countered? You kind of have options with your burn spells now, which I like. But none of them feel overpowered. It's just which one works better for you? Do you want to exile things from your hand for the Stone Familiar? Do you want to, what do you want to do, basically? So that's cool. Ignatius Inspiration, also a very fun art card. 2 and a red for a sorcery. It deals 3 damage to any target, and you learn. So it replaces itself.
Igneous?
Igneous, yeah. Ignatius. I don't know why I went Ignatius. It's not I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just... this is what happens when I just save the cards. I don't actually read them beforehand, is that I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm going to... Especially in a set that talks about college, it's going to be some big words, But yeah, this one's fun. Replaces itself. It's a sorcery, which is a little tougher, but it is any target, so that's kind of nice to hit anything for 3.
It's a strictly better bolt.
Isn't bolt instant though?
Oh, true. This is sorcery. Never mind.
Yeah.
You're right.
So obviously we're comparing it to, as we just talked about, Demon Bolt and all those. It's 4 damage, but only to creatures or planeswalkers. So depends how you look at it. But if you're copying the spell though, you could have some fun.
Very much so.
Illuminate History is the rare red lesson. 2 red, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. If there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard at that point, create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token. So if you have a really crap hand, you could grab this, and then wheel as much as you want.
Fair, yeah.
So
works for me.
Fun stuff. Next, Illustrious, I'm going to go with.
Yes.
Illustrious, aha. I can say them correctly sometimes. Historian, 1 and a red for a 2/1 human shaman. For 5 mana and exile it from your graveyard, you create a tapped 3/2 red and white spirit creature token, but that can be at instant speed. Doesn't say as a sorcery, so. If you just have 5 mana sitting around on an end step, you can go and create a creature token.
I'm sorry, that big of a scroll, all I'm hearing is Ursula's voice at this point.
The other thing that feels a little funky, though, with these kind of exile from the graveyard kind of ones, because there's a sub-theme of these abilities, is that basically it's saying, yep, they died. You now can get them back as a spirit. A little morbid, but apparently white-red Lorehold is morbid at this point. That's just how it is, so.
Fair.
Next is Mascot Interception, because again, this is where sports come in. 3 and a red for a sorcery. However, it costs 3 less if it targets a creature token, which I find very fun with this set. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains +2/+0 and haste until end of turn. So
nice.
if somebody makes a nice 10/10 fractal creature, you can cast 1 red mana, take it, and it's a 12/10 with haste for you.
Nice.
Just putting that out there as a thing. So those fractals are a little dangerous when they have a active treason that can only cost 1 for it. So it also gains control of anything, so it's better than some of the ones we've seen recently where it's only a smaller creature. Yeah. It can control anything, and you just attack with it, so it's really cool kind of thing.
And more importantly, by having it be another red card that allows you to control another creature, they did not yet again have to reprint Active Treason
Mhm.
or some other card like it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I also like that because they're like, well, this is something that's going to be any creature. It's probably gonna be really good in this set. What if we give a cost reduction to tokens, so you don't just steal like the really impressive creatures or do stuff? You know, it's just like a flavorless, a no ability one basically.
Yeah.
Also gives +2/+0. That's really nice in red for flavor in terms of just being aggressive with it. So next, Pigment Storm. 3 red for a sorcery. It deals 5 damage to target creature, and excess damage it tramples to the controller, which we've seen in a few other cards already.
Yeah, they're starting to make. I think when everybody responded to it was some uncard like ages ago,
Yeah.
and basically an instant of sorcery can have trample, and Wizards was like, "Oh, that's funny. We'll put it on an uncard," and everybody's like, "No, we like that. Put that on real cards."
Yeah.
And
And
this is how that manifested.
Yeah, we've seen it on some green, so it's interesting to see it on red too.
Yeah.
I also just love the flavor that this is basically someone's art project exploded in the sky and it's now raining paint. That's basically what it is. So I have to point out the Prismari fun stuff for you. You know, that's how I'm going.
Very true.
Pillar Drop Warden, 3 and a red for a 1/5 Spirit Dwarf with Reach, which is not combination of words I thought I'd be saying on the stream. But 2 mana and tap it and sacrifice it. You return target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard to your hand as a sorcery. So
I'm feeling a juxtaposition of it's a dwarf, but with reach.
It's a spirit dwarf, so it may be a dwarf, but that spirit big.
Apparently so.
It's got a big hammer too.
Next
is Retriever Phoenix. 3 and a red for a 2/2 Flying Haste Phoenix. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you learn. So that's very important because Phoenix often aren't cast. You know, they're done in a different way. But as long as it's in your graveyard, if you would learn, you can instead return this to the battlefield. So I do love that flavor. If you build a deck with a lot of learn and lessons in the sideboard, this is a good way to get value out of it. Is just keep bringing these back.
Yeah. I love it. You know me, I have a thing for Phoenixes.
I also just love that, let's say you play one and you have 3 in your graveyard. By playing one of them, you learn, and then the other 3 come back and you can attack for 8 that turn.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a lot of like Arc-like Phoenix kind of deck sort of stuff with this, but with learn, which is really cool to think about, in my opinion. Start from scratch. 2 and a red. It's a lesson sorcery uncommon. You either get to choose one, deal 1 to any target, or destroy target artifact. So a nice card to be able to fetch from a sideboard if you need to get rid of an artifact like, an Embercleave, or what's the green one right now from Eldraine? It puts counters on things.
Great Henge?
Great Henge, thank you. Like if you need to get rid of a troublesome artifact like that, go find it into your learn and get rid of it,
Well, and the other thing is that in a lot of some of the more recent previous sets, artifact destruction was getting paired with enchantment removal.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is, though, that there are a lot of decks that you would face where that card is virtually useless.
Yeah.
Then, if all you can do is either remove an enchantment or destroy an artifact. But this adds a little bit more versatility. I like that.
Yeah.
A lot.
Especially a lot of 2/1s and 3/1s in the set we've seen so far. 1 damage goes a long way in this set, actually, for 3. So next, Storm Kiln Artist. 3 and a red for a 2/2 Dwarf Shaman. Gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, you get a treasure. So continuing the Dwarf Treasure that we saw in the last set.
Yeah.
That can summon up artifacts or dragons. So we're seeing the themes bleed across sets a little bit more for sure. In terms of Sudden Breakthrough. 1 and a red for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn, and you get a treasure token. So at worst, it is 1 mana to do this.
Yeah.
Overall, so yeah, it's just fun one. I will say Rutha, who you're seeing, or Ruta, I don't actually know how to necessarily say it, but that is the Prismari representative in terms of name students. So
fair enough.
Kind of just fun stuff as we'll see in later. Tome Shredder, 2 and a red for a wolf creature, 2/2 with haste, and you can tap it, exile an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, and put a counter on it. So it's good if you've cast a bunch of spells already to get some stuff later, but you have to not attack with it is the only issue. So it's kind of a possibly a downside, or have some way like with the sparring lesson to untap it in some way. So
yeah, that's fair.
Twin Scroll Shaman, 2 and a red for a 1/2 double striking dwarf shaman. One of those just limited cards that need to put creatures in.
Yeah. I'm simple but stout and useful.
Yep. And another dwarf that if you're tapping it, it can get treasure with some of the call time stuff. So standard wise, it's another flavorful one in the dwarf tribal that exists in standard, which is never something I thought I'd see.
No, yeah, me neither.
That dwarf tribal comment ends are red, just like that. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And it like I said, monocolor's not as big, just based on general sense of just it's a multicolored oriented set, dual color. So.
Well, I'm thinking, how about we take a quick break and then we'll dive into green and artifacts next.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for sticking with us. We're going to run some ads real quick, but then we'll be back and we'll keep it going. And we'd love to know any of your opinions on these cards as well. Feel free to let us know.
Mm-hmm. Of course. See you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
And we're back. I'm curious about the context on something. Sarah mentioning, it's true, only ghosts get tenure. And now I'm very curious on what that was in reference to.
We were talking about
there was the tenured ink crafter, but I thought they were still alive. That's why I'm always like, I don't know. That's a silver quill thing, not a lorehold thing, So, it's not spiritual. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Welcome back. I just got interested. There was something in chat, so I get distracted easily. Are you ready for green?
I am ready for green.
Where there's bound to be more fractals.
Yeah.
Because I'm just going to say fractals as much as possible because I'm enjoying it. But first, a card that is causing some fun stuff for sure. 3 and a green for a 2/5 elf druid called Accomplished Alchemist. It is a mana dork. But however, you also can tap it for X mana of any one color, where X is the amount of life you've gained this turn.
Wow.
That is a card.
That is a card.
I don't think it's going to do a ton in limited or constructed, but that is a card that can slot into some cool mega mana side of things. It's also just a cool way. I don't think I've known anything like that where it cares about mana based on life gain. Nothing comes to mind, so it's very original too.
Yeah, or I mean, if it's been done before, it's not common. I'll tell you that.
Yep. I also do again another flavor text win in my opinion, in terms of just a Witherbloom college fun. But just making something not taste like the ingredients. Yeah.
I like it. Very flavorful.
Yep. Fun card though. I like it. It's cool. Basic Conjurations. This is that rare lesson we've kind of seen as a cycle. 1 green, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. The rest go on the bottom of your library, and you gain 3 life. So good way to kind of basically a tutor for a creature in limited. I mean, your deck's going to be only like 30 cards at that point, so it's a fifth of your deck. So.
In a limited format, this is going to be really powerful.
I also like it because being a lesson, pulling this out of your sideboard is way better than having it in your deck. This could be a dead card at some point very easily. So you have to kind of, it's very nice to just have the ability to say, oh, I want to go find a creature. I'm going to grab it from my learn instead of something else. So.
Very true.
Next, Bayou Groff. It's a 1/2. 1 and a green for a 5/4 plant dog. However, you either pay 5 mana for it, because you have to pay 3 more if it's a cost, or sacrifice a creature. But
plant dog,
a very ferocious plant dog based on the art. I just like this though because this is like green-black sacrifice value, where you could get a 5/4 onto the field for 2 mana and sacrificing a pest, which also gains you a life, if you remember.
Oh. Geez, goodness gracious.
I love this card. If you have a way to sacrifice a creature to get out early, a 5/4 is beautiful in this set. So good. So.
Yeah. No, this can be powerful.
Yeah, this is going to be a limited powerhouse, I think.
If you've built correctly.
Yeah, I mean, worst case, it's a 5-mana 5/4 though. That's not terrible. Like in limited, you'll take that creature and put it in your main deck, you know. So.
Yeah.
Next, though, is Big Play, another sports reference. 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and reach until end of turn, and you put a counter on it, so it's actually really getting +3/+3. But one of it sticks around, so very
Yeah.
good in my opinion. Definitely matches pump spell value, so it's not like it's a crazy pump spell, but just having that plus and plus encounter instead of +3/+3 is nice, in my opinion. Extra value. Bookworm, because you had to have a bookworm.
Yeah.
7 and a green for a 7/7 worm with trample. It's not a 6/6, which is funny because you do expect it to be a 6/6 with everything. But when it enters the battlefield, you also gain 3 life and draw a card. But you can also put it third from the top in your library from your graveyard as an ability. So you can get it back too, which is nice. So big creatures, big mana, all sorts of fun stuff. For sure.
Pretty humorous flavor text,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
It's definitely Withered Bloom. I can say that because life gain, it's graveyard matters, all that sort of thing. So cool stuff, I feel. It's nice to have a nice big creature in kind of a Golgari setting. Charge Through, which confused the hell out of me because I'm like, wait, isn't this a card already? It's named something else, and I'll go over that in a second. I have to look it up. I can't remember. I think it's Run Through. But Charge Through is one green for instant. Target creature gains trample until end of turn and draw a card. I was thinking Run Through, which is a 1-mana red instant, which all creatures get trample and draw a card. So it's very functionally similar to that, but it only does it for one creature.
True, but I mean, trample and green is nothing to write
Yeah.
home about.
And I think a lot with the kind of the Grinning Ignis stuff before that we saw, they couldn't have like Run Through reprinted in this because that would be 1 mana in red, and with spells giving everything trample would be a little crazy. Like I see why you couldn't do that again, but this is technically functionally worse than Run Through, but it's still kind of crazy in terms of a spell. So next is Containment Breach. 2 and a green for a uncommon lesson. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. If its mana value is 2 or less, create a pest.
Fair enough.
So to kind of get you extra value, if you're spending more mana than what you're destroying, you get something in return, basically.
Which I like, especially because, again, like we were talking about, that it's always artifact and enchantment removal that are usually paired together.
Yeah, there's already, I saw in Kaldheim, Broken Wings is already a pretty big one to grab, which is artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. I think having this in your sideboard with Learn is going to be very highly prioritized, having one of these if you're in green, because just being able to go get that for something that's problematic is nice. There aren't a ton of artifacts and enchantments in the set, as you've seen, but there are some that are pretty powerful so far that we've seen. So next is Devouring Tendrils. I love that they spelled it the British way too, which is just great, right? Because is it the British? Okay, I don't know. It looks that way, but 1 and a green for sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage to equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. When this permanent you don't control dies this turn, you gain 2 life. So just strictly better Rabid Bite, you know.
Yeah. Good art too.
Yeah.
Very good art.
Also hits planeswalkers, which I think is relevant. When you're talking about how many planeswalkers are in this set. There are technically 5 planeswalker characters. Yes, you don't know of one. You only know of 4 so far.
I only know of 3.
Well, we've talked about 4 of them already this stream, so you're already forgetting them.
We talked about Professor Onyx. We talked about the twins. Who's the 4th?
Well, I'm not going to say it if you forgot. No, we're not going to say anything.
No, Bear.
No, it's not my fault. It's literally back in the stream. Like, anyone could look back at the stream and confirm it. Yeah, so generally just nice for it to hit planeswalkers, I think. Especially just because there's a lot of high-impact planeswalkers. I mean, Ugin's in the set. Or in the standard, not in the set, excuse me. Oh, that would have been a jump. Oh, yeah, by the way, Ugin's here. No, Ugin was an M20. So he's around, or M21, whichever one. There's still some planeswalkers that are around. Ashiok's a big one right now, that sort of thing. So.
Yep. Next card.
Dragon's Guard Elite, and this has 3 different arts. I picked the one that's the buy a box promo because I like it better personally. So this is the buy a box promo. Just fair warning on that. Very pretty. It is a bear. It's a 2-mana 2/2 human druid. Magecraft is whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, you put a counter on it though. And for 6 mana, you can double the amount of counters on it. So that's fun in a spell green deck, which is not something you say very often. But definitely good value in that sort of thing. So fun stuff.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna have as much impact. I think they're definitely being better about which ones are to buy a box, where they're not like gonna get banned because like they've had problems with that in the past. So, but it's a very intriguing deck build around for sure. Next is Ecological Appreciation. So X2 green for a sorcery. Search your library and graveyard for up to 4 creature cards with different names that each have mana value X or less and reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of them. You shuffle those cards back in your library and the rest go on the battlefield. And then you exile this.
Jesus. Now I see why it's mythic.
Yeah, these X2s are pretty good. I mean, at least obviously your opponent can figure out which 2 they don't want to see, but you still get obviously even if you only pick 3 of them, let's say, you still get something on the field for paying a lot of mana out of that you get to choose. So it is still basically tutoring to put something on the battlefield. So that's the fun stuff. As long as they have different names, which is amazing in Commander.
Yeah.
But it does have to be it's in library or graveyard, so it can't be in your hand. Obviously, so that's something that technically be a little worse. But yeah, this could come up with some fun stuff, especially in salty ultimatum decks that already exist that grab big things. Like this is
Freud says there are no accidents, and you said salty ultimatum, which definitely sounds like you in a game.
I just because I don't have the cards to make the deck doesn't mean I'm salty. What? Next, though, is Emergent Sequence, which I love from kind of a fractal magic math kind of format. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. That land becomes a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature that is still a land. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you've had enter the battlefield under your control this turn. So it can make a big creature or it can get you land early. It can kind of do either.
Which implies that there's going to be you can play more than one land in a turn card.
I mean that already exists in standard right now. That's why salty. I'm just gonna call it salty ultimatum now. Like I can't call it anything else now after you kind of pointed that out. But with that, there already are things where it's like you get cultivate, so you go ahead and you put a land on the battlefield, and then you also get a land in your hand, and like there's stuff with that where there's enough mana ramp, or Azusa's around. You have the Dryad from Theros. You have a lot of ways to play more lands. That can have it. I mean, this was also going to be a standard that had Escape to the Wilds, which allowed you to play an extra land on your turn. That got banned out for very obvious reasons at the time. So, there is that when you start thinking about what would have been in standard at this point in the area. But
very true.
Yeah, it's definitely something where if you can pull out a lot of lands or something, probably something more for non-rotating formats, but still fun. Exponential growth. XX green. Yup. It's a sorcery. Until end of turn, double target creature's power X times.
Oh my.
Double. I will mention if X is 4, so if you spend 10 mana, that is 16 times the power. Because it's in exponents of 2, not just times 2.
Jesus Christ.
Yup. So. That's fun.
That's not a combat trick. That's just a combat anvil.
I mean, it's a sorcery, to be fair. So, rightfully so, it's a sorcery. But we already know the depths of the Xenagos deck in Commander that this could go very well in. Sorry, Sarah. Yeah. I thought she was odd. Just pointing that out.
Sarah, please don't tell your other half about this card.
So, yep, this is. I do think it's a fun card though. I enjoy this kind of feel of just like it's not a pump spell per se, but it's gonna go. Oh yeah, Sarah, we're just talking about exponential growth that's on screen right now. That one is scary in that Xenagos deck that your man got. So, shh, don't say anything. But next card, to kind of get past that one quickly. Field Trip. which is always fun. 2 and a green sorcery. Search your library for a basic forest card. Put that card on the battlefield tap, then shuffle, and you learn. So strictly better ramp spell than a lot of things you see around. Yeah, it's 1 more mana, but you get to learn, so you get a card back out of it.
Yeah.
So
again, standard green ramp.
Yep, just nice ramp that exists. It does only get a forest, which is a little limiting, but you're probably looking for forests if you're playing green cards. So.
Well, and remember, a lot of the Kaldheim stuff that got released had multiple land types.
Yeah, there is snow forest. It doesn't necessarily say you can't get a snow forest, so there's kind of some snow strategies that could be working in the favor.
Or am I thinking of the time spiral stuff, where stuff was like multiple land types, like a mountain forest or something like that?
Well, this goes into basic, so it does limit that on purpose. Cool. That'd be a little crazy for 3 mana to go get any kind of forest, yeah, and learn. That would be 3 mana just to get the forest. Oh yeah, True. Field Trip is good for the Geology deck though. Yeah, there's a lot of fun school named ones. I recommend definitely the Lorehold College for you if you're looking for rock-based things around here. Spirits and rocks is kind of their thing.
Yeah.
Fortifying Drow. Drow, right?
Drought.
It is Drought. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was full that way. 1 green for instant. You gain 2 life. Creature gets X plus X plus X till end of turn, where X is the number of life you gain. So at worst, 2 life plus 2/2.
Yep. Solid.
In a Witherbloom deck, it's going to be bigger. It's going to be bigger. So that's fun. But next, Gnarled Professor. Yes, it's a Tree Folk Professor. 2 green for a 5/4 with Trample. And when it enters, you learn.
And what does this one teach? Art. Duh.
It's Witherbloom. It teaches you how to make tea. No.
Basket weaving. There we go.
Yeah, that works. Or just the swamp knowledge, like in Avatar.
Yeah.
So. Next, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Honor Troll, which is our first probably pun I've seen that really hits you over the head with it.
Oh God. Yeah.
2 and a green for a 2/3 Troll Druid with Vigilance. If you gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. And it gets +2/+1, so it's a 4/4 if you have 25 or more life. So, instant include in life gain decks with green in Commander, because that's a 3 mana 4/4 with Vigilance that gains you more life. Like even without the life gain part, it's still a 4/4 with Vigilance for 3 most of the time. So, yeah.
Yeah,
That's all I can do. Yep, that's about it. Next card, though, 4 and a green for a 3/3 Karok Wrangler. Yes, there are Karoks in this, which are crocodiles. It's an elf druid. On Magecraft, whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, you put a +++ counter on target creature you control. So we've seen that kind of around in terms of Magecraft abilities.
And I mean, again, with the selection of some really interesting instants and sorceries in green on this set, that's a helpful thing.
I think there's enough ramp where a 5 mana isn't too bad on it, because you have to get it out to kind of do stuff. But the green spells seem like very big mana spells I've noticed so far. So you expect to do it after the 5 mana creature. Next, Leyline Invocation, another very pretty card.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty.
5 and a green for a sorcery. Create that fractal creature token and put X +++ encounters on it, where X is the number of lands you control. So you probably own at least 6, so that is at least a 6/6 that you are getting.
That's fair.
So just make a creature. That's basically how it is, But, next is Mage Duel. 2 and a green for a sorcery. However, it costs 2 less if you cast another instant or sorcery spell this turn already. So that's kind of cool. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn, and then it fights target creature you don't control. So it is it is a fight spell for 1 green, and pumps it up a little bit to help it out if you've cast an instant or sorcery already.
Yeah, that's gonna be, if you can hold priority, that's gonna be amazing.
What about with the one that doubles power a bunch? And you just cast this for 1 green after that. You kill whatever you want at that point.
I mean, sometimes you're going to probably end up having to cast instants at sorcery speed, though, to make this work.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a sorcery then a sorcery. Nothing stops that.
True.
Or you do a sorcery on your first, like you pump something up on your first main, and this is your second main to kill something after the fact, like that didn't block. There are
True.
ways around that. So next, Master Symmetrist. 2 green for a 4/4 Rhino Druid with reach. Like I said, I'm actually be curious how many different creature types there are in this set because it's very impressive.
Very true.
Whenever a creature you control with power equal to its toughness attacks, it gains trample. So all those 6/6s, 7/7s, 4/4s, they all can get trample when they attack.
Evil. I like it.
I also like we have that vigilance one that when you have more life, that is a 4/4 in technicality, so that does get trample from this card when you have 25 or more life. So fun interactions in green that kind of exist that are interesting. Next, Overgrown Arch. 1 in a green for a 0/4 plant wall with Defender. You can tap it to gain a life, so nice kind of just gain life trigger. Otherwise, you can pay 2 mana and sacrifice it to learn. So
you see, I like it because it's a low mana value card.
Mm-hmm.
It means it's probably out early. And the thing is, if you're playing against a slower deck that doesn't, and you don't need to block, you can get something out of it without having it just sit there on the battlefield doing nothing. I like that.
Yep, and it blocks more than half of the mascots.
Gotcha.
Can't block a Flying Inkling and can't block a 4/4 without dying. So, but in general, though, it's going to block a lot of stuff in this set for sure. A lot of 2/1s and 3/1s we talked about. This will not kill that. So, way to look at it. Next, 3 in a green for Professor of Zoomancy is a 4/3 Bear Druid. When it enters the battlefield, you get a pest. So, just nice, good creature.
I want a bear professor.
I mean, she's a bit overbearing, and yes, that's in the flavor text. It's not my pun, which is even better. I also will mention, at the risk of making you put more money into Arena, this is what you get for just buying the Mastery Pass. This is a sleeve. So you get a Professor of Zoomancy sleeve just for buying the Mastery Pass on Arena.
It's tempting. I'll guarantee that.
So,
yes, Urshine.
Next though, Reckless Amplifier or Amplimancer. I presume that just you can see this is how I tell you that I haven't read the cards ahead of time. Reckless Amplimancer. 1 in a green for a 2/2 Elf Druid, so passes the vanilla, but put 5 mana into it. It doubles its tower and toughness until end of turn. This is where I feel like the actual feeling of fractals come in, 'cause that's the whole idea of like pattern kind of stuff. So.
Well, yeah, look at this magic. It's fractal.
Yeah.
Isn't that technically a sequence of some kind?
Yes, and it's your hairstyle.
Very true. Well, not today.
Not today, no. But usually that's your hairstyle to flip it over like that. So I just thought that was funny.
Damien would look really good cosplaying this. You know what? I would agree.
That's fair. Yeah. And I also enjoy the flavor text. Linear growth. What am I, a first year? Kind of like talking about exponential growth as a spell kind of thing. So that's kind of cool.
You're just loving all these math.
I'm enjoying the hell out of this math stuff. This is great. I mean, it's just they obviously had a lot of fun naming this set and doing the kind of what they did with it. So,
I mean, for the TV audience at home that does not realize is that Nick, for a brief period in college, majored in math.
Yes. Next though, Scurrid Colony. 1 in a green for a 2/2 squirrel with reach. It gets +2/+2 as long as you have 8 or more lands. If you notice, it's kind of a sub-theme, 8 or more lands around, or 8 lands. So it's a 4/4 late game with reach. So, not bad.
But it's more squirrels.
Yes, more squirrels.
Only squirrels.
Correct. Yeah, this is a completely commander legal squirrel. So, next is Spined Karak. Here's one of the crocodiles I was talking about. 2 in a green for a 2/4 crocodile.
Yeah, fair. I'm over it.
Yep.
I'm well.
Yep. Spring Mane Servan. 2 in a green for a 3/2 elk that gains you 2 life when it comes to the battlefield. Again, just life gain strategies. Gotta have some buffer for it. Next, though, Tangle Trap. 1 in a green for an instant. It deals 5 damage to target creature flying or destroys target artifact.
Fair enough.
Destroy artifact in green. I love it.
Well, I mean, that's not all that anything to write home about, love.
Yeah, that's fair. But just having that in green is kind of weird. in terms of stuff.
Ooh,
So
pretty.
the next one, Verdant Mastery.
Yeah.
Yes, Verdant Mastery, the last of the Mastery cycle that we've been talking about. 5 in a green, normally sorcery, but you can pay 3 in a green instead. Search your library for up to 4 basic land cards and reveal them. Put one of them onto the battlefield tapped under an opponent's control if you paid 3 in a green. So you do lose one of the lands under their control. You get to choose it, which is nice, but you do lose one of them. Put 2 of them under the battlefield tapped under your control and the rest in your hand. So you either get 2 on the battlefield, 2 in your hand for 6, or you get 2 on the battlefield, 1 in your hand, and 1 under your opponent's control for 4. Very,
So
very good.
so this card is called Fixing Belmont Missing His Land Drops.
Yes, yeah. This is, because the idea is if you're short on mana, you pay 4. Yeah, you lose one of your lands, but you still get 3 lands, and 2 on the battlefield, 1 there. So still very good. That's the end of it, though. That's the big banger at the end of the monocolors. So.
Oh, wow, yeah. So artifacts.
Yeah, artifacts and colors. I put it together because there's not many colorless cards. There's only 5 colorless. Sorry, 5 colorless cards in this category. There's 1 modal that we have later, but there's not many colorless. Makes sense. It's a set of dual color, so you don't have many colorless. But the first card in colorless is a lesson. I believe they're all 5 of these are lessons. Don't quote me on that, but I believe all 5 in this set part are lessons. It's all meant to be 100 level courses, which I love. Because it's kind of this cute little thing of like, anybody does these lessons. These are the basic stuff you have to do to graduate, kind of thing.
So, yeah, these are your general study intro college
exactly. So think of that in flavor as we go through them. But 2 mana lesson sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. You get 2 life. Very good ramp in any deck, really. That's colorless, so you can do it anywhere, which is great.
Yeah, I like this because it can go anywhere. I mean, outside of this set, even with it being a lesson, it can go anywhere. I love it.
Yep. Next one, Expanded Anatomy. 3 mana sorcery lesson. Put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. It gains vigilance till end of turn. So you just learn about how to make people, make the frogs attack endlessly. I don't know, attack and block endlessly. Introduction to Annihilation, a 5 mana sorcery. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. This, like I said, is fetchable as a lesson with Learn, which this is one I think is going to be picked pretty early in a lot of limited, because being able to fetch this at any point is very good.
I'm loving her expression. Like,
yep.
Oh shit! What did I just do?
Yep. Well, they're doing what? Arcanochemistry. Arcanochemistry. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that as the name. So, crazy stuff. Next is Introduction to Prophecy. 3 and a sorcery as a lesson. Scry 2 and draw a card. So, again, putting draw cards in white if you want.
Sorry, I just read the flavor text.
Yeah. There's some fun stuff in here. Like I said, they had fun with the flavor of this set. It's very Vorthos, like in terms of what they did. There's still powerful stuff, but it's very flavorful, this set. And then lastly, Mascot Exhibition. It's a 7 mana sorcery. You create a 2/1 Inkling with flying, a 3/2 Spirit, and a 4/4 Elemental. So
that's only 3 out of the 5 mascots.
I mean, it had to be like a 10 mana one if you did the rest of them, and fractals are difficult because how do you do it? It's based on counters, so it's like that's a little tough. So, but no, this is just meant to give you a wide variety of different creatures, I think, is the idea. So, but for 7 mana, getting 3 creatures, with 9 power, I guess, because 2, 3, and 4, so not bad. It's just if you're in a token generation deck, this is great. So that's the way I look at it. It's just token generation. This is a great card. So. So that's the end of the colorless out, because they were just the lessons. That's all is colorless in this set, except for 1 other card, which we'll go into when we get to modal.
Fair enough.
So I just have it going right into artifacts, because there's not many artifacts either, so we might as well just group them together. The Biblioplex Assistant. So 4 mana, 2/1 gargoyle creature flying, artifact creature flying. When it enters the battlefield, though, put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on the top of your library. So recursion across all colors for that, which is nice. Next, though, we have Campus Guide, so nice kind of tour guide across campus. 2 mana, 2/1. That's a Golem artifact creature, and you can search for basic land card, reveal it, and shuffle it. Put the card on top of your library when it enters the battlefield. So, not quite the same ramp because it's not in your hand, so it could still be milled or something, but still kind of gets it for you if you need it.
I love that the art is definitely portraying the first day of school kind of vibe, or like the welcome to college, I'm your mentor kind of vibe.
Yep. Let me know if you need to go somewhere. You don't know where it is. I know it. So next is Cody. I don't even want to. Do you want to try to pronounce it?
Vociferous?
Vociferous? Yeah, let's go with that. Vociferous Codex. It's probably a word I need to learn at some point, but 3 mana, 1/4 legendary artifact creature construct. And this one's a very interesting build around. I presume we're going to see commander decks around this one. You can't cast permanent spells. Just that is a static ability of Cody. But then for 4 mana and tap it, you add Wooburg, so you do gain mana from doing that. When you cast your next spell this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile an instant or sorcery card with lesser mana value. So you can cast a big spell and cascade, I guess, to do another one. Until end of turn, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. For each other card exiled this way, or put each other card exiled this way on the bottom of your library in a random order. So it's kind of cascading spells.
Yeah. Now, just to let you know, vociferous means that it is loud and vocal.
Yeah, and full of voice, apparently in Latin, according to Sarah, so thank you.
Yes. And strangely enough, the search for the definition of this has increased over 1,000% in the past 3 weeks, according to Google.
Shocking. I wonder why that happened. You know, can't imagine Magic has that much pull, right? Yeah, no. But yeah, this is. I find this a very fun card. It's a very odd card. You know, just not being able to cast permanent spells at all really makes for an interesting spell deck. It is a 5-color commander because it has all 5 mana symbols from that tap ability. That was not an accident, I'm sure. So that's kind of interesting, like 5-color spells kind of thing is really interesting. This is where that 7 mana sorcery you just saw creates 3 creature tokens and casts another one for free that's less than 7 mana. Like, there's some ability with this. There's some interesting stuff. So I'm curious to see how people build around it though, because it's a very fun card. I feel to kind of you can't cast permanent spells. So like, how do you work around that with tokens or things? So next we have Cogwork Archivists. It is a 6 mana 4/5 artifact creature construct with reach. And then 2 mana, tap it, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. So it's kind of a cheaper way to not necessarily exile something, but get it out of the graveyard for recursion. So you can put Croxa on the bottom of someone's library. That's going to kind of screw with them a bit. So fun stuff there. Next, Excavated Wall. It's 1 mana, 0/4 wall with Defender. 1 mana and tap it to mill a card. So self-mill with it, which is interesting. Obviously, that's kind of great in this set where we talk about like casting things from your graveyard. There's a lot of graveyard matters kind of stuff, so very cool to kind of have that ability to self-mill a bit. Thassa's Oracle still in this standard, I will mention.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, I'm thinking it's got to be playing off of some certain standard things right now.
Yep. Next, Letter of Acceptance for 3 mana. It's a mana rock because you can tap it for 1 mana of any color, but then you could 2 mana and tap it, sacrifice it, and draw a card. So your standard mana rock, good fixing for a 2-color set basis, you know. So.
I'm laughing that because it is in the shape of an owl, and it is obviously a subtle nod to some intellectual property that I will not be mentioning at this time.
In fairness, this has actually been talked about a little bit. That was not the first thing to use owls for that. Actually, that copied what everyone else was already doing, apparently, in other magical fantasy things.
Really?
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about it, because I was like, oh, it's obviously copying this. Like, no, it's really been a Magic School thing for a long time that owls do that. So
fair enough. All right, I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
I get all those little facts for you. That's what I do when I prepare this. I get those weird things. Yeah, owls are traditionally wise. Yeah, they bring the stuff. So they bring you smart news. Yeah, exactly. And then Reflective Golem, 3 mana for a 2/3 Golem artifact creature. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only the Golem, you may pay 2. If you do, you can copy the spell.
Nice.
So this is kind of Voltron strategy of sorts, where, you could just keep using all the stuff that buffs Golem and just keep copying it and making it huge very quickly.
Yeah.
If that's your thing.
Yeah. Some people, that is their thing.
Next, 2-mana artifact is Spells Satchel. Has Magecraft. Specifically, you put a book counter on it. You can either tap it and remove a book counter to add colorless mana, or 3 mana, tap it, remove 3 counters, and draw a card. So, definitely has to be in spell-heavy decks so you can get those counters on it, but very good. Sorry, I just in chat, I was like, there's a message to read. Yeah, the IP that will not be named has a lot of references to other English boarding school literature. You can still reference it, but pretend you're referencing the genre. Yeah, we're referencing the Magic School genre, is the way I kind of put it. Yeah. It's like, it's it was not new concepts, apparently, is what I learned, basically. I think this is nope, not the last one, ignore me. But the one that I talked about, the Stadium, Strixhaven Stadium, 3-mana artifact. You can tap it, do a colorless mana, in your mana pool, and put a point counter on Strixhaven Stadium. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, remove a point counter. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, put a point counter on Strixhaven Stadium. Then, if it has 10 or more point counters on it, remove them, and that player loses the game.
All right. I really like that they somehow found a way to add the sports theme as a mechanic for the card. I really like that. Sports ball. Do the thing that earns the points.
Yeah, this is a really cool, especially because it's a colorless win con. So any aggro deck of any generation of cards could play it. It obviously also doubly functions as a mana rock. So you could also see this win con in Ghostly Prison Lockdown sort of decks, because if they can never attack you, you can just keep tapping this every turn, and you have a 10-turn clock at that point.
Yeah.
If you don't attack at all, that's not even counting you attacking too. So there's some fun stuff with this. But I think it's
not even mythic.
I honestly think it's just because it has a colorless mana and 1 point. I think also because if you're playing it in multiplayer, which is where I think you're going to see a lot of play with it, sort of thing, you lose all your counters when someone loses the game. So it does kind of make it where you have to do it 3 times separately to make it work. And in aggro, it's really just, there's enough artifact removal you've seen too across colors. So I think that's what this is meant for, though, is that you need to have artifact removal in your deck to avoid this against aggro, basically. So
fair enough.
Aggro also doesn't want to pay 3 mana to cast a mana rock, so it's kind of a weird card. So I think this is lastly now. 1 mana equipment artifact. It equips to a creature token for 1 mana, but equips normally for 3. An equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance and trample. So that's why you want to create a token, because it's a really good token artifact equipment.
And again, there's been a lot of token love in this set.
Exactly. So this is great. Again, it's another thing that could be used by anybody, any deck, so it's a very good artifact. Oh, it's not the end. Whoopsies. Zephyr Boots. 1 mana equipment. Equipped creature has flying, and whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you loot. So draw a card, discard a card, and equips for 2. So giving something flying, just generally good.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Nice.
But yeah, that's the artifacts though, and colorless cards.
Limited artifacts, but very effective in my opinion.
Yeah, and like I said, it makes sense though in a dual color focused set to not have many colorless cards, because the whole idea is, which colors are you running with is the idea. I will say the pre-release, most people had 3-color decks, even though, because they just in limited environments you may end up in 3-color. There's enough fixing for that for sure, in terms of finding lands and such. So
Boots are running really fast.
Yeah. You run so fast you'll take off. That's great.
So I say, how about we do the modal cards
next?
Yeah,
do you want to jump to modal? Sure.
Right. Yep.
Cool. Because multi is a big one, so I could see a break before that one.
Yeah.
That's a very large folder, but I put modals in to kind of break away a little bit. It's kind of multicolored, but not really. So I don't totally fall asleep. It's okay. We're relaxing, Jax. We've talked about this. It's totally fine. So first modal. First side, because remember we have to show the sides separately. We can't show them at the same time with the way our format is. Augmenter Pugilist. Yeah, I'm going to Pugilist. 1 green for a 3/3 Troll Druid with Trample, but it is an 8/8 with Trample if you control 8 or more lands.
Yeah.
That's the first side of this card.
Jesus Christ.
The backside, which is a 3 blue for a sorcery, as you can see on the front side card, Echoing Equation. So this is obviously more in the Quandrix direction. 3 blue for a sorcery. Choose target creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of it until end of turn, except those aren't legendary. So,
wow.
yeah, that's fun. uh, did Pugilist go up last week too? That's a fair question. Yeah, we got some fun words in the college set.
What I'm finding interesting is, so it's obvious that the 5 colleges have their color pairing.
Yes.
But these modal cards are not with those color pairings.
Yeah, this is one. This is Quandrix, green-blue.
Oh, I thought Quandrix was something else.
No.
Oh, okay.
Of course it's Simic, blue-green, Quandrix nonsense. That's math. Why do you think I'm so happy all the time? It's in the colors I love already, and it's math. Like, what else could I want?
I'm wrong.
I want to ramp and have an 8/8 with trample for 3 mana. Come on, that's my thing. Like, come on. So, but yeah, right. Very good rare card in general. I think a lot of these are rare and mythic. Next one is Blex, Vexing Pest. Now try to say that very quickly. 2 green, 2 and a green for a 3/2 pest. It is a lord of many things. Other pests, bats, insects, snakes, and spiders you control get +1/+1. Which just is crazy to think about in terms of all the different types they put there. I think none of that overlaps with the Animal Sanctuary, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah. And then when it dies, you gain 4 life. So it's a better pest, basically, in general. It buffs other pests. It gives you more life.
It is the liege of pests.
Yes, it is a way to make Withered Bloom aggro a thing, really.
Moving on, because the card art disturbs me.
That's fair. The back won't help you much. Search for Blex. 2 black for a sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put any number of them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard, but you lose 3 life for each card you put in your hand this way. So, if you got life to spare, this is a great way to get a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
In black. So.
Yeah.
And that's a fun side. If you already have Blex out there, it's a legendary. You can't play it again, so it's nice to have this other spell of sorts. This actually feels, I've talked about Legends of Runeterra, but this feels a lot like kind of the champions work there, where it's like, here's your champion that you want to play, but if it's already in play, you don't want to play another one, you can't, so here's a spell to do instead. It's kind of like that nice feel, for sure. Next, we have Extus, Orc Overlord. Here's that evildoer we keep seeing, or at least painted as evil for sure. I'll let you choose your side if you want. 1 white, black for a legendary creature human warlock. He's a 2/4 with double strike. And whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
Nice.
So recursion for each instant or sorcery. Which is kind of crazy when you got like sacrificey things. But on the back though, there is that's red. Whoa, 3 color. No, I saw that was coming on that. Awaken the Blood Avatar. So it's 6 black-red for a sorcery, and then as an additional cost, you may sacrifice any number of creatures, and the spell will cost 2 less for each creature sacrifice. So you could cast it for black, red, and 3 creature sacrifices if you look at it that way.
Yeah.
Each opponent will sacrifice a creature, and you create a 3/6 black and red avatar creature token with haste, and whenever this creature attacks, it deals 3 damage to each opponent.
Jesus.
That is a sorcery. That's
definitely a sorcery.
So, I'm pretty sure, because it talks about a bit on flavor text, the Blood Age. I think this is the idea that this is like one of those demons from back then kind of thing.
Yeah.
That he wants to bring in to kind of wreak havoc. So.
That the dragon supposedly stopped.
I presume the dragon style. I don't know. That's our guess.
That was flavor text on one of our previous cards.
Oh, gotcha. Cool. I'm like, I missed that one. See, this is why I need you around. You read the other flavor text I miss.
This is the fun test of my GRE vocab. We should do it again.
Yeah, this set's very good for that. There's a lot, again, college-ish set. It's meant to be very intellectual.
How does your mom put it? $5 words?
Yes, $5 words, yes. So next one is in the lore holds. It's white and red. Flame Scroll Celebrant. It's the top side is 1 in a red for a 2/1 human shaman. Whenever an opponent activates an ability that's not a mana ability, this deals 1 damage to that player, which we've seen that on creatures before. That's not a new one, but it's
It's
annoying.
helpful.
It's helpful for you. It's annoying for other people. But it also gets +2/+0 until end of turn if you pay 2 mana. So, and you can keep doing that because it's not a tap or anything. So it's a thing that's trying to kill someone quickly. It's a burn one for sure. But on the other side, for white, Revel in Silence, instant. Your opponents can't cast spells or activate Planeswalker loyalty abilities this turn, and you exile this spell. So
That that can sometimes be a game changer right there.
yeah, if you cast this in response to them putting Ugin on the field, uh, it's something where like obviously if I cast Ugin, it's coming down, but if you have a way to get rid of it next turn, that's a way to kind of delay it a little bit. So, yep. Uh, Next we have I find the only thing it actually talks about Arcavios, which is why I didn't know that was the name of it until I looked it up. Jadzi, Oracle of Arcavios, 6 blue for a 5/5 human wizard. Has the ability to discard a card and you return it to its owner's hand. So you can kind of pop it back to your hand to avoid stuff, or if you need to do so. Or if you want to play the sorcery side, that's always an option. But as Magecraft, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a non-land card, you may cast it by paying 1 instead of paying its mana cost. If it's a land card, put it onto the battlefield. So, kind of ramps you, honestly, but you don't need it at that point probably, but
Yeah, you don't need the ramp at that point, but it offers either power, versatility, or both.
yeah.
I understand why it's mythic.
Yeah, and this is I think building a combo. There's somewhere that this is a combo with something where you can get a spell going off of casting a spell and it only costs 1, and then you cast that spell and it somehow combos with it, and yeah, some way there's a combo with this, I'm sure, which is kind of cool. But on the backside, for half the mana cost, only 2 green, Journey to the Oracle. So as a sorcery, you may put any number of land cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Then if you control 8 or more lands, you may discard a card. If you do, this goes back to its owner's hand, so you can then cast the Oracle on the other side.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
yeah. No. And considering what was it that there have been a few cards that
care about how many lands you put down? Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes a fractal creature.
Yeah. I'm seeing this college's whole curriculum now, for lack of a better term.
Yep. It's some fun stuff with nature-y and math and all sorts of stuff. So next we hit the first dean. There is a dean. There are 2 deans for each college, representing the 2 different colors for each college. So we're going to see 5 cards, but 10 deans per se. This one we have Cayenne. I'm going to go with Dean of Substance. Another $5. Yeah, they could have, but they have to still cater to the average Magic playing population, probably, which we've seen as being sometimes 12 or 14 years old.
We just have not had an opportunity to learn all these fancy words yet. That's all.
Cayenne, Dean of Substance, is a 2 and a green for a 2/2 elf druid. You can tap them and exile the top card of your library. If it's a land card, put it in your hand. Otherwise, put a study counter on it. And then 4 and a green, you can create a 0/0 fractal creature token as usual, but put a +1/+1 counter on it for each different mana value amongst non-land cards you own in exile with study counters on it. So if you put like 3 on there and then you have a bunch of mana later, you can start making 3/3s constantly for just 5 mana, But the idea is probably to try find land, but if you have to exile something, well, you did. Oh darn. The blue side, though, is a bird wizard. It's Ibrahim. I've been trying to think about this one. Imbraham, Dean of Theory. So, it's theory and substance is what Quandrix cares about, which is why there's 2 Deans. 2 blue for a 3/3 flying bird wizard. For X blue and tap, exile the top X cards of your library and put a study counter on each of them. And then you may put a card you own in exile with a study counter into your hand. So it's a way to get those back in terms of... Because you don't actually have to... You can just pay blue and get 1 back. So...
Well, actually, the idea is eventually, you could return this to your hand to play the other side.
Well, no, this wouldn't be an exile, so you couldn't bounce this.
Okay.
But the idea is that they work together, which I find really cool, and you're going to see this with the Deans. That I find really cool about it is that they're obviously prepping it for you wanting to play 4 ofs of these Deans in standard decks. Because obviously legendary creatures, it's tough to want to play 4 of because then it's dead in your hand. You can't do anything
Yeah,
about it. But the fact that you can play either side of these, they're around the same mana cost generally, you're going to get value out of both sides. So having 2 in your hand is not as big of an issue.
very
So
true.
I do like that the Deans have kind of fixed that a little bit and still be multicolor but monocolor at the same time, and there's all that sort of thing. So next though, we actually have a fox. Mila, Crafty Companion. 1 white for a 2/3 legendary fox creature. Um, and we've seen this fox before, which I'll go into a little bit, but whenever an opponent attacks 1 or more planeswalkers you control, put a loyalty counter on each planeswalker you control. So very planeswalker focused. And whenever a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. So kind of a way to get cards for being targeted. This is Luca's fox.
Okay,
Because
that's what I thought.
Luca is on the other side and it's also in this set. That's the 5th planeswalker I was talking about. Uh,
Gotcha.
which this has been under wraps a lot more than I thought. There was not many people talking about this, but Luca being in a set this quickly felt really crazy to me. I mean, I
Yeah,
know
'cause
that was
he was in-
Ikoria.
yeah, he was introduced in Ikoria. That's right.
Yeah, that was after Eldraine. Like Rowan and Will were even longer kind of thing, and they had been around before. Luca was completely new in Ikoria and is already back kind of thing. No idea why they're back in this set. I have not seen any lore figuring out why Luca's around, but I just find the fact that Mila has a card kind of the way like Mo Wu and Zhang Yanggu like in the past kind of thing. It's kind of cute to see that as a modal. And I do
Yeah,
want Zhang Yanggu and Mo Wu to come back as a modal at some point. I'm putting that on record. I would love to see that card. That's like counter
fair enough.
focused. I want that. Um, but yeah, so Luca on the backside though is a planeswalker. 4 red for a 5 loyalty Luca planeswalker. As a +1, you may discard a card. If you do draw a card, and if a creature card was discarded this way, you instead draw 2 cards. So creature focus in white-red, not too crazy. -2, you return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste, and you exile at the end of the next upkeep. So it's a good way to kind of do that. And then -7, you get an emblem with whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. You get a Warstorm Surge for 7. Keep in
Yeah,
mind, he starts at 5.
yeah, I know.
You get that in 3 turns and keep him, or 2 turns and or no,
And there,
3
we've
turns
seen a
and
lot.
you get rid of him. Never mind.
We've seen a lot of cards that already buff up Planeswalker
Yeah.
loyalty counters.
Exactly.
So,
That's the thing that Mila helps out with that. So I do like Mila being in this set, caring about planeswalkers because there are a fair number of them. Like you're likely to care about a planeswalker in your decks at this point. Especially with Tybalt from the last set, that was a big thing in terms of it. And
yeah,
Kaya, and, like these are in those colors, so you could definitely play Mardu with that kind of stuff, and it cares. Next, though, we have an artifact modal, which I feel is a little funky. I don't remember there being any artifact modals.
there's a few.
Or Pestilent Cauldron, excuse me. 2 and a black for an artifact. You can tap it and discard a card to create a pest. You can pay 1 mana and tap it, where each opponent mills cards equal to the amount of life you've gained this turn. That can get pretty funky depending on how much life gain you've had. And 4 and tap it, exile 4 target cards from a single graveyard and draw a card. So that can be from someone else's or your own to do that. But it has to be 4 from the same graveyard.
I know, but I mean, it's a nice. I'm desperate card draw,
Yeah,
especially going in green black, which is not known for card draw.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you, especially tapping it and discarding a card, if you want to get a card in your graveyard, that's a great way to do so. Like, just that kind of direction. But on the backside, we have a green sorcery, 3 green. For Restorative Burst, return up to 2 target creature, land, and/or planeswalker cards from the graveyard to your hand. Each player gains 4 life, and you exile this card.
Simple but effective.
Yep. This is one of those ones that kind of break that thing I was saying about legendary rule and worry, because either side can be played whenever, but it's still nice to see kind of how Witherbloom works in terms of life gain and such from this.
Gotcha.
Next, we have the Lorehold Deans. We have Plarg, Dean of Chaos, on the front side. 1 red for a 2/2 Orc Shaman. You have that tap, discard a card, draw a card. There's a lot of looting in this set that you can do to kind of get stuff in your graveyard, but also get cards. But for 4 and red and tap, You can reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a non-legendary, non-land card with mana value 3 or less. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost, and then put all revealed cards not cast this way on the bottom of your library. So you're looking for generally cheap things in general, which we've seen in Lorehold. Yeah, 3 mana is not too bad. You get a lot of stuff that you're looking for. On the other side, you have Augusta, Dean of Order. So you have Order and Chaos in Lorehold.
Very good.
2 and a white, for 1/3 human cleric. Other tapped creatures you control have an extra power. Other untapped creatures you control have an extra toughness. And whenever you attack, untap each creature you control, and then you may tap any number of creatures you control.
Nice.
Tap shenanigans again. There's there's a lot of stuff that enables that, I feel, in this one. It's like I was saying with Amara, for instance, you attack, so you tap her, and then you untap her, and then you can tap her again, and you get 2 soldiers from that right then. So,
nice.
There's some interesting stuff. I'm sure people are going to build with that one. Next, we have other Planeswalkers. Planeswalkers on both sides of the card. We have Rowan, Scholar of Sparks, on the front. 2 and a red for a 2 loyalty Rowan Planeswalker. With the static ability that instants and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Just as static. You can +1 Rowan. Sorry, this is a little small text. I realize I should have some of these bigger. Rowan, Scholar of Sparks, deals 1 damage to each opponent. If you've drawn 3 or more cards this turn, instead she deals 3. And -4, you can... What?
I want this.
Yeah, I knew you'd probably want Rowan and Will. I saw this card, I was like, oh god, I don't want that in any of your Izzet decks, but here we are. -4, you get an emblem with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may pay 2. If you do, copy it. And that's an emblem.
Oh, yeah.
So you can get multiple emblems of that and do it multiple times.
I want this so bad.
On the back side, that's just the front side. On the back side, you have Will, Scholar of Frost. 4 and a blue, so a little more expensive for a 4 loyalty. Still has that instant sorcery discount, just like the front side, so you don't lose that no matter which side you're playing. It also, obviously, duplicates if you have both out, so that's another way to look at it. +1, up to 1 target creature has power or toughness 0/2 until your next turn, so it's locking down the frost kind of mechanic, the kind of thing you see. You can -3 him for draw 2 cards, just out of general. And then you can -7 for exile up to 5 target permanents. For each permanent exiled this way, its controller gets a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. So that could be an upgrade for you or removal of really, really bad things elsewhere. But if you're doing -7, you're probably trying to upgrade your own creatures, I'd think. But
one would hope at that point.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's Rowan and Will.
Yeah, I want that card.
There's a reason this was one of the early ones spoiled, because it is crazy and obviously really solidifies the whole Magecraft kind of feel and such. So next we have the Silver Quill kind of rare, modal. Selfless Glyph Weaver. 2 and a white for a 2/3 human cleric, and you can exile it to make all of your creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. So
simple but effective.
Yeah, a way to kind of protect. The reason you want to protect is on the other side, Deadly Vanity. 5 black, black, black for a sorcery. Choose a creature or planeswalker, then destroy all other creatures and planeswalkers. So expensive, but it does hit planeswalkers. So
yeah.
And you get to choose one of your own that it does not hit. I presume you're choosing your own, is my guess on this one. So, but
it lets you choose anything. Who knows what your opponent has on the board? You might want one of theirs around.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna see play just because of its front side, but the back side is a nice little bonus if you're playing black in that deck too. So.
Agreed.
That's why it's so expensive, I think. Next, though, we have the Deans in Silver Quill. So we have Shaley, I'm going to go with, is I think what the pronunciation I've been hearing. Dean of Radiance. So 1 and a white for a 1/1 bird cleric with flying and vigilance. But you can tap it and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature that entered the battlefield under your control this turn.
Ooh, this might go good and above and below.
For token generation, yes. In general, putting counters on it will be good if you can do multiple. It's also a cleric, as we talked about. But on the backside, we have Embros, Dean of Shadow. 2 black, black for a 4/4 human warlock. It's not a cleric, unfortunately, or a demon or anything like that. But you can tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature, and then it will deal 2 damage to that creature. So if you're trying to get rid of certain things or kill things, it's a good way to do so. But however, whenever a creature you control with +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. So it is a card draw mechanic by itself, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Pretty hard.
I do like this card. It's a fun card in terms of just potential, I feel, with counters and such. You know I love counter decks.
Yeah,
So
very true.
next we have the Prismari modal rare card. We have on the front Torrent Sculptor, 2 blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard with Ward 2. So any spells or abilities that target it have to also pay 2 or be countered. And when it enters the battlefield, exile an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Put a number of +1/+1 counters on this Sculptor equal to half that card's mana value rounded up. So if you got a big spell in your graveyard, that's a good way to get some counters on this and make it a big boy.
Yeah.
On the
And
back, though, one in
yep.
a red for Flamethrower Sonata. Not the best music-based pun yet. We'll get to that in multicolored. But sorcery.
Oh, really?
Yo, there's a better one. Like, oh, yeah. Sorcery, discard a card, then draw a card. When you discard an instant or sorcery card this way, so if you do that, deals damage equal to the card's mana value to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. So it's a removal spell of sorts with a loot mechanic.
Is that loot spelled Lute? Oh God, you went violent.
My brain just couldn't spell for a second, and I for some reason heard U as O, and I was like, lati? Like, what I'm trying to say. But very good. I just apparently it was too smart for me. That was more for the audience, I'm sure.
Well, we could call it that I was just striving for perfection with that pun.
Exactly. So,
speaking of,
here's your deans in your Prismari College. We have Ulivda, or Uvilda. I don't know why I went live. I switched the letters. I am becoming dyslexic as the stream goes on, apparently. Uvilda, Dean of Perfection. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 Djinn Wizard. You may tap them, and you may exile an instant or sorcery card from your hand and put 3 Hone counters on it. It gains at the beginning of your upkeep. If this card is exiled, remove a Hone counter, and when the last one is removed, if it is exiled, you may cast it. It costs 4 less to cast this way, so you can kind of lay it away for a discount later.
Yeah.
4 less is pretty significant if it has that. Obviously the ultimatums don't get hit by this because you can't use the ultimatums are all colored mana, but
still, I mean, think about some of the biggins that we've seen.
7 in a red, yeah. That instead make that 3 in a red and gain 3 mana at the end. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
On the backside, you have Nasari, Dean of Expression. It's a 3 red 4/4 Efreet Shaman. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of each opponent's library. Until end of turn, you may cast those spells from among the exiled cards, and you may spend mana as though it was mana of any color to cast them. However, whenever you cast a spell from exile, any spell from exile, you put a +1/+1 counter on them. So another way that Foretell has come into an interesting way of things here.
Although I don't remember there being a lot of Foretell in red from Kaldheim.
There was Foretell in everything. Demon Bolt. There you go. There's a red.
Fair enough.
There was Foretell across all colors on purpose. It was very pervasive. So this is a very good way to kind of have that make it worth it, basically. Next, we have the Witherbloom Deans. So we have Valentine, Dean of the Vein. For 1 black mana is a 1/1 Menace Lifelinker, Vampire Warlock, which I feel is pretty good for 1 mana to start.
Yeah.
If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, you exile instead. When you do, you may pay 2, and you can get a pest for it. So you want your opponent's non-creature or non-token creatures to die, so you can get pests basically and get value out of it. Makes sense. Which then on the other side, though, you have Lisette, Dean of the Root. 2 green for a 4/4 human druid. And whenever you gain life, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, and those creatures gain trample. This is what also enables that whole green-black counters life gain deck I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Definitely Witherbloom coming through for me.
Yeah. I'm expecting you to construct a deck with this.
Yeah. I also just think this will be great in Standard in terms of it, because having that 1 mana you can drop right away that's going to be hitting with lifelink and getting light, that's going to be really good in Standard right now.
Oh, very much so.
Next, we have Wandering Archaic, and this is this other colorless card I was talking about. This is a completely colorless modal card, which is very interesting to see, because I don't think we really had a completely colorless modal card yet.
Agreed.
This is also a non-Eldrazi colorless creature, which is, kind of always a crazy thing to see because we haven't seen a lot of that in terms of rare level stuff, basically. So, but Wandering Archaic, 5 mana, 4/4 Avatar. Whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery, they may pay 2. If they don't, you copy the spell. So whatever they're casting, if they don't pay 2, you get it as well, which is
Nice.
already fun. But then on the backside, you have Explore the Vastlands, 3 mana sorcery. Each player looks at the top 5 cards of the library, reveals a land card and/or, so it can be and/or, an instant or sorcery card from among them, puts that card they revealed that way into their hand, and the rest on the bottom of their library. Each player gains 3 life. So definitely a group hug kind of scenario. Obviously, if you're more built towards spells in your deck, it's going to be better for you, but, you know, a nice little thing to kind of help you out define stuff in the top as well. But
Get you a land and a spell,
yep.
so...
Well, and Wandering Archaic just seems good to me. Like the ability to just say, hey, if you're not going to pay the tax, I get whatever you're doing. So you try to remove
Yeah,
something of mine, I remove something of yours. That kind of stuff. So
I agree.
you double
I
your
agree.
creature's power 4 times, I double mine 4 times.
It's going to have a very interesting effect on the game.
Yep. So that's the end of modals, though, right there. So.
All right. Well, I'm intrigued, and seeing what they did with the modals has got me excited to see what they're going to do with the multicolored cards, of which, though, that there's, there's
89, I
89
believe.
of those? Yeah.
There's a lot of multicolor in this set.
So that means that we're going to take a quick break.
That's completely fair. I expected it at this point. So we'll go and break a little bit. We'll be right back for the slog that is multicolor in this set, and
Yep.
take care of yourself.
Go get some water, people.
Do it. And I'm back. I don't have a cat because one is missing and one was very much asleep, but I did open the windows, which usually gives about a 95% chance I'll have at least one cat in the next minute. So we'll see if they show up to check the window.
Yeah, one of them hides himself when he sleeps.
Yeah, it's just Liliana was in the Papazon and was just dead asleep, not even really moving much. And I was like, oh, but I don't want to get on Liliana's bad side. That's how you die in your sleep.
Yes, and for those that are just joining us and have never watched one of our streams, yes, both of our cats are named after Magic the Gathering Planeswalkers.
Yeah, the one behind his head right now, actually.
Yes, the two, yeah.
Yeah. So, yep. So, we're a little scared because there's a Liliana in the set now, so, we're sure Liliana will be trying to find that card now, just to see.
Actually, when we were talking about that card, she popped up out of nowhere.
Yep, exactly. So, let's move on. What next in ours is, the multicolor right away. So, these are something that has at least 2 colors. Most of them are 2 colors, just based on the theme of the set, being the colleges that have 2 colors representing them. So we're going to hit a lot of those. But let's jump right in. There's a lot of them. First, Aether Helix. 3 green-blue, so Quandrix, for a sorcery speed uncommon. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So 2 in 1, basically.
And with some versatility, because it could be, you could be saving yourself something, or
yes.
Yeah.
Now I will mention those aren't May abilities or up to, so you have to do both of them for the spell to resolve.
Still, but I mean,
if something gets exiled in response, or your permanent gets killed or bounced before it, it does actually fizzle the spell. So those are a little dangerous to do,
but it has some versatility, which I like.
Yes.
All right.
Yep. Next we have Beladros Witherbloom, the Elder Dragon for Witherbloom. Is a 4/4 legendary flying Elder Dragon for 5 green black. And at the beginning of each upkeep, you create a pest creature token. When you pay 10 life, you untap all lands you control, but you can only do this once each turn. Not necessarily add as a sorcery.
Yeah, no, wow, this is powerful.
The Elder Dragons are scary. There's a reason you want to fetch them with your dwarf treasures. I see why that was a thing in last set now, because they brought some dragons, and I can only imagine what's in the Dungeons and Dragons set next time that could possibly even top these. Oh, yeah, that's when you think about it. It's like, oh, that's why they put a dragon sub-theme in treasures. Next, we have Biomathematician. A 1 green blue for a 2/2 human wizard. When they enter the battlefield, you create a fractal. that you get a plus encounter on it for each fractal you control. So at worst, it's a 1/1 because you don't have a
Wow.
fractal at that point. But yeah,
This I see this being very good in draft.
yeah. Doubling season is gonna jump in price, I think, again, because fractals both are token generation and counters.
So it's going to go from super expensive to don't even think about it
Yeah,
now.
I think that's why there's a lot of cards recently that have been like doubling tokens and doubling things. There also is a commander deck that cares about doubling tokens, so we will talk about that when we get there.
Yep.
Um, Blade
Moving
His-
on.
Blade Historian. It is 4 Lorehold mana, because I have to start calling it that. I can't call it the guilds anymore. 4 Lorehold mana for a 2/3 human cleric, and attacking creatures you have double strike. Just a nice
Effective.
anthem effect to scare your opponents when you drop this down on turn 4. In a mono red deck, because a mono red deck can play this.
Yep.
Next, though, we have Blood Researcher. 1 black green for a 2/2 menace, and whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 encounter on it. It's also a vampire druid in black green, which is interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. I mean, it's pretty much a bloodthirsty aerialist.
Yep, yep. It's just interesting, except with menace, so it's harder to block technically.
True. Next.
Blot out the sky. This is a cycle of rare sorceries we're seeing between the colleges. So this is X white black, excuse me, and create X tapped 2/1 white and black inkling creature tokens with flying. If X is 6 or more, destroy all non-creature non-land permanents.
Damn.
So I believe the way this resolves. Oh yeah, non-creature. So it wouldn't hit the tokens. I was like, you should still have the tokens, but yeah, that wipes everything but creatures. So
Yeah.
that's interesting. Though next we have Body of Research, probably the hardest card to cast in this set.
Wow.
Green, 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 blue, blue, blue. But as a sorcery, you create a fractal creature token and you put X counters on it, where X is the number of cards in your library.
Jesus.
So, Commander. Oh
Oh,
my. I've definitely considered that if we end up with this mythic sorcery, it might end up in my Kinnan deck.
oh, Jesus.
Because when you can just add an extra mana, that only really needs to tap like 4 things. So
That's that's just wrong. That's
it's
just,
great. It's great. Next though, and moving forward, closing statement, which I feel is another nice, fun, flavorful card for Silver Quill. 3 white black. However, it costs 2 less during your own end step, which is a very interesting way to do it.
exactly. Yeah.
But destroy target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 creature you control. So it is a mortify on your end step, but with an extra bonus. If we kind of compare it to a card that would be 1 white black.
Yeah.
Also hits planeswalkers, but I don't think mortify did. So fun stuff. Just fun stuff all around. It is weird though to pay for a destroy on, especially on an instant on your own end step. So I think I get why they did it this way, like to kind of
Yeah.
incentivize you to want to do it on your own turn, even though it makes sense to do it in response to something or something. So
Very true.
next,
Next.
Cram Session. 1 and Witherbloom mana. As a sorcery, you gain 4 life and you learn. Just a nice gain 4 life spell, basically, and you do something with it after that. So
It's weird to see that in those that much direct life gain in that
yeah.
color combo.
Something I also forgot to mention, because I realized that I didn't mention this when we talked about learn in the past. You also can do nothing with a learn trigger, because you can choose you may reveal a lesson card, and then choose not to.
True.
So it is something that is something to mention where people are like, well, I don't have a lesson card, I don't want to discard a card. Well, you don't have to. You just do nothing with it. You just let the trigger resolve and not do anything. So. Next, we have Creative Outburst. 3 blue, blue, red, red for an instant spell. It deals 5 damage to any target. You then look at the top 5 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. However, and this is a cycle of cards that do this, you can pay 2 Prismari mana, discard it, and create a treasure token.
Seems a little expensive in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of spells where I think they created the big spells, like we want to have this big mana cost thing. But then we need a way to deal with it. So there's like that extra ability of like, well, you could pay 2 mana, discard it, and get a treasure token to like, get something out of it at least. And
Yeah,
these
because
are
I mean,
also things you want to have in your graveyard for cast for free on certain occasions.
and
So
also, I mean, if you're getting a card like that early game and you're stuck keeping that hand, like that card's dead in your hand.
yeah, you can use it for ramping a little bit and kind of thing.
Yeah,
But yeah, having this in your graveyard though and casting it for like free, that's a different story, or having the ability to cast it later, kind of thing.
exactly.
So yeah, there's a whole cycle, I believe, of those that for each college. Culling Ritual. It's 2 black green sorcery card. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less, and you add black or green for each permanent destroyed this way.
Ooh,
So
right.
against token generation, this is very good.
Uh-huh.
Because you get mana for it. It will pay for itself probably in a lot of circumstances. If you're playing it in the right way. Um, yeah, it's something that's definitely based on aggro. I do think this is going to be very difficult to deal with if it gets played against mono white and mono red aggro that's currently in standard and pretty strong. Because that will remove a lot of what's around. There's a lot of 1 and 2 mana things that you use. It's also kind of a destroy everything Lurrus can bring back sort of thing though. So you could destroy it yourself and then play a Lurrus in that deck and kind of, it also gets rid of your pests to gain you life. So if you need to gain life and get a bunch of mana very quickly, that's also a thing. So
Yeah.
lots of fun stuff to do with this, I feel. Next, Culmination of Studies. X blue red for a sorcery. Exile the top X cards of your library. For each land card exiled this way, create a treasure token. For each blue card exiled this way, you draw a card. And for each red card exiled this way, it deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Wow. Yeah, I want this for my Izzet deck.
Especially because there's a lot of multicolor Prismari cards that would draw you a card and deal 1 damage to the opponent. So
Yeah, I want this
yeah,
card.
the only issue obviously is those cards are gone.
I'm aware,
So
but I want this card.
this is fair. Is a good finisher for sure if you're trying to like kill someone with like a couple life points left. Next, we have Demagoth, I'm going to presume, or Demagoth, Titan. It is 4 Witherbloom mana for an 11/10 demon, which whenever Demagoth Titan attacks or blocks, you sacrifice a creature. So this is definitely in pest token strategies where you just sacrifice the pest and swing for an 11. On turn 4 or on turn 5, you'd swing with it basically. So
Jesus.
but it does have to sacrifice a creature, and obviously, and it's also when it blocks. So that's the other thing. It's I think this is definitely more of an aggro thing because you don't want to be blocking and sacrificing creature unless you really need to with this thing. So,
Agreed.
yep. Next we have Demagoth Woe Eater. This is a very weird mana cost look. I've seen it in a couple cards we're gonna see, where it's 1 black Witherbloom green.
Yeah.
Where I like how it's done it, but it's really weird to look at when you haven't looked
It
at it.
is. It,
This
it
is
hurts my eyes.
right. It's a 7/6 demon, which at the beginning of your upkeep you have to sacrifice a creature. But when you sacrifice this specific creature, each opponent discards a card, you draw a card, and you gain 2 life. So it is a way to kind of attack for a bit, and then if you get stuck with it, you do it. You also can just sacrifice itself right away if you want. So for 4 mana,
Yeah.
you could have people discard a card, you draw a card, gain 2 life. That's not too bad for 4 mana. Out of
No, not at all.
so
Not at all.
that's something. But
Next.
next is Deadly Brew. We have Dina here concocting something. Black green as a sorcery. Each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. If you sacrifice a permanent this way, you may return another permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So basically, if you also had something on the field to sacrifice and just make them sacrifice, it does something for you. Again, probably pests.
Well, actually, can't you take whatever you sacrificed and have that be the thing that returns to your hand?
I don't think that would hit the graveyard in time, because I think you have to do the whole. You resolve the whole thing at the same time. Or wait, if you sacrifice a permanent this way, you may return another permanent card. So yeah, it's different.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically, I'm
So
like, I feel like that would be a little too funky if you could just put it back in your hand. No, it doesn't. That would be a little weird for a green-black kind of color pie.
But still, very versatile.
Yeah.
For that,
And
yeah,
you're gonna probably generally want to sacrifice a token to get back a card you want. Basically, it's generally. Next, Decisive Denial, which a lot of people are lauding as one of the better cards of the set. Shockingly, it is green-blue. Um, green-blue for an instant, choose one. Either target creature you control fights target creature you don't control, so 2-mana fight, not bad. Or counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 3.
I like it.
It is considered a very good card in this set because of how many non-creature spells there are, and how much it matters to counter something like that. Yeah.
It's cheap and versatile. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Next, Dina. So this is the first kind of named student that we see out of it. This is the Witherbloom one, Soul Steeper. I love that she basically makes tea, because that's why I'm making tea jokes, kind of when I've been talking about Witherbloom. 1/3 Dryad Druid for 2 mana, not too bad, but whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Already a very good thing for 2 mana on a creature.
Wow.
But then she also has 1 mana, sacrifice another creature, and she gets +X/+0 until end of turn where the sacrifice power. So you could sacrifice the Titan and give her +11/+0 for 1 mana.
But I mean, and also she's uncommon. I love it.
Yes, yeah, all the students are uncommon. So these are things that, this is kind of I mean, there's other gold cards we've seen that are signposts, but these are definitely signposts of the colleges. Here's what you want to do. You want to sacrifice things, you want to gain life and make them lose life, and ping them and all that. That's what you want to do with Witherbloom, you know. Yeah. Next, Double Major. For green and a blue, instant copy target creature spell you control, except it isn't legendary if the spell is legendary. This creates a copy of whatever as long as it's on the stack.
Oh, now pair that with one of those Elder Dragons.
Or just how many copy things are in Historic and Pioneer right now. And any of those. There's a lot of copy things that already expect to copy, like, what's that, 6 mana mill and then take something from the graveyard that's even cost? Wherever, that big, whatever it is. Copying that yet again, there's already another thing to copy it and make that work. Ugh, that's scary. So, but yes, the other thing that scares me about this is I think this will be played a lot in Commander if you have that in your color scheme, because that copies your Commander.
Yeah.
And makes 2 commanders for you, basically, which is just gross.
Yes, I'm noting that it happens to be in Kinnan colors.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, don't know about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
What?
Next.
Next, Dramatic Finale is 4 Silver Quill mana. Is an enchantment. Creature tokens you control get +1/+1. So nice Anthem effect there for a token-focused deck. And whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you control die, you create an Inkling creature token with flying, and it only triggers once per turn. But basically, if board wipe happens, you get an Inkling, or if something kills one of your creatures, you get an Inkling, that kind of non-token specifically, but still.
Seriously beautiful art.
Yeah, I also will mention that because the enchantment buffs creature tokens, it's actually a 3/2 really when it comes in with flying, so kind of worth it if they're removing your big impact cards. But yeah, the finales are pretty cool. There's a couple finales of like performances, which are kind of cool. So next, Elemental Expressionist. Here is 4 Prismari mana for a 4/4 Orc Wizard with Magecraft, where you choose target creature you control until end of turn. It gains the ability, if this creature would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. And when you exile this creature, create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. So you can not only protect yourself if someone's murdering it by just casting some spell, and protect your creature in the way of like getting a 4/4 back, is the way to look at it. So yeah, again, another fun art card. A lot of the multicolor cards definitely had some cool art direction in that direction.
Yeah.
Elemental Masterpiece, 5 blue-red. You create 2 4/4 blue and red elemental creature tokens, so 2 4/4s for 7, not bad. And it has that same ability where you can, pay the 2 mana, discard it, and create a treasure token.
Yep.
So I like these because it's also fixing. So let's say you get stuck with islands and no mountains. You can get red mana now by doing this because you could just pay 2 blue for it.
Yeah. I get it. I still feel that they're a little expensive though, even for those abilities.
That's fair. There are a lot of there are some things that care about spells being very large, specifically the Prismari Commander deck, which we'll get to. So I think part of that also is there where they wanted to kind of have the big flashy spells that count for a lot of mana value. These also are really good to cast for that whole cascading spell thing we saw earlier. Where yeah, it's more expensive, but if you can get one more spell out of it, that's kind of good. You know, that balances it. Next, we have Elemental Summoning. Lots of elemental stuff, shockingly enough. 3 Prismari, so 5 mana total, and you just create. It's a lesson, but you create a 4/4. So you can go and grab this from your sideboard if you need a 4/4 body on the field.
That works for me. Next.
Next is Eureka Moment. 2 green-blue for an instant. Draw 2 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So a little
Oh,
more expensive, but you get to draw an extra card to Growth Spiral.
yeah.
So, um, yeah. The other thing I will mention, because I just realized we went through a lot of the elementals. Um, that elemental, that 1 green-blue that like puts land on or anything when you put elementals down, that's still in standard.
Yeah.
There's tamer elementals might actually come back from all of this with the ramp and everything, with the way that works. So
I wouldn't be surprised.
yeah, just I realized that after I got past that point. Exhilarating Elocution. Elocution, yeah, I did that right.
Yep.
I had to. The problem with these words, I had to go back and be like, did I actually pronounce it right when I said that? But 2 white black for a sorcery. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So Anthem effect plus 1 creature's bigger.
Yeah.
So I also realized by saying these words, I am in no way Silverquill, which is not shocking. Expressive Iteration, another really pretty card.
Yeah.
Blue-red sorcery, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, put 1 on the bottom of your library, and exile 1 of them. You may play the exiled card this turn. So you kind of get access to 2 spells, but you have to use one of the spells right away, or it's just gone.
But I mean, with all the copy effects, that could be an interesting thing.
And 1 goes on the bottom of your library, so you still can search for it later if you want to keep it or something. So it's a cool playing with zones, for sure.
Very much so. Next.
Fractal Summoning. It's another lesson. This is summoning, obviously, fractals. X Quandrix, and you put X +1/+1 counters on your fractal creature token. Shocking. We've seen that a lot. That's a pretty big one here. Make fractals as big as you want, basically. Fracture. White-black for instant to destroy target artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker. So.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's cheap and powerful.
Yep,
I like it.
And very flavorful because it's Xtis dealing with a mage that is defying him.
And great art. Amazing art.
Yeah, this is actually one of the ones that has that kind of cool, weird, like, glowing border effect for F&M promos. Because they still do that despite many people not having F&Ms, but it has that cool kind of border where it's like darker, like dark mode. It's kind of cool to look up, so I always recommend that as well. Next is Galazeth Prismari.
Yay!
You can see there's nice full art stuff and different look with the Elder Dragons. I don't know why I didn't get on the other one. I must have missed that one. But 2 blue-red for a 3/4 Elder Dragon with flying. It creates a treasure token when it comes in, and artifacts you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color, spend this only to do instants and sorceries. So it turns your treasures into a mana rock for instants and sorceries, because you don't have to sacrifice them then. You just
you're right.
So that's where the treasure token payoff comes in. And I was waiting to say that because I didn't want to just say, oh, by the way, your Elder Dragon makes treasures worth it. But
no, that's powerful. I'm actually kind of now brewing a deck in my head with this guy.
Especially with, again, the dwarfs that create treasure tokens early, you can kind of get pretty quickly into the big mana, Prismari direction. So
yeah, I'm brewing in my head. I'm gonna be honest.
Next, we have Golden Ratio, which is another fun math kind of reference. But 1 green-blue sorcery, draw a card for each different power from among creatures you control.
For each different power.
Yep. So if you have, let's say, 1/2, a 2/2, a 3/4, a 4/4, that's 4 cards.
For some reason, the word was just not processing in my head.
Yeah, but it's just kind of talking about the patterns around in nature and such, and it's kind of cool. So. Next, we have Harness Infinity, which I was kind of hoping you'd use this art so we could talk about it a bit more, but you avoided this one.
It wasn't symmetrical. That's why.
It is not symmetrical, no. But 1 black, green, instant, exchange your hand and graveyard, exile Harness Infinity. There's going to be some combo where that's crazy. I know it's going to happen, but I don't know. I do not have the brewing strength to use this card.
Yeah, no, neither do I. I just hope I'm there to see somebody do it.
Yeah, but especially, and this is kind of where I talked about putting stuff in your graveyard is something that's so big with value and everything. You do it, and then you just get it back in your hand at some point, which is really good. And as an instant, you could do it on someone's end step and then just have that hand for your next turn, which is great. So.
Yeah.
But it does exile it, shockingly enough, as a mythic, you know.
Oh yeah, as well it should.
Yeah. Not something you want in your limited pool though. That sucks in the limited pool because I don't think you're gonna pull that off very well.
Very true.
Next,
Next.
Hoffrey Ghost Forge. 3 red white for a 4/5 dwarf cleric that gives spirits you control +1/+1 trample and haste. And that, yeah, spirits in red white, like I was saying. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, though, you exile it. If you do, you create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a spirit, and it has when this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to your graveyard. So you get your creature back basically again, and it enters the battlefield again. So ETB stuff may count there, you know.
Yeah, but the big thing is that it's very rare to see a card pull stuff out of an exile like that into a graveyard, back into a graveyard.
It just kind of sits in exile for a little bit is the thing. I will say though.
Yes.
One sec. I want to see. I do have a cat now. As I said.
Liliana was kind of circling, but she didn't want to come up on camera.
Yeah, she came here. She's on the window now. She was just out of camera reach a little bit, so I had to like move the camera slightly to make that work. There we go. So yeah, she might go up on the platform at some point, but she's just slightly out of range. I just wanted to mention it because we talked about coming back with a cat. So yeah, that's the fun thing with that for sure.
All right, next.
Next is Humiliate. White-black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards it, and you put a counter on a creature you control, which is why it's 2 mana instead of 1. I think is that counter, that extra.
Wow. This is really flavorful. I like this. I like the mechanics in conjunction with the name.
Yep, but this is a hand attack spell, which I know you love those things. So.
Oh, love them so much.
At least this one you have to be 2 color to do it. So it's harder to do it early because you have to have both colors in your starting hand to be able to do this. So I think it's not going to be as prevalent as we saw like Duress, for instance.
Yeah. Next
is Infused with Vitality. This one's black-green. Instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains Death Touch, and whenever this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Gain 2 life. So create a blocker that's going to come back.
Yep. And also in theory, removing a big creature from your opponent's board.
Yep, because they're like, oh, you just have a mana dork. I'm gonna attack with my 11/10 Titan. Oh, well, let me just give that Death Touch, and then it's gonna come back, by the way, too.
And then I gain 2 life on it just to kick you while you're
just in case, you know. By the way, that triggers you also lose 1 life because Dina. No. Next is Inkling Summoning. So this is the lesson for the Silver Quill, which just creates your Inkling. So we're seeing that lesson cycle for each of the tokens generation. If you need your token.
Sure.
Next is Kasmina, the one you forgot about for a Planeswalker. Because you couldn't come up with Kasmina despite us talking about her earlier.
Well, I didn't realize that she had actually been made a Planeswalker. Nobody for this set. Nobody confirmed that for me.
She was a Planeswalker in War of the Spark. That's what I thought you were talking about when you were talking about.
Confirmed that she was actually going to be in this set as a Planeswalker.
And she is what is considered the reverse Nicobolas, which should scare and terrify you immediately, but it's not as scary as it sounds. She is 1 green-blue for a 2 loyalty Planeswalker. Each other Planeswalker you control has the loyalty abilities of Kasmina, so she gives her abilities to other Planeswalkers instead of having everyone else's.
That's weird.
But
I like.
Since she has a +2, I think that's going to be very powerful. +2 scry 1. So just giving that to other Planeswalkers, you can scry a bunch then, which is very nice. -X. So create a fractal and put X counters on it. So that's a way if you're playing, if you have an Ugin, it's going to die next turn. -9, put a 9/9 on the field. Why not? And then -8, search your library for an instant or sorcery card that shares a color with this Planeswalker. So it has to be a Planeswalker that matches the color, which is why it's important. Exile that card, then shuffle. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. So you can give the -8. Yeah, you can give the -8 to something else to have its color. So it doesn't have to be just green and blue. It can be something else,
I'm impressed, and I'm glad that we saw her again now.
Yeah. Yep, she's back. She is, instead of an enigmatic mentor, she is now an enigma sage. So that's some fun wordplay that they're doing with that. But next we have the Silver Quill named student, which is Killian, Ink Duelist. White-black for a 2/2 human warlock with lifelink, menace, and spells you cast that target a creature cost 2 less to cast, and that is any creature that is not just your own.
I love lifelinkers with menace.
Yes, the only thing I'm sad about is Killian is one of the 2 colleges from the Commander 2021 that aren't in the Commander deck.
Oh,
The Commander deck doesn't fit his theme, and that's why. But
I thought so.
he and the Lorehold one do not show up. So
Speaking of the lore hold,
is that the next one?
yep.
Oh, this is just an apprentice though. Those show up just fine. So Lorehold apprentices, red and white for a 2/2 human cleric, and has magecraft that until end of turn, spirit creatures you control can ping an opponent, or each opponent actually. In fairness, so create a bunch of spirits and kill people. So
I'm all for it. Moving on.
Next is Lorehold Command. There is a cycle of commands that are dual color in this one, which are always choose 2 of 4 items. So this one is 3 red white to choose 2 of either creating that 3/2 spirit creature. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain indestructible and haste until end of turn. Lorehold Command deals 3 damage to any target, and target player gains 3 life. And sacrifice a permanent, then draw 2 cards. So you choose 2 of those options for 5 mana.
The idea being that you're sacrificing one of the spirits that you've made with other Lorehold cards. Me, I am just kind of in awe of the person on the left. I've never seen a scroll also look like a major artillery weapon like that.
Yep. Lorehold is a lot about warfare and history and all that, so.
Fair enough.
The other thing I'll mention, and I'll point out this later of why it matters, but specifically on that third part, Lorehold Command, the spell is dealing 3 damage. Just saying.
Fair enough.
It's important. There's a reason it specifically has to word that way. Next, we have Lorehold Excavation. So red and white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, mill a card. If a land card was milled, you gain 1 life. Otherwise, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. And for 5 mana, and exiling a creature card from your graveyard, you can create a tapped 3/2 spirit.
Nice. So, simple, effective.
Mill in Boros colors.
God.
That's all I'm going to say. That's the one that messed me up the most in terms of the shift of color, is that it's spirits and artifact synergies with... it's just what? Yeah.
Actually working when then heard Liliana.
Yeah, oh yeah, she was around a little bit. I think she left now. I don't think she's around, so. Lorehold Pledge Mage. So 1 Lorehold for a 2/2 first striker core shaman, and it gets +1/+0 when you cast or copy a spell. So,
that's fair.
A nice someone who's pledging to the college, wants to join it. So.
Got it.
Maelstrom Muse. This is one of those split ones where it's 1 blue Prismari red. What was that?
Pretty.
Oh, yes, very pretty, yes. 2/4 with Flying Djinn Wizard. Whenever it attacks, the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less, where X is Maelstrom Muse's power as this ability resolves. So, aka, if people give it -4, -0, it doesn't do anything. Or if you buff it before that ability, like as an instant speed, it does more, that kind of thing. So, I like that it puts that on there, because technically it should do it as the ability resolves. It's just something that people don't think about very often.
Very true.
Next, Magma Opus. The best music pun in this set. I told you it was not the earlier one. It is this one for sure. It is so good. It is whoever named this card should have a raise. It's just great.
We'll tell wizards.
6 blue red for a mythic instant. It deals 4 damage divided as you choose amongst any number of targets. Tap 2 target permanents. Create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token and draw 2 cards. There's a reason it's the Magma Opus. It's the thing. But you also can do that whole discard get a treasure token that you're seeing across multiple cards.
Yep.
So, yep.
I like it.
The reason I like... Sorry, go ahead.
I like it. Too expensive, but I
Yeah.
like it.
The other thing I like with the discard that I've kind of forgot about is Riel is still in standard. Who's the one where
Yeah.
you can discard something to draw a card? That might be something that comes back with these with the kind of these spell decks.
Sarah, you're grounded.
I love it. Yes, yes. This is what I'm saying. Whoever did this set put so many nice subtle puns in there for like music nerds and math nerds and all. Like it's great. It was very well thought out for the naming conventions. Next, Make Your Mark is 1 Lorehold mana, instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and when that creature dies this turn, create a 3/2. So it's a good way to trade with things or, deal with combat tricks that were dealt to you. Or you realize,
Technically, you could also time it as an upgrade.
yes, he did make a pun himself. He just missed it, Sarah.
I did?
With all the rock puns and everything. You're in my world now. No. So yeah, Make Your Mark, great combat trick. That's about what it is. Next, Manifestation Sage is 4 Quandrix mana for a 2/2 wizard, but when it enters, you create a fractal creature token as usual, but it's the cards in your hand that count the counters. So if you have 8 cards in your hand, you now have an 8/8 and a 2/2.
Fair enough.
The Lithosphere and I get along. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. You and Nahiri would vamp for a bit. Next, Moldering Karak is a 2 black-green for a 3/3 zombie crocodile with trample and lifelink. I do think this one, if you are in the colors, this is something that is going to be a great card to have for limited. Because
totally.
There's so much pump in green still. It's just like, gaining 3 life can do so much for your turn. Like, yeah. Mortality Spear, 2 black-green, but it costs 2 less if you gain life this turn, and destroy target non-land permanent. Very good card.
Simple, good, and effective, and life gain being in those colors in this set. Yep.
You sacrifice a pest, you've gained life, it costs less. That's all you need to do.
Yep.
Next, Needlethorn Drake. It is a green and a blue for a 1/1 flying Death Touch Drake. Which, again, another one of those ones where it's like, that's probably going to be good and limited because it's just that kind of power is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if for early game limited, that's a constant blocker because nobody's going to try.
Yep. Exactly. So, next we have Magyar Battleseer. It is 3 blue-red for a 3/4 Ogre Shaman with haste and the tap ability to scry 1.
Versatility, I like it.
The fact that you can tap it immediately to scry 1 is kind of even crazier, to be fair. So, next we have Owlin Shield Mage. 3 white-black for a 3/3 Bird Warlock, flyer, and has Ward of Pay 3 life, which we've seen kind of earlier on cards too.
Got a Bird Warlock.
I warned you.
I know.
You were like Bird Cleric. I'm like, but there's a Bird Warlock too.
Well, but like I've seen Bird Clerics, and I remember the excitement about Bird Wizards and whatnot. But Bird Warlock was not a combo I was expecting.
I have a hypothesis about the Warlock subtype coming in here. That's also going to matter in Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, totally, 100%.
I think there's something with that.
I won't take that bet because that's just written on the wall.
Yeah, I mean it's not in party, so that's the weird part, but it's probably going to come up. So next is pest summoning. So the lesson to be able to summon a pest. Oh, aren't they cute, right?
They are so cute.
Yeah. So I love that it's meant to breed though. It's like step 1, put the pests in mud. Step 2, wait. So, next card though, Practical Research has Rowan and Will on it. 3 blue-red for an instant. Draw 4 cards and then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or sorcery. Which we've seen versions of this kind of card where it's better if you're following the rules of the thing. But yep. What's scarier for me is if you can copy the spell. That's scarier in my head.
Agreed. Sorry, I was laughing at the flavor text.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, Rowan. I think it's trying to say Rowan's a slut, but I'm not really fully sure.
No, I think she's the brawn, he's the brain.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, I'll take that. I just read it as sexual, just because I don't know why. I just was like, well, the red one, expression for the D, yeah, maybe. Next,
Moving on.
Prismari Apprentice. This is Apprentice of your college. It is a blue-red 2/2 human shaman. Prismari Apprentice can't be blocked this turn with Magecraft, and if that spell has mana value 5 or greater, that's where I was talking about that 5 or greater thing, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So,
Nice.
big spells pay off, which is why I think there's a lot of more expensive spells to kind of hit it to that 5 or 6 range. Prismari Command. So this is the command for Prismari. 1 blue-red, so not very expensive compared to the lower hold. Choose 2. It deals 2 damage to any target, or draws 2 cards and discards 2 cards, target player, or creates a treasure token for a target player, or destroys an artifact.
Oh yeah, this is so going into my Is It deck.
Yeah, commands are going to be staples, just like they already are. I mean, Austere Command, we already know about,
True.
we already know about, Primal Command is one that I don't know as much about, but, like there's the blue one. I can't think of what the blue one is right now. That one's used a lot, though.
I forget myself.
Yeah. But yeah, this is obviously the theme of those commands where it's like, yeah, you just want to play it in those decks. It doesn't care what's happening, but... next up, Prismari Pledge Mage, so the common version, which is a 2 Prismari mana for a 3/3 Orc Wizard with Defender. But however, when Magecraft triggers, it doesn't have Defender. So, we've seen that kind of triggers before, but this one's just on an instant or sorcery. Next, we have the Quandrix Apprentice. We're falling into Quandrix right after Prismari. Green-blue for a 2/2 Human Wizard, and the Magecraft triggers, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You can reveal a land card and put it into your hand. The rest go on the bottom of the library. So, kind of filter for land.
He's cute.
Oh yeah, Quandrix is... There's a reason I'm okay with being in the Quandrix College.
Because that's what the quiz said that you are, right?
Well, I took it the second time, yes. First it was Lorehold.
Okay.
So I must have taken it when I was hungry.
Fair enough. I mean, because to be fair, you also do enjoy red and white decks.
Yes, and puns about stones and spirits, yes. Next we have Quandrix Command. 1 green-blue, so same as Prismari cost for an instant. Choose 2 of the following. Return target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Counter target artifact or enchantment spell. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. And target player shuffles up to 3 target cards from their graveyard into their library.
That should be powerful.
Yep. So again, but you see, like they're all about the same. I like the commands. I haven't noticed any of the like that's way more powerful than this one. It's like they kind of balanced them pretty well, I think, where they all are just really good spells to have. So next is Quandrix Cultivator.
All right, I'm done.
It's a turtle druid.
Yeah.
1 green Quandrix blue, so 4 mana for a 3/4 turtle druid. When it enters the battlefield, you can search for a forest or island card, basic forest or island card, put it on the battlefield and shuffle. So some good ramp and Simic, nothing new.
No, in Quandrix.
In Quandrix, thank you. Yes, but in the past, ramp and Simic is pretty normal. So, but yes, in Quandrix, yes. But it's also just a fun card. I think this is just a fun one. Actually, this one is another one that I've thought about with the Kinnan deck, just because it ramps you. In general, it's coming out, and it can be pulled by Kinnan, so you can just pull out a turtle druid, and people are like, "What the hell? Why do you have a turtle druid in there?" But next, Quandrix Pledge Mage. So, like I said, the common Pledge Mages. This one's a 2/2 Merfolk Druid, and you put a +1/+1 counter on it whenever you cast or copy instant or sorcery. So,
I'm there.
Nice
good,
and solid.
Good for
is a Merfolk if you're playing Merfolk in Pioneer. Quintoris, Field Historian. So this is the other one that did not make the Commander deck. So obviously if you want to put it in, feel free, but it doesn't quite fit the theme. 3 red-white for a 2/4 Elephant Cleric. Spirits get an extra power, and whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token.
Well, considering how many effects you purposely exile cards out of your graveyard, this is going to be powerful.
Yep, it's one of those, again, you exile from your graveyard, you return it to your hand, like, you put it back in your library, it just has to leave your graveyard somehow, is all it's asking. So, there's definitely good ways to create that kind of effect easily, in Standard, let alone with other cards. Right, actually, this is the funny part, there's all those cards that people find bad where you put something on the bottom of your library. This actually gets you, for each one, you get a spirit, which is actually a really cool combo.
Yeah, it is.
Next, Radiant Scroll Wielder. 2 red-white for a 2/4 Dwarf Cleric. And if you remember, there's that Sun Song and Fire Speaker, I believe. It is a creature where instants and sorcery spells have lifelink.
Yeah, that's why I was like, the fuck?
Yep, there is a card that already did that. I believe it's Fire Song and Sun Speaker, I believe is the name of the card.
Yeah.
It's in red white, so it's nothing new to be in this colors. But at the beginning of the upkeep, though, or your upkeep specifically, exile an instant or sorcery card at random from your graveyard. You may cast it this turn. If you cast it, and put it in your graveyard, exile it instead. So you kind of get forced to cast whatever shows up, which is kind of interesting. But it does,
Pair that with the last card.
yeah, yep. I mean, I've also seen it where people have used Fire Song and Sunspeaker though and board wipes to like gain 400 life. So Blasphemous Act becomes very scary with something like this on the field, especially if this is indestructible in some way. Yeah. It's just another way to have that ability happen. That's why I also mentioned with I think it was the Lorehold command where I said it deals 3 damage to something and you gain 3 life. You actually gain 6 life there with this card on the field.
Yeah.
So, another fun card. Reconstruct History, very flavorful card for this one. 2 red, white, sorcery, return up to 1 target artifact card, up to 1 target enchantment, target instant, 1 sorcery, 1 planeswalker from the graveyard to your hand. So if you have a wide range of cards, and this is late game, this is amazing.
Yeah.
It is I think is great in limited probably. I'll see it a lot because as long as you get like 2 or 3 of those back, you're good. So. But yeah, that's a fun little card there. Relic Sloth, a 3 red white for a 4/4 beast with vigilance and menace. Definitely, I feel is good limited powerhouse.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Agree.
So.
Well, little on the pricey side for me, but
I think because it's a 4/4 with vigilance and menace, it kind of has to be 5 mana.
Yeah.
Like especially for a common. The fact that that's going to be in many of the packs you open, yeah. Returned Past Caller, 3 red, Lorehold white for a 4/2 Spirit Cleric with flying. When it enters the battlefield, return target Spirit, instant, or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand.
Nice.
So I'm actually wondering, honestly, with all this Spirit stuff, if Kamigawa cards are going to make a comeback because a lot of those cared about Spirits. I'd be curious to see if people do that, just in general. So. Next, we have Rip Apart, red-white for a sorcery, deals 3 damage to target creature or player, or destroys target artifact or enchantment.
Nice. I like the versatility
Yeah.
where you're not locked into one of those
Yeah.
and kind of wasting a card.
And I mean, basically, it's a white mana instead of 1 generic for a better Abrade.
Yeah.
Like, because the Abrade is just artifact and 3 damage to creature. So, it just improves it for the same mana cost, but just with white, so. Very good. Rise of Extus. It's 4 Silver Quill, sorcery, exile target creature, exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, and learn. So, expensive removal, but it has some extra benefits.
Yes.
So, it only exiles creatures, though, I just realized. So it's actually not as good as some of the like non-land permanent exiles we've seen. But there's there's no downside, though, which is a nice part. So, next we have Rutha, Mercurial Artist. This is Prismari named student. Is a 1/4 Orc Shaman for 2 mana and return her to your hand, or to its owner's hand, but I presume it'll probably be your own. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You can choose new targets. So if you really want to, copy something, just pay 2 extra mana, return her to your hand, and there you go.
Yeah, because you'd have to put that on the stack after you've cast something.
Yeah, you put something on the stack, and then you choose to target to do this ability. Because, it has to be a spell that you control, so it has to be something on the stack at the time. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But having a nice copy effect, you just replay her for 3 later, why not? So, again, big mana spells, you're meant to copy a lot of the stuff that you're doing in Prismari. Rushed Rebirth, so black-green, instant, choose target creature. When that creature dies this turn, search your library for a creature card with lesser mana value, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Great card if you're in those colors for Commander, I feel, because if you're expecting something to die, you just cast the spell for 2 and you go get something else. So, I like it. Next, Shadewing Laureate. So, white, silver quill, black, kind of cheaper than the other ones we've seen with this kind of
usually there's one a colorless amount along with it.
Correct. So on this one, it's a 2/2 flying human warlock. Whenever another creature you control with flying dies, you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. So it's kind of insurance for your flyers.
Just gorgeous art.
Yeah, and all the Inklings are flyers, I will mention. Yeah. So this is definitely one of those signpost uncommons that you talk about, for sure. I have to mention, though, with the hybrid mana, I do like it. in a dual color set like this because it doesn't hurt as much when you're trying if you're thinking you might splash white later or black, you don't know which. You can still take this because it's not as bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't lose as much because you only need 1 mana of the color you're not necessarily focusing on. So next, Shadrick Silverquill. This is the Elder Dragon for the Silverquill College. It is 3 white black for a 2/5 flying double striking Elder Dragon. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may choose 2 of the 3 modes. Each mode must target a different player, though. So if you do choose 2 of them, they have to target different players. Target player creates a 2/1 Inkling creature token of flying. Target player draws a card and loses a life. And target player puts a +1/+1 counter on each creature they control.
Jesus.
So this is where I kind of talked about that. This is definitely the political side, the sweet talking color schemes. This shows that very strongly because if you notice, now if you notice it says you may choose 2. It doesn't say up to 2. So if you're going to choose one of those for you have to give something to someone else. This will come up when we come over the commander decks that there's a lot of political choices that happen with this color scheme. Yeah.
Cool.
Silverquill Apprentice. So this is the uncommon apprentice, 2/2 human warlock, nothing too crazy. It gets +1/+0, or target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn with Magecraft. So just these I feel a lot like the guild mages. When you go back to Ravnica, like it's obviously trying to make that, but it's still flavorful within the college. I like how they did it, but it definitely has that feeling of like, okay, here's your basic creature for it.
Yep, exactly.
Next,
Yeah, a draft fodder as far as I'm concerned.
Silverquill Command, so the plastics have gotten bigger based on your wording earlier. 2 white black for a sorcery command, so this is actually different than the instance we've been seeing. You choose 2, either target creature gets +3/+3 and gains flying until end of turn. Return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. Target player draws a card and loses a life, and target opponent sacrifices a creature. So I think probably the return made that sorcery. That's why it's cheaper too.
Yeah.
For that, because you wouldn't want to be able to return something to the battlefield in response to like combat starting and attacks and stuff. You know what I mean?
Actually, I think it's the return to the battlefield that
Yeah.
made that so like that. Yeah.
But I do like it. I mean, it's in the middle of the other ones in general for mana cost. So it's not too expensive still, and it's something you'd play. I mean,
No, totally, 100%.
Yeah. Next is the Pledge Mage for Silverquill. This Magecraft one, you either gains Flying or Lifelink until end of turn. So if you cast 2 spells, it gets Flying and Lifelink until end of turn.
Nice.
So Vampire Cleric too, so you could get life gain on a Vampire, and that's a whole nother deck build possibility then right there. So.
Oh, this would go in my vampires.
It could. I mean, if you have enough instants and sorcery, I don't think you had many in that one, so it wouldn't trigger much. It would just be a 3/1 Vampire Cleric, which isn't good for you then.
True.
Silverquill's Silencer. This is a different colored reprint of Meddling Mage, in my opinion, but in a different way. So, like, I know I'm saying it weird, but white-black for 3/2 Human Cleric, but when it enters the battlefield, choose a non-land card name. The opponent can still cast that spell with the chosen name, but they lose 3 life, and you get to draw a card. So you severely, tax that card casting, basically.
Oh, it's a punishment. It's
Yeah.
a punishment.
Yep. So I do like it in terms of it, but it's one of those ones that like Meddling Mage doesn't let you cast it at all, which is why I don't like Meddling Mage. This one I'm okay with. This one's kind of like, well, you can do it, but you're gonna give me stuff basically.
Yeah.
Spectacle Mage. We have a 1 blue red 2/2 flying bird shaman, and instants and sorcery spells you cast with mana value 5 or greater cost 1 less. So there's another way to discount it with Rowan and Will to make them 2 cheaper. 3 cheaper if you have both of them out.
Going in the Izzet deck.
Yeah. Spirit Summoning, which is the lesson to summon the spirit for Lorehold. So nothing too crazy there.
Nope.
I've seen.
Nice.
Spiteful Squad, which is the plastics being spiteful apparently now. 2 white black for a 0/0 Death Touch Human Warlock, but it gets 2 +1/+1 counter creatures when it comes in, and when it dies, you put the counters on target creature you control. So.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep. That way. Square Up, which is a very beautifully set card, I feel like, in terms of the art. I mean, the art isn't crazy, but the way they set it in the card looks really cool. 1 and Quandrix mana. Target creature has base power, toughness 4/4 until end of turn. So,
it hurts my brain.
It just looks pretty with the way they did it. Again, it's a very simple
Pretty.
card when you take apart the stuff, but it's definitely kind of going into kind of the fractal direction of like looking at things, which is cool.
Oh yeah, it just hurts my brain to look at. It's just not computing for some
Yeah.
reason.
Also, obviously, the phrase of sometimes the most radical thing you can do is think inside the box. It's just really good with that. Next, Stonebound Mentor is 1 red white for a 3/3 Spirit Advisor. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, scry one. So, a nice common to kind of enable that strategy that we've talked about stuff leaving your graveyard.
Fair enough.
Next is Tanazar Quandrix. This is the Quandrix Elder Dragon. 3 green blue for a 4/4 Flying Trampler. When it enters the battlefield, double the number of +1/+ encounters on target creature you control.
Jesus.
Well, it's just double, so obviously it can whiff, but whenever Tanazar Quandrix attacks, you may have the base power and toughness of other creatures you control become equal to Tanazar Quandrix's power and toughness until end of turn. So, at worst, you're buffing to 4/4 when that happens. But you can obviously put counters on Tanazar and make it even worse.
But the idea is, if at this point, because if you're at 5 CMC, have a good day, Sarah.
Bye.
If you're at 5 CMC
Mhm.
and then putting this out, you've already put a bunch of counters on shit. Like you.
Yes, and what the scary part about this is in the fractal strategies, fractals are only counters. So if you've
Yeah.
created 4/4 fractal, like 3/4/4 fractals, those are now 8/8s about to probably swinging in with Tanazar.
Yeah.
So this is a very interesting card. But the thing that's different with this one is the other ones enable without anything. This does need other things. Like your attack trigger does nothing if you don't have other creatures attacking.
Yes.
So one
Very
way to
true.
look at it. But next we have Teach by Example. So it is Prismari mana. So 2 Prismari mana. Blah, blah, blah. Instant. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. So it's just a nice copy effect spell. Definitely in line with old copy spell things we've had before. So 2 mana for that, pretty standard and across Magic. So.
And especially if you've got a lot of Magecraft out on the board at that point.
And this can go in either, like when you're talking about non-commander decks, obviously, this can go in blue or red decks. So that's the
Yeah.
nice part, for versatility. Tend the Pests. Black-green, instant. As an additional cost, though, sacrifice a creature, and you get to create X Pests, where X is the sacrifice creature's power. So if we go back to that 7/6 demon again, that you could just sacrifice it for 2 mana and get 7/1/1s instead of having to sacrifice creatures all the time, which is cool. So, it's a way to look at it. Next, Thrilling Discovery. Red-white for a sorcery. You gain 2 life, then you may discard 2 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards. So, nice way to kind of get rid of some land and get some better cards for you.
And that's pretty standard for a lot of red.
Yeah. Yep, it has the kind of life gain from white, and it has the card looting for red, in a way. So, next we have Vanishing Verse. White-black instant. Exile target monocolored permanent. Now, I don't think this will be as big in Strixhaven, but I think this could be a very big thing when it comes to any other format where there's more cards.
You're right. Because especially as a lot of stuff is focused on multicolor stuff, especially as we went through Ravnica for so long, and I know that they tried to force it back to stuff in Ikoria, trying to make us go back monocolored again, but this monocolor hate has actually been one of the more underrated things in Magic, in my opinion.
And I mean, when we just talk about different things that I can name right away, Pioneer has Devotion decks. This is great against Devotion decks. You can get rid of something. This exiles on Annex, for instance, which is a big mono red kind of thing. This exiles the things that Sultai Ultimatum pulls.
Yeah.
For 2 mana, which they're spending 7 to get 2 things. This is still worth it for that. This honestly might pull Sultai Ultimatum out of the metagame.
Maybe
by itself. I'm making a bold prediction. That's my hot take. We got
some hot takes.
Yes, this might honestly screw over a lot of the monocolor or the those kind of focus decks that are really big right now in the meta. Adventures are generally monocolored, so like you can get rid of a lot of that stuff. Like It's this might actually push the meta, I think, by a card by itself. So next we have Velokma. I don't know, Velomachus. I don't even know how to say that. Do you want to take
So,
offense? Sure. That thing, Lorehold. The Lorehold Elder Dragon, 5 red white, so I believe it's the most expensive one. For a 5/5 Vigilance Flying Haste Elder Dragon, which is probably why it has 3 keywords instead of 2. And whenever it attacks, you look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value less than or equal to the dragon's power from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order.
equals. And because think about that, you put that out.
Mm-hmm.
He was already attacking,
Mm-hmm.
and you're already doing this. Just that's his ETB.
Yep. And he has haste.
Yeah, that's what makes it ETB.
Yep. It's basically ETB, yep, because you're going to attack, because you're probably attacking with the 5/5 Flying Vigilant. Like, there's not much that can deal with that. But it's also
No,
7 mana in something that we've talked about has difficulty ramping in general. So,
very true. Very true.
I see why it's so expensive, though. It's definitely a good, powerful thing if you've built your deck to really work with that well. Next, we have Venerable Warsinger. 1 red white for a 3/3 Spirit Cleric with Vigilance and Trample. Whenever
Mm-hmm.
it deals combat damage to a player, you may return target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, whereas the amount of damage dealt to that player.
So if
Um,
you bump this up,
you buff it up. There's Obosh still in this format as a companion. There's still the Torbjorn, which will add 2 to this because it's a red permanent. There's a lot of things that can buff up that power even without even touching the creature. So, yeah, that's scary a little bit. Also, just
very,
plus encounters in red with life gain still exist, or in white with life gain still exists right now. So,
yeah, very true.
next we have Witherbloom Apprentice. So we've gotten to the Witherbloom direction. This is a 2/2 human druid like the other ones, but uh, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell. So,
Fair.
ping, 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 definitely around
Mhm.
here. Witherbloom Command is
Ooh.
just black and green for a sorcery, so it's that one that kind of got cheaper, from the 3 mana ones. But choose 2. Target player mills 3 cards, and you return a land card from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy target non-creature, non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Target creature gets -3/-1 until end of turn, and target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
Yeah, this one seems as less powerful than the other ones.
Yes, and that's why I think it makes sense it's 2 mana, because it's meant to be a thing of like, well, it kind of is on par with, a 2 or 3 mana spell. You'd return something, but you also get something else for value with it, which is why it's a rare and a sorcery. Like, yeah. I think honestly, this is what I was talking about, where you might see Lurrus and green black decks coming up soon, because
Yeah,
it talks a lot about 2 mana value or less. I could see some of that stuff and spells around it and creating pests and all of that could be a thing. So.
yeah.
Next, we have Witherbloom Pledge Mage, which is, I think, the most expensive of the Pledge Mages, to go on the flip side. It's a 5/5 Tree Folk Warlock, and you may gain 1 life whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell for Magecraft. So you gain that instant to life from what's probably going to be a life gain spell anyway. And then Zimone, Quandrix Prodigy, which is the Quandrix named student. Green white. Wow, green blue 1/2 human wizard. 1 and tap it. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, and 4 and tap it. Draw a card. If you control 8 or more lands, draw 2 cards instead. So,
That's some power.
yep.
If you can keep her alive.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's obvious thing is that you're generally going to be playing her early game for the idea of putting lands down quickly, or late game to draw cards still. So it kind of actually is a good card at any point, though, even though it's not. It's also very unassuming as a 1/2, which I think it will not be removed as much then. You know what I mean? It doesn't kill your opponent. So I think that's why it's just straight value. So I'm actually very curious because obviously, as we've seen with all of these named students, they're all legendary creatures. So you can build a commander deck around any of these.
Yeah,
And also, and this is kind of where I was getting at when I was talking about the Lorehold and the Silverquill ones, Killian and Quinturus. These are all the other 3 are alternate commanders in the commander decks. So you can play
uh,
Zimone, you can play Rutha, you can play Dina as the alternate commanders. Um, Each commander deck does have 3 of them. We'll get into that in a second here because we're at the end of this. So we're at that point of talking about commander. Each of them do have 3 alternates. It's just the Lorehold and Silver Quill decks have better alternates. I'll put it
Fair
that
enough.
way. So they have better options for what their deck wants to do than the named students. So
Gotcha. I gotcha.
ready to jump
All right.
right in though? Do you want to just go right into commander?
No, we're gonna take a quick break.
Okay, sure.
Because that was 89 cards and an hour and a half. So
Yep.
we're gonna take a quick break.
Only an hour, but sure.
Yeah, roughly. We'll take a break and then we'll come back and then we'll definitely talk some commander with that because you've been hyping it up this whole time. So
yeah, that one's not as big as the last one, but sure. We'll move on. See y'all in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
And we're back.
Yes, we are.
So the next 2 folders are probably going to, or sections are probably going to go pretty quick. There's not too much kind of to go through, but so for the Commander 2021, the way I split it up is I split it up by deck. So it is by each deck, basically. In order they were actually revealed. So if you're thinking about last week reveal schedule, I did an order of that. And each one has the Commander, has the kind of we'll kind of go through the first one, but it has like certain sets, and I'll kind of explain that with the first one. So the first one is, oh, go ahead.
These are just the highlights from the commander.
These are just highlights. We're not going over deck lists. That would take way too long. We already have a long stream that we do on this, so didn't make sense to do that. So, but here's Lorehold, which was the first one. It is an Osgir the Reconstructor, 2 red white for a 4/4 Vigilance Giant Artificer. And this is where that artifact theme came in. This is where it doesn't really show up as much in the set. 1, sacrifice an artifact. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. You okay?
Yep, I dropped my mouse.
Gotcha. And then X and tap. Exile an artifact card with mana value X from your graveyard, and you create 2 tokens that are copies of that exiled card as a sorcery. So, Crucible of Worlds ends up in your graveyard. You could make 2 Crucible of Worlds, which is stupid because it's a terrible example, but you know what I mean. There are things that matter that you can create copies of. I'm more thinking of the reflecting ring or whatever that ring is that came up. What if it got killed? Oh, let me just bring 2 of those back. They both have counters. I'm gonna get 16 mana rocks on turn 10. At that point, I don't know, but whatever it would be. So yeah, just that's the general theme. You can kind of see it's very artifact heavy. Now, there's also another legendary creature of some sort that is that 3rd commander as I was talking about, or like 2nd, depends how you look at it. But this is Alabu, Ancient Witness for 3 red white, 4/5 Golem, artifact creature. Other artifact creatures you control have haste. And then whenever 1 or more artifact creatures you control attack, this creature will deal X damage to target creature, and you scry X, where it's the number of tapped artifacts you control.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's some fun, flavorful stuff. These are all new for these commander decks. Again, there's only 2 creatures that are in that cycle where it's usually the named students, where they are reprints of that. So it's generally new things for old mechanics, kind of thing. So this is kind of.
Let's go ahead.
I was just gonna. This is the alternate that I have in here in terms of ones that are new, which is what I wanted to look at.
I'm just imagining, you tap all your mana rocks, put out a bunch of artifact creatures, and then swing with all of those because they all have haste.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of damage.
And it is deal X to any target, which is scary.
Yeah.
Because that lets you literally go after anything. You can kill a planeswalker and then hit damage to the, player, or however, vice versa. So.
Yeah. Wow.
There also are 2 cards that are monocolored legendary creatures. So I also highlighted those in these highlights. The red one in this deck is Layla. I really presume Layla like Leyline. Lelia. The Blade Reforged. So 2 in a red, 2/2 Spirit Warrior with haste. When it attacks, exile top card of your library. You can play it this turn. Whenever you exile 1 or more cards from your library and/or your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter. So on attack, you're actually putting a counter on them.
And actually, with all the exile out of your graveyard effects in that color scheme from this set, she's going to get big. They're going to get big real fast.
Yes. Now, I will say this is only a commander card. You can see that with the symbol. So that's the thing. This is a not in regular set. So that's where, we've already gone through the set. These are the new ones.
But I'm assuming that there are other cards from this set that are in these precons.
Yes, yeah. So those themes that you've seen are probably in here. The white side of this is Lorchiel, Clockwork Scholar. So it is a 2/4 Elephant Artificer for 2 and a white. Prevent all combat damage that will be dealt to attacking artifact creatures you control. So that kind of
Yeah.
pairs well with the uh, Alibo. Alibo, yeah. And then whenever one or more artifact creatures enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card once per turn.
Once per turn. That's damn.
Yes. Especially if you're exiling them and making copies with Osgir. The other thing I put in was there is a new cycle with a new keyword in these. There are rare sorceries called techniques. So the
Okay.
one in this one is the excavation technique for 3 and a blue and sorcery. It has demonstrate, and this it upped the political game of all precons for
Yeah.
sure, because the idea that you can copy it and then choose an opponent that then else has to copy it, you can make 3 spells happen where 1 was only cast.
Oh God, the politics around a card like this is going to be so
This is
intense.
why I want you to watch that LRR pre-release Commander game, because these came in force.
Well, I'm doing that tomorrow.
The thing I will mention for those that are keeping track, though, is that this is one of the 2 decks I mentioned that does not have an alternate named student commander that you could also use. This one has Jor Kadeen, which I did not know that one as well, but that's one with Metalcraft that gets +3/+0 if you have 3 artifacts out. It's
Uh,
one of those kind of red-white artifacty kind of old
well, good.
commanders.
I've,
So
I've been wanting to see Metalcraft come back.
yeah, so it is a Metalcraft. There might be more Metalcraft in reprints. I don't know this. I don't know the list very well, so I don't know for sure, but that is kind of one of the decks. So next is the Prismari Performance deck, which has a typo on the commander, which everyone was talking about. It had a different name, obviously, at some point. So it's Zavai Thunder Conductor for 2 blue-red for a 1/4 human shaman. Its Magecraft ability is to scry 1. However, though, if the spell's mana value is 5 or greater, you make a 4/4 elemental. And if that spell is 10 or greater, Thunder Collector, that's where that typo comes in, deals 10 damage to an opponent chosen at random. So remember we talked about those big pump X spells? Yeah. What
Yeah.
if you deal 10 damage randomly to someone and get a 4/4 and scry 1?
Well, my problem is just I'm looking at him and he looks like what would happen if Prince and Samuel L. Jackson had a love child.
Yeah, definitely some Prince vibes in there with the way it is. I'm loving the
Yeah.
hair. My hair matches today, so we're good. Um, So, like I said, Rutha is an option. So we talked about Rutha, where it's the whole copying a spell, bouncing her to hand kind of thing. So that's an option for Commander here as well. The other one that is a new card in the set is Veyran, Voice of Duality. 1 blue-red for a 2/2 Efreet Wizard. The Magecraft is that it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And if casting or copying an instant or sorcery spell causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control, it triggers this an additional time. So it doubles Magecraft triggers, it doubles card draw triggers. Oh my god, am I scary for this if this goes into Mizzet if you decide to buy this card? You have to buy it, because I remember, it has the Commander pull apart. This only exists in the Commander ones,
Oh
and
yeah, we're buying it. We're buying it.
and in Collector boosters. Because remember, in Collector boosters, they usually have those random Commander cards that can show up. So,
Yeah.
but yes, this basically creates a Panharmonicon for Izzet decks, in a way, but with instants and sorceries. Izzets and sorceries. Oh my god.
Moving on.
That's a good pun. So the blue side of the blue and red monocolor ones I was highlighting, Octavia Living Thesis. 8 blue for an 8/8 elemental octopus. However, if you have 8 or more instants or sorcery cards in your graveyard, it costs blue. It has Ward 8, which means that nobody can target it
Yeah,
with an ability or spell unless they pay 8.
I know
And
that's what got me.
and you can make something else an 8/8 when you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell with Magecraft, which can double with Veyran. So you can have a lot of 8/8s. Oh yeah, this is a fun card that people are talking about because it's just like it's a living thesis, which is just weird and crazy, and I love it. Um, but the red side of it is Rionia, or yeah, Rionia. We'll go with that. Fire Dancer. So 3 red for a 3/4 human wizard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you create X tokens that are copies of another target creature you control, where X is 1 plus the number of instants and sorcery spells that you've cast on this turn. They gain haste until end of turn and exile them. So you kind of have some ETB stuff you can mess around with this card. You can mess around with just a bunch of casting spells and create a bunch of tokens that do things, all sorts of stuff. So
what I'm really loving about the art here is that there are definite subtle references to a flamenco dancer.
Yep.
Which is also known as the fire dance.
Yep. Oh,
So
again,
I think that's just a really nice nod.
Flavor in this set is strong. Their game is very strong in this one across all cards, Commander like. And then the last one for the technique would be the creative technique. So 4 and a red for a sorcery with demonstrate. But this sorcery, shuffle your library and then reveal cards from the top of it until you reveal a non-land card. Exile it and put the rest on the bottom. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. So if you want to do that twice, someone else has to do it too. So I do like that as shuffle your library and then do it, so you can't like prep something really good on purpose on top. So yeah. But also again, kind of has that fire dance sort of feel to it, which is fun and
yeah.
So next we have the Quandrix deck, which is Quantum Quandrix. With Adrix and Nev Twin Casters, 2 green-blue for 2/2 Merfolk Wizard, technically wizards, but with Ward 2, so can't be targeted by a speller ability or counter speller abilities targeting it unless they pay 2. And when 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many tokens are created instead. There's that token generation I was talking about. Yeah, people are already talking about this one for token generation. This is it's crazy because that's just another effect to do it. The alternate, other than Zimone, which we talked about as the named student, is Essex Fractal Bloom. It is literally a 4/4 fractal for 4 green-blue with flying, and the first time you would create 1 or more tokens during each of your turns, you may instead choose a creature other than this Fractal Bloom and create tokens of that creature.
Oh.
Yeah. This could get scary.
And it's in Kinnan colors.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I'm necessarily going to put it in that, though, because I don't token generate in that very much.
Very true.
It's only good with token generation, so you don't have to worry about me looking for this one, but, I don't really create tokens in that one, so you're good. I love how you just say everything's Kinnan colors. It's Quandrix colors, thank you very much. That's the college, but... on the blue side of the monocolor 2 kind of legendary creatures we're seeing here, there is Dika, Fractal Theorist, 4 and a blue for a 3/3 human wizard. The Magecraft creates a fractal where the plus and plus encounters match the spell's mana value.
Nice.
And then 3 and a blue, target creature token can't be blocked this turn, so you're probably making your fractals unblockable. Fractals, which could be a copy of something else, actually, and still put counters on them. So... this is where you could choose to copy, make those fractals actually a copy of something else and then put counters on them. So, fun stuff. Just usual green-blue nonsense. The green side is Ruxa, Patient Professor, which is the professor that you were talking about earlier on that card, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty cool. It's just so cute!
It is cute. 2 green-green for a 4/4 Bear Druid, which could pilot Bear Force 1, I'm going to mention, because of what its second ability is. Yes, there's another bear tribal kind of thing. Whenever Ruxa Patient Professor enters the battlefield or attacks, return target creature card with no abilities from your graveyard to your hand, which is, obviously not going to do much for tokens, but there's things that you have that are no abilities. But creatures you control with no abilities get +1/+1, which hits the fractals, because they don't have any abilities. And you may have creatures you control with no abilities assign their combat damage as if they weren't blocked.
Was Graham all over this one at the pre-release, or?
This one I don't know. No, he didn't know about it because they actually didn't get a whole lot of time to see their deck list beforehand. They kind of just took a skim of it, but just played it. So I don't know if he knew this card existed because it was not played as far as I remember in that game. So
fair enough.
He might not have known. They also filmed that like 2 weeks earlier. It was actually a pre-recorded one. It wasn't live, Commander.
Gotcha.
So, in fairness, that's also part of it. So they edited it down. It's very good. It's like an hour and a half. It's wonderful. So.
We recommend checking it out, folks.
Yes, I do recommend it. And then last is the technique, which is Replication Technique, which 4 and a blue, demonstrate and create a token that's a copy of target permanent you control. Yes, that says permanent.
Jesus.
And you can also make friends when you let someone else do it too.
Well,
you want a second Panharmonicon? I got you.
I'm just thinking of enchantments that can be...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus.
Yup.
You don't need a second Cathar's Crusade, do you?
Do you want another Dark Depth? Why not? So, fun stuff. But, yep, that is the technique there. So now we move on to Silver Quill Statement, which is the Silver Quill commander deck. The box kind of commander, as we talked about the first one, Brina the Demagogue. 1 white black for a 1/3 bird warlock with flying. And whenever a player attacks one of your opponents, so kind of thing, if that opponent has more life than another of your opponent, that attacking player draws a card and you put 2 counters on a creature you control.
Nice.
We were talking about that LRR game. If you want to learn about it, there are 2 of these in the game somehow. It's a good way to learn how that works, because they have to really talk it out constantly of like, okay, wait, they're lower than this, so this gets a draw. Yeah. But this is kind of where that politic game comes in with Silver Quill. This is what I was talking about.
Oh, definitely.
Um, the kind of other card that's new in here that is an Ultra Commander is Felisa, Fang of Silver Quill, 2 white black for a 3/2 flying vampire wizard with Mentor. I haven't seen Mentor in much this set, so it's kind of cool to see it.
Yeah.
And because it also can mentor those Inklings, which is fun. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, create X tapped 2/1 white and black Inkling creature tokens with flying, where X is the number of counters it had on it. So you create tokens for each counter on a killed non-token creature.
Nice.
So, fun stuff there as well. I will mention the other one, which I think I let slip to you by accident and you forgot, thankfully. The other alternate commander on this is Teysa, Envoy of Ghosts.
Nope, I remembered that one.
So that is the reprint in this deck that I really don't ever want to see, but here we are with it reprinted in here.
I mean, so if I remember, for the audience, because we're not showing the card.
Yeah. Because I didn't want to talk over like old cards, but
The takes on the ghost really quickly. She has protection from creatures, and
vigilance.
And she has vigilance. And if a creature does combat damage to you, and you have Teysa on the field, the creature is destroyed unless it's indestructible, and you get a 1/1 spirit token with flying.
Yeah.
So
yep. So no more token generation. Gotta love token generation right there.
Yeah.
Especially if you can start putting counters on it with Brina. Fun stuff.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So the black side of the black-white monocolored legendary creatures is Feign the Broker. 2 and black for a 3/3 human warlock. You can tap them and sacrifice a creature to put 2+++ encounters on target creature. You can tap them and remove a counter from a creature you control to create a treasure token. You can tap them and sacrifice an artifact you have to create a 2/1 Inkling with flying. And 3 and black, you can untap the Broker.
Nice.
So he does it all.
I love this art.
I do also love how they've ordered the abilities because they apply to each other.
Yeah.
So that's the fun part. You put 2++ counters. Oh, now I'm going to remove that, get a treasure. Oh, then I can sacrifice the treasure to get an Inkling. Like, it's just... you can then sacrifice the Inkling to it's just like... It's a really cool way to kind of get the value you need out of them. And then there's a lot of untap effects we've talked about. So that's fun. On the other side, though, there's Nils. Discipline Enforcer, 2 and a white for a 2/2 human cleric. At the beginning of your end step, for each player, put a +++ encounter on up to 1 target creature that player controls. So you're putting a counter amongst all of your opponents' creatures, basically. Each creature with 1 or more counters on it can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless its controller pays X, where X is the number of counters on that creature.
Interesting.
I would like to mention Ghostly Prison, I believe, is in this deck. So there is that kind of like lockdown, don't attack me. Brina, you've seen it. There's an incentive to attack other people other than yourself, because if those people are attacking the opponents, they get a card. That's great. You want a card, right? So politics.
A lot of politics.
And the technique is even more fun. So Incarnation Technique, 4 and a black, as Demonstrate, as a sorcery. Mill 5 cards and return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Doesn't have to be from the milled cards that you did. Especially if you milled really good ones in your first mill, then you put Demonstrate through to copy it. Now, obviously, you don't see your cards. You have to demonstrate beforehand, but, getting 2 things onto the battlefield just gives one person one thing on the battlefield. Especially if they're like an enchantment deck, like my enchantment deck. It's kind of like Tuvasa's a lot. There's not a lot of creatures in it, so it's a good way to kind of like, well, you probably don't have creatures, so we'll mill you, and you won't maybe get stuff, So
true. Although you don't have any black in that deck.
Yes, but no, I mean like playing against that deck. So like Tuvasa doesn't have a lot of creatures in it. It's a lot of enchantments. You might not hit something, which is the hope. So And then lastly is Witherbloom Witchcraft, which is the one not played on that game. So if you're curious about this one, you're going to have to find gameplay elsewhere once it comes out. But it's Witherbloom Witchcraft. It has Willow Dusk, Essence Seer for its kind of hallmark commander at the front of the box. 1 black-green for a 3/3 Dryad Druid. Is 1 and tap it to choose another target creature. Put counters on it equal to the number of life you gained this turn or lost this turn. Whichever is greater, activated only as a sorcery.
The idea of being able to choose between the two is interesting, but it's very on flavor with what they've done for Witherbloom.
Yes, and this has a lot of pay life and gain life. I will mention Kathleen is the one that introed this deck. Shocking.
Shocking.
It's a fun. She actually cosplayed a bit, so it's actually kind of fun. I recommend watching it too. But yeah, it's all about gaining life, losing life, that kind of thing, and playing with your life total. It obviously has Dina as a named commander, so you could do Dina where you gain life, everyone loses 1 life as an option kind of thing. But the other one is Gnome, I'm going to guess, Master Chef, which I find the most fun and I would want to play actually when we get this deck. 2 black-green for a 5/3 Troll Warlock with Trample. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of food tokens equal to the number of non-token creatures you had enter the battlefield under your control this turn. And 1 sacrifice of food, something gets indestructible, and tap it.
Nice.
I think that's really cool that you can just create a bunch of food. And so I'm just like, yes.
I agree.
All the food tokens. Obviously, food tokens gain you life, so that's why it's also a really cool thing to go with it. But next, on the black side of the monocolor kind of highlight, Tivash Gloom Summoner. So 4 and a black for a 4/4 human warlock with lifelink. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, which you probably will with this deck, you may pay X life, for X is the amount of life you gain this turn. If you do, you create an XX black demon creature token with flying.
Nice.
So you can get a nice big beefy demon just with the amount you gained that turn. So you gained 5 that turn, you're okay not having the 5 life at the end of your turn? Cool. There's a 5/5 flyer.
I love a good demon summon.
Yep. So you're looking to make a bunch of life gain at some point and kind of just, if you're going to play this card. The other side of it is Eudora Grave Gardener. So 4 and a green for a 5/5 Treefolk Druid. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may return it to the battlefield face down under its owner's control. It's a forest land.
Fair enough.
The interesting part I have about that, though, is there's enough stuff in Commander, now obviously not, I don't think in this deck, but in Commander in the past because of Morph, that could flip up things. I'd actually be curious if you could create a deck with this that, with Morph and stuff that allows you to flip things up and down like that. Because technically, it has no other types or abilities yet, so it loses its ability to Morph, so you can't do Morph to get rid of, get it back or something. But it is kind of interesting to think that you could flip it over with something.
I just like the recycling theme. It becomes a land that you can use.
Oh yeah, even in death, we never stop growing, as the flavor text puts. So, the technique is healing technique. So 3 and a green there's demonstrate, as I've kind of been talking about. But return target card from your graveyard to your hand. You gain life equal to that card's mana value. If you can do that twice and create a huge demon, I can see why that's something that you would then need to have someone else allowed to do it.
Totally.
So. Yep, that's kind of one of those things. So, yep, but that's the end of the C21 information. Should we dive right into land? It's pretty quick.
I mean, we can go into land. I'm excited. I mean, we are huge Commander players, so we collect the precons mainly because we have a lot of friends who don't like to brew, but want to play. And rather than giving them some finely tuned, almost CEDH deck, we all just grab a precon with a theme that we enjoy, and then we play. And that's why we get really excited around precon season.
Yeah,
as Commander players.
Yep, I do think we'll be investing at least a few, if not all, of the precons. They are very strong. I think they built them well. Yeah, all of them. I mean, there is a deal to do all of them nowadays, so to be fair, we'll probably do that.
But we're going to. I need to complete the collection.
Yes. But land. As you'd expect, there is some dual land stuff in this set because duels. So, first cycle of land, I kind of put by cycles, is the campuses. So each of the campuses, we can kind of fly through them. They enter tapped. They do for the 2 colors of the college that you're talking about, and each of them have 4 mana, tap, and scry 1.
Gotcha. So we have the Lorehold
Yep,
campus.
we have Lorehold first, then it goes into Prismari,
Pretty.
Quandrix, Silverquill, and Witherbloom.
Pretty.
Oh, they're all extremely pretty. That's the thing. That's why I want to put them all in there. But this is a cycle of common. So again, it's another duel at common level, which we saw in Kaldheim, which is very nice for fixing in limited formats. Yeah, it's just a good. It's just one of those duels. It gives you a nice value at the end too. So it's kind of that nice thing. You can't fetch for it, but yeah. The other kind of cycle of lands is a rare but side of land, which is actually, funny enough, a completion of a cycle that nobody saw coming out of anywhere. Back in Shadows over Innistrad,
Oh, wow.
we're going back.
Yeah.
There were things called reveal or show lands. I've heard kind of both talked about. This is the other 5 color pairings from Shadows over Innistrad that are now completing the cycle of this, which is crazy.
You know what? I wouldn't have even caught that. If you hadn't said something.
I remember people playing these, so I'm like, there has to be some there. I went back and looked. It's like, sure enough, all 5 are from Shadows over Innistrad and the other colors. So these are snarls. So we have Frostboil, which is the blue-red one. You have to show an island or mountain card, which is island or mountain, not basic. So you can show the triomes, you can show the duels from Kaldheim that have the names, that kind of thing. Otherwise, it comes in tapped. So yeah, you have that. You have Fury Calm Snarl, which is the Lorehold kind of color scheme. You have Necro Blossom, probably my favorite Snarl, just by the look of it, black-green.
Yeah.
You have Shine Shadow.
Ooh, I like that. I like the look.
And you have Vine Glimmer Snarl, which Snarl is like a land thing. Like it's something with environment of land and something. I read it, something to do with like a land formation. So, but very cool. I like that they brought them in here because it's kind of cool to have that option, especially with how many named lands we have. Like I said, the duels from Kaldheim, you have your usual basics. You have the triomes that are named. Like you have a lot of things that can actually let these come in untapped if you really want to. So. Then there's some other lands, though. There are some other utility lands of sorts. Access Tunnel, which is a colorless tapping one, but 3, tap it, target creature with power 3 or less can't be blocked. So,
Seas Passage.
Rogue's Passage, you're thinking, but yes.
Rogue's Passage, there we go.
But basically only for smaller, though. So it's not something that you can do large power creatures with it. So it's different than Rogue's Passage that way. Next is Archway Commons, which is our background for this screen, if you've noticed.
Yeah.
This is basically kind of like the Transguild Promenade, like the Rupture Spire. It's the whole comes in tapped. You have to pay a mana to have it come in, but it's one of many color. So a nice fixing sort of thing that you can pick up. It's got common, that sort of thing. Next, we have Hall of Oracles, which is a rare land. Taps for colorless. It's filters, so you can do 1 mana and tap it for 1 mana of any color. However, it also has tap, put +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery, and if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. But putting a counter on something can be pretty good, so I understand why it's kind of an ability that's locked down a bit.
Especially late game. I got that.
It's something to do with it when you don't need the mana, yep. Next, we have the Biblioplex, which we kind of talked about on the previous screens and such. It's a land that taps for colorless, but 2 and tap, and look at the top card of your library. If it's an instant or sorcery card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. Activate only if you have 0 or 7 cards in hand.
Interesting.
So you have to kind of curate your hand with this a lot in terms of when you can activate it. So I don't think it's going to see a ton of play, but it's a deck building challenge that I think people will take on.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Not me, but other people.
Yeah. I think the 0 cards in hand are going to be a lot bigger though, because that's where you're more likely going to end up than 7, just in general.
Very, very true. Especially me.
And that's all the lands.
All right.
I mean, that was just basics and stuff, but,
So you have one more grouping of cards here, and all I can see is something else. Don't worry about it.
Yes, I had to rename the folder because that in itself was a spoiler. So, I've talked about a bit. Do you want to move into it? Because we just kind of finished it out.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
I've talked about why we might want to get draft boosters instead of set boosters for this set. In draft boosters and set boosters, collector boosters has a bit more of this, but in draft boosters and set boosters, there is one card slot that we have not talked about yet. that is a dedicated card slot in this. It is called the Mystical Archive, which was the name of the folder, but I didn't want you to know there's something at the end that's like archive kind of thing. In the lore and flavor of it is that in the Biblioplex, Extus wants the Mystical Archive, which is the restricted section, if you think of it that way, of spells. It's very powerful spells from history. The Mystical Archive is supposed to actually house all of them, but there's like some restricted where there's some tough, bigger spells, scarier spells, and that's why the blood magic stuff, he's trying to get the blood avatar, blah, blah, blah. So as a result, to be flavorful and make some crazy things, Wizards has released the Mystical Archive slot in these packs. Each pack will have a Mystical Archive card, which is a reprint of some previous card in history. It could be just from a couple sets ago, it could be a long time ago, of powerful spells from Magic's history. Now I will mention, these are in draft boosters. These are legal in limited to be played.
Oh, wow.
This is why I mentioned Storm is around, because some of these cards have Storm. Some of these are tutors. Some of these are board wipes. Any card you're thinking of that are probably a popular spell may be in this Mystical Archive right now as we go through it. These are legal in Historic, except for 7 cards that were immediately banned because they're too powerful for Historic format. But it's not legal in Standard because they are not standard. They don't affect their Standard legality at all. They don't affect their Modern legality. It is literally, just in Limited from the set, and in anything else they can be in. So they are legal in Commander, as long as they're not banned, kind of thing.
Fair enough.
Now that I've prepped that, before we get into it, they're also very pretty and have new arts. They also have Japanese alternate arts, which is why I was asking the other day about, did you want to see the alternate arts as well?
No, that's too much art.
So there are, I believe it is 62 cards or 61, something like that. 60-something.
63.
63 cards that are in this one that are all alternates. So let's dive in. I have it in Wooburg and then multicolor, just fair warning. So first one, Approach of the Second Sun. Let's just start with this one from, I think, Dominaria, if I remember correctly, or something like that in that time.
Oh, yeah.
Where, yep, you can play this card and try to win with it in Limited. Now, if you notice, they do have rarities. So this is a mythic rarity in the slot that comes up, but it is something that can come up. The arts of these are all beautiful. I already really love this one in terms of it. But yes, this is Approach the Second Sun. If you don't know it, if it's cast from your hand, you've cast another spell, you instantly win the game. It's a win con for white decks. Otherwise, you put it 7th from the top in your deck, and you gain 7 life. So
you can't play this in Commander, though.
Yes, because you put it back in your deck.
Oh, but
you put it back in your deck, so when it comes back 7 cards later, you win.
Oh, if you've cast it this game, not this turn. Gotcha.
Yep, it is specifically this game. So it's meant to be something that you basically get as quickly to that when you put it back in your deck as possible. I've seen decks that do this. It's bonkers. So that's our first one in white. Our second one, Day of Judgment. Here's another Wrath. This is probably why the Wrath maybe in Strixhaven was a little more expensive, because there's a few Wraths that show up in here, shockingly enough. But yeah, Destroy All Creatures, Day of Judgment. It's a spell people know. That art, though, that art is magnificent. I love it.
It is. It's amazing.
Yes. Another mythic, shockingly enough. Next is an uncommon Defiant Strike, which we've seen before. 1 white for target creature gains 1. Draw a card. Next, Divine Gambit, which is not one I knew, but it's an intriguing one to think about. It's white to exile target artifact, creature, and enchantment an opponent controls, and that player may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield.
I knew about this one because because you know me, I make theme decks. Like, I'm very flavor over function.
Yeah.
Vorthos over value, and for angelic decks, I've looked at this card a few times.
Totally fair, but yep. So that one's on there as well. We have Ephemerate, with cool angelic art in this case, which is the one that has rebound. It blinks something, and then we'll blink it on the next turn, kind of thing, for 1 mana. That kind of direction. Yep. We have Gift of Estates. 1 and a white for a sorcery. If an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for up to 3 Plains cards. Reveal them and put them in your hand, then shuffle.
This is pretty. This is
right.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. They went pretty crazy. There's a couple cards that I'm like, if we get the variants, I want to swap them out in decks because this is absolutely gorgeous. God, yeah. And I like that, and this is the one thing that I was mentioning specifically beforehand. There's one of each of these in every single pack opened, which is very nice. There's 3 of them in collector boosters, so it's like there's a very good chance of you getting these cards in general, and so there's not as much of a whole expensive thing because it's it's in every pack. Obviously, it's still getting expensive because specialty and but
And
whatever.
some of these are not exactly high
Yeah.
priced cards
Defiant
in their
Strike's one of those,
original
yeah.
form.
But yep. So these are all spells though that you can play for Magecraft, which is fun. God's
Nice.
Willing. God's Willing. That's a pretty
Yep.
recent one. That's what I said. Some of them are
Oh,
pretty
this one
recent.
always pisses me off.
Yep. But this is in the limited format, so it'll be fun. Mana Tithe. So we got our nice white mana counter spell in here. So that's fun. And some of these reprints like this are really good for Commander, because these are some of these high priority Commander cards as well, which is good.
Yep.
Next we have Revitalize, which again, not a high priority card. We've seen it reprinted in a lot of core sets, but new art, it's in limited,
Is it still in standard?
Yes, I believe it was M20 that it was in last.
Gotcha.
Or M20, no, it was M21. That's right, it's very recent.
Yeah, because I've had some life gain decks really based around that card.
Yep. So here's another version of it, kind of thing. Next we have Swords to Plowshares. Again, another commander staple that we have, where you can exile, target creature and controller gains life.
AKA the Friendship Ender.
Yeah, depending on what you exile. Yep.
Holy Jesus!
Teferi's Protection.
Exactly.
That's one that's needed a reprint forever.
Yeah, it really has.
Yeah, this is
again, this gorgeous art.
This is, I think, where they've talked about, like, yeah, we're going to reprint from them, just wait a little bit. I'm sure they were thinking of the Mystical Archive, where it's like, yeah, they're coming, don't worry. But yeah, this in limited. Terrifying. It is set that cares about spellcasting everything. Next we move on to blue, though. Blue Sun Zenith. You want to draw cards?
Ooh.
More draw cards.
Oh, I'm wondering, because the 5 Sons of Mirrodin and their Zeniths, those are all amazing cards. I'm hoping the whole cycle gets reprinted.
Well, I already spoiled it for you. White didn't have it.
Oh, that's right. White didn't have it.
No, they don't complete cycles. There are a few cycles that they only did a couple of them. I actually accidentally almost spoiled one earlier, and I'll spoil it now again. Primal Command is in here.
Fair enough.
But not all the commands. So there is some balancing to the limited environment. Scary enough, they had to balance this limited environment a little bit with all these cards in it. Next to blue, Brainstorm. Another one that's probably need a reprint for a very long time.
Actually, didn't they just reprint that?
I don't remember it, personally.
I thought that they reprinted that with Time Spiral.
Okay, might have been Time Spiral. Fair enough. But, okay, so it's had 2 reprints right now, but for a while it had not. So, in fairness.
Yeah, no, for a while it had not.
Yep.
And you always brainstorm defensively.
Yeah, and whereas that's the one thing to look at, though, is that Time Spiral was a limited print set, remember? So only so many got printed, whereas this is a print until done. So this is a better reprint, per se.
I'm sorry, this is just gorgeous.
Compulsive, which one? Brainstorm or
Brainstorm?
Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Compulsive Research is, too, the next one. This is one of those ones, again, we saw where it's you draw cards, and unless you discard a certain card, you discard 2. So, more draw card stuff. Counterspell. Because Counterspell...
We haven't seen this reprinted in a while.
Nope. This is something that has not been reprinted well, because to be fair, 2-mana Counterspell is pretty powerful. Usually you have a negate, which is non-creature specifically, or it has some cost that they have to pay to avoid counter, that sort of thing. Next, Memory Lapse. Also a very beautiful card. I really could just say that for all of them, but... Yep. So this one, it basically goes in the top of the library, so it's not quite the same kind of counterspell, but, if you can mill it, it's still pretty good kind of thing. So, Mind's Desire. So that allows you basically to... This is one of those Storm cards I talked about.
Yeah.
Storm is in the set with a bunch of spells. Yay. And ways to gain it with, like, Birgi from last thing. Obviously this is something in Historic, though. You can't do it in Standard, so that's... Basically, they added Storm to Historic, basically. I don't think they banned all Storm cards, so there is some Storm now in there. So, but yeah, this just allows you to basically cast something for free off the top of your library. Multiple times for the Storm. Negate, again, we have... Negate's been reprinted a ton of times. This isn't a needed reprint, but new art. It puts it in this set without continuing it in Standard, so, yeah. Opt. Again, not something we're starved for having, but very pretty.
I want this back in Standard.
It is in Standard. It's in M21.
Oh, is it?
There's a Teferi version. I can tell you for sure it was in M21.
Gotcha.
So it's been in standard. It just hasn't been played as much because there hasn't been a lot of spell decks, but we'll see after this set.
Yeah, we'll see.
Next, strategic planning. So yeah, another kind of get cards into your hand, blue spell. But again, famous blue spells kind of thing. You can be like, yep, I remember seeing that one in this set.
And that was ooh, pretty. That was War of the Spark, if I remember correctly.
Oh, it's been in multiple things, yeah. There's been a few things that it's been in. Next one is Tezzeret's Gambit, which is a Phyrexian mana one.
Ooh.
So you don't have to have blue for this card at all, but draw 2 cards and proliferate, which in a counters deck of anything really, like, in this set, that's pretty cool. So, and then Time Warp.
Oh, Jesus. This did not need to be.
Did you want more Time Warp? Congrats, there's a Time Warp. So yeah, that's in this set too, where there's a lot of like spells that can end the game very easily if you set it up right. Yeah, here you go. And then Whirlwind Denial, which again, this is a recent one. I believe this is actually in standard right now, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I've seen it in standard. It's a recent print. Yeah, this isn't a lost card of time, but it makes sense to have it again, a famous spell in the spell set, basically. But then we move to black, Agonizing Remorse. Another one that already exists in standard, but hey, cool art, in the limited format to put more spells. This is also how they've pumped way more spells into a spell set without putting it into the balancing feature that is standard, so that's kind of cool. Crux of Fate. This one has a lot of controversy. I will warn everybody. We're not going to talk about that controversy ever, but plagiarism of art.
Fair enough. Sorry, that's all I need.
But basically, destroy all dragons or destroy all non-dragons. Nice board wipe. Because we need more Wraths.
Yeah.
Dark Ritual.
Ooh. I have this.
You have that in your zombie deck, right?
Yep.
So, also again, another card to enable Storm.
Yeah.
Great. Just what we need. But
oh my god.
Demonic Tutor? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's also a nice tutor in your limited format.
Well, I mean, this has been needing a reprint so long.
Yep, exactly. So this is another kind of reprint that was needed that they always put in. Again, a lot of the ones that like this though are mythic, so there are not going to be a ton of them put in, but it does still get another version into the foreseeable.
Into the yeah.
Yeah. You okay there, Mister? You didn't quite make that jump. Doomblade. So.
Oh, good.
A nice target non-black creature dies kind of thing. Great.
My problem is, like, I think Doomblade is, like, one of the 3 cards that we have, like, the most of. Like, I think we have, like, 27 copies of Doomblade.
Well, yeah, because it's been reprinted a ton. That's the thing. It's a very good removable spell because it allows you to only do it for 2 mana as long as it's not a black creature. So it's
right above Doomblade on that list is our next card.
Duress, but it's so pretty. How could you mad someone cast this against
this one is pretty. It's just we have like 37 copies of Duress.
Yes. Because you don't play hand attacks. You don't put a ton of them in your decks.
No, because I want people to have fun while playing Magic.
Very true. Next we have Eliminate. So again, nothing that's that's M21 recent reprint of it, but still very, very pretty, very good, removal early of a lot of aggro deck kind of stuff.
And I like that they went to the effort of putting in new flavor text to go along with this current set. I mean, that I got to give Wizards credit for.
Yeah, some of them are from like, oh, this is from a book that's in the library. Some of them are from, okay, here's a person in Strixhaven. Yeah, this is definitely something that's been worked on for a while and really thought about.
But I noticed it has its own set symbol.
Yes. Yeah, because again, these are not considered part of Strixhaven set. These are not considered Commander set. These are a separate thing on purpose, which could mean they bring it back at some point.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say.
They could have it where it's, they add to this set per se, which is the Mystical Archive, but probably not. It's probably just things like it that are going to happen. But next,
hand attack.
Inquisition of Kozilek. Yep, another hand attack one, but only 3 mana value or less, so it's a little different on it. But yeah, it doesn't have the duress issue of non-creature, non-land. So
great flavor text though.
And Chronicle of the Titans, yeah. But yeah, this is what I mean though. It's talking about Blind Eternities, which is something outside of it. Like this is, from what I understand, the Biblioplex is supposed to house things about the multiverse. Like it's literally
Yeah.
mentioned that like planeswalkers have been here and shared stuff, and people have
Um,
realm traveled and everything.
One of the cards, the flavor text was, "It is the largest library in the multiverse, so
Yeah.
therefore it has large librarians."
Yeah, this is something that they've learned about the fact that they're not the only plane of
Oh yeah.
existence, basically.
As soon as we're done with this stream, I'm diving into some lore shit here. Like
Hmm.
I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
it.
they still have the free stories as far as I remember, the way they did it with Kaldheim. So there's a lot of that right now. Um, Next, Sign in Blood. So nice, just black, draw a card, lose life. Kind of normal thing that you see. Very good, obviously, in a limited format. It's when you can get 2 cards quick. Probably pretty
Yeah.
important. Tainted Pact.
Show
So
me your
this one I
secrets.
didn't know as well on it, but it's apparently a Canlander staple.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm kind of thinking it might not be a bad idea to also put it in Commander decks, but you know.
All right.
Um,
So on the nickname
mhm.
episodes, when they go through sometimes the nickname of the card is the thing you say when you play a card, and then they give you an example. This is that example.
Yeah.
This is the nickname of this card from Alex from Lure is "Show me your secrets."
Yep. But yeah, so yeah, you exile it. For those that don't know this one, exile the top card of your library. You may put that card into your hand unless it has the same name as another card exiled. Repeat this process until you put a card in your hand, or you exile 2 cards of the same name. Now, in Canadian Highlander and in Commander, it's singleton decks. You can't do
Yeah.
it unless you specifically done it with like Relentless Rats or something. So as a result, you basically just go find the card you want, but you reveal your deck for it. But it's only 2 mana, so there's not really a downside as much to it. You know, especially if you find it early in your deck, so you don't show much. But so fun reprint there as well. Tendrils of Agony next. There's your Black Storm card. Yeah, not the whole
Yep.
cycle has Storm. There's no White Storm card if you noticed, kind of thing. But there are a few of them that have, I believe, actually, except for White, everything else has a Storm card, which is fun. So there, you can make Storm a thing if you happen to get the right cards for it, you know. But this one, Tendrils of Agony, basically, if you cop it a bunch, someone's gonna lose a bunch of life. You're gonna gain a bunch of life. So.
Yep.
And then Village Rites, again, not something that's we've, had a lack of. It's been reprinted in a lot of core sets, but still really good.
Oh, I love this. I'm sorry, the art. I
Yep.
just
Oh, I know. I knew you'd love this kind of thing. And this is the Silver
I
Quill Dean, for instance, Embros, that black uh, card Dean.
Dean.
Yeah. So.
No, I really like the art.
Yeah,
On
these were very well done and a very good kept secret because nobody knew something like this was coming. This was the big shocker of the set. We then
Yeah.
move into red Chaos Warp. So
Oh, goodness.
this is one that's played a bunch, I feel, around because it's the idea of being able to get rid of something and hope that you don't get something worse back, basically.
You love playing this card.
So that's a nice reprint there of sorts. Claim the Firstborn. We were talking about those kind of active treason style cards. This one is also
Yep.
in there. Art still in standard already, so it's not like it's a huge thing, but actually, yeah, I believe it's still in standard. Yeah, it's just not played much because there's not a lot of sacrifice decks.
Yeah.
Faithless Looting.
A classic.
Yes, it is banned in some formats, so it's good. Especially with the flashback, being able to play that from your graveyard, pretty big in this set. Having
Definitely
to leave your
big in
graveyard.
this
So next, Grape Shot, the red Storm card that can delete somebody if you play Storm quite right. Especially with that Grinning Ignis, like I was talking about, and Birgi.
Yeah.
But again, the issue is obviously that's only historic because you can only play this in historic or limited, and you can't get Birgi in limited. So unless you have some way to gain more mana, in a way, Next, we have Increasing Vengeance. So this is about copying spells, and you can copy it twice if it was cast from a graveyard and flash back. So again, another way to copy cast spells.
God damn, I forgot about this one.
Oh yeah, there's some fun stuff in here. And that's the thing though, it works so well with the set as we're talking about, which is why I want to put it at the end. So you thought about the set when we were talking about these cards.
Yeah, no, good choice, love. Good choice.
Infuriate. So just your standard 3/2,
Did
combat trick.
not need to be reprinted in this format whatsoever.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
sorry.
make bigger creatures, even bigger. Haha, even bigger spirits.
No, it's been in so many resets recently.
Next, Lightning Bolt. You literally referenced bolting earlier, and I had to not say anything because I was like, oh god, there's Lightning Bolt in this set.
The moment you explained what this folder of cards was,
yeah.
Lightning Bolt was the first thing that popped in my head.
Lightning Bolt was reprinted. Yeah, it's like duh. Next, we have Mizzix's Mastery. So 3 in a red, exile target card that is an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. For each card exiled this way, copy it, and you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. And there is Overload, which is why it talks about any one that you do, because you could literally exile all instances of sorcery in your graveyard and cast them again.
I have never been able to overload this card.
I would also like to point out, this card does not exile those ones that you cast from your graveyard.
Yeah.
They're still in your graveyard for this set. So, yeah, this is a crazy one to include here for all the copies, the Magecraft triggers, everything. Shock. So, strictly versus Lightning Bolt, but it's here.
Yeah, it's shocking that it needed a reprint.
And it's an uncommon, so this one you're probably going to see a few times in packs when you're doing your stuff. So
that's okay. It's quoting Daddy Ral, so.
Yep, there's Ral in there. Which that's why when you said Ral was in the picture, I'm like, maybe Ral was there at some point, but it's his research note, so it's hard to tell if he's been there or if they just got his notes or what. Stone Rain, land destruction.
Yay.
Thrill of Possibility. Again, another filter kind of red card draw aspect thing where you discard and draw.
Yep.
Urza's Rage. 2 in a red. I didn't know this one beforehand, but
No, I haven't seen this.
This has got to be an old one. 2 in a red. Can't be countered. Deals 3 damage to any target. However, if you kick it, so if you pay 12 mana, instead it deals 10 damage to that permanent or player, and that damage can't be prevented. So this could kill somebody if you have 12 mana.
Yeah.
And I mean, we talked about, casting for additional costs and things and everything, making big spells. This will do it.
I also just like anything. I mean, because I'm old.
Yeah.
And I have been playing Magic since, I believe, approximately beta.
Fair enough.
That I love having the current generation still being reminded of Urza.
Fair enough. I mean, I can't forget it because, just recently enough, there's been talk about Tron lands and everything. Like, everyone talks about the Tron lands. Everybody talks about Urza High Lord Artificer, which caused a lot of ripples and things. So, but then we get into green. So Abundant Harvest, which I learned was a Dominaria card, I believe, is what people were saying. Choose land or non-land. Reveal cards in the top until you've revealed a card that you're looking for. The type. It's a cheap sorcery that can trigger Magecraft. I think that's the reason why it was included for sure.
And it's also a good ramp. The only reason I even know about this card is because this was part of that Thanksgiving deck that I built.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this would totally been it. Which kind of fits in with the look, too. There, you could have put that in very nicely and such. But next, Adventurous Impulse. So this is one that we've seen recently where you look at the top 3 cards of your library, reveal creature or land from among it, put the rest on the bottom, but you get something into your hand like a land or creature. So another cheap sorcery again to kind of trigger Magecraft. Next is Channel. So that one, activating abilities, you can pay a life to then get extra mana to kind of go further with it, basically. So big mana turns. I do like the Witherbloom Dean saying, like, as long as you are breathing, you always have something more to give, which is kind of cool with the theme of it.
A little ominous.
Next, Cultivate, which is currently in Standard, so we have yet another variant of the Cultivate card.
But actually, to be fair, I think this was the first change in art in many years for Cultivate.
No.
It isn't?
There was one that, there was one, I thought it was a change of art for the full art one that they made a rare in M21. Wasn't that different?
I don't recall.
Here, I'm looking it up. Yes, the rare version, that one that's the full art and everything, has that that magic user that has the ripple effect out from it instead of the hand. Yes, that is a change. So there was one recently for it. That's what I was saying. It's yet another variant of Cultivate in the thing. And yeah, there were Secret Lairs that did it too. I see a Secret Lair variant, but generally it's, yeah. So another cool variant of Cultivate that you can play in your decks. Technically, you can play this one in Standard because it's Standard legal by other means, so that's cool, at least for that kind of direction. But next we have Harmonize. So this is a fun green card. Draw 3 cards. And again, another big one in Command because 3 cards for 4 mana is very, very good. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, very much so. But after Harmonize, we have Croson Grip, another Commander staple that's been reprinted.
Which we needed because we needed the price on that to go down.
Yep, so that's what it is. Split second, so that's another kind of thing that comes in there. It's destroy artifact and enchantment. I don't think it's as good and limited as some of the other things we've seen, but you know, it is really good to have that ability. And when we talk about historic in terms of the artifacts and enchantments that have come into that to kind of rule it, that's really good when auras are a big deck there.
Yeah.
Natural Order, which this one people were very excited about. So 2 green green, you sacrifice a green creature as a result. So pests can be sacrificed for this, which is great. Or fractals, and you search your library for a green creature card, put it on the battlefield, and shuffle.
Well, yeah, because the idea behind this card was to get you
Create
was
both
to
behemoth.
yeah.
Yeah. Or your wild pigs, your the vigilance ones that give everything. Yeah.
The race
Just
war.
yeah.
Yeah.
The scary part about this one more is just the in general is that elf decks are big in historic, so they're like, yeah, this is gonna be played at the 4 level to go get whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, Johnny's moving around behind me, so I'm getting distracted. Next, Primal Command, which is the one I talked about. This is the only
Yep.
command that really made it in it, but in fairness, I think the other ones might have been a little too powerful probably for the limited set. So I
Yeah.
understand why it didn't happen. But this one's still pretty good. I mean, searching for creature card in your library, shuffle your graveyard into your library is always good. Non-creature permanent goes, put on top of someone's library, gain 7 life in a Witherbloom deck is great. So,
Yeah.
yep.
Very much so.
Next, we have Regrowth. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice,
Okay.
simple retrieval.
Yep. Well, one of the earlier ones, but it's still powerful.
Snakeskin Veil. So that's a fun one. That's gotten me a couple times in games recently with Standard. Or no, I was playing Historic. That's right. I was playing Historic in that one. But yeah, that gets you when you're not prepared for it. So that's fun. And then Weather the Storm, which is the Storm card in green.
Yep.
The scary
Go
part is
well.
in Witherbloom, if that's been copied a bunch, or you're storming off somehow with Witherbloom in a way, gaining 15 life and then having a cost reduction of 15 life or something is nuts. Like
Yeah. No, that's going
or
to be
15.
powerful with the
Yeah.
Witherbloom stuff.
So next we go on to the few multicolor. There aren't many. We're actually almost done at this point. Dispark, which I'm actually very happy is around because that gets rid of very large things. So a lot of
Yes.
the dragons are all hit by this, and it's exiled, so that's always great. So it's good to have that kind of removal available. Probably a high pick then if you're trying to go in any of those colors kind of direction. Electrolyze, which that one you're gonna know.
Yep. I know that one very well. I don't know how I feel about it being reprinted. Like it needed like of all the is it color cards that could have been reprinted.
Mhm.
I this wasn't exactly at the top of my list, but
Yeah.
it doesn't suck.
Yeah, and you have to remember again, this is meant for they were looking at limited, they were looking at historic, you know, direction more when they were probably looking at this than actually reprints needed. But
But the next card is the one that surprised me that they did
Growth
this.
Spiral, yeah. Um, so yeah, that's fun. I mean, to be fair, it's already historic, so it's really just a limited environment thing. There's already a fair amount of them. It wasn't uncommon before. It's upgraded to gold for this particular portion. Probably just because it's very good in this set to be able to ramp and have a trigger of casting a spell and drawing a card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess with all the controversy earlier in like last year and whatnot, I was just they probably had this already in the works and they
yeah.
couldn't stop it.
Also, in fairness, though, I mean, some of the other cards we talked about are banned in other formats, so it's not like this necessarily would be a problem when you're talking about again just limited. It's already in historic again. It's already in those other formats, so this doesn't change anything except just this set. So actually, I think it's less of a controversy. I haven't heard
Well,
anything on it,
I'm
but
glad they reprinted it because we're out.
fair. Lightning Helix. So that's a nice, fun
Yep,
Boros card that we've seen before.
I think this one's very underrated. Nobody gives it enough appreciation, but I it's a bolt for 2 mana and you gain 2 life.
And in fairness, I think this is bigger when you have things like that Radiant Scroll Wielder, which can give you 6 life with it actually, and the there actually seems to be less. Even though there's more spells, there seems to be less removal almost in this set because a lot of it's based on doing things with that. So I think this was actually going to be better in this set, which I like.
Yeah,
Especially when you're talking about spirits, they don't fly. You're going to need ways to get stuff out of your way. This is going to be pretty good with Lorehold.
no,
Um,
exactly.
and then Putrefy, another removal kind of thing. Destroy target artifact and creature. It can't be regenerated. So
Always a good one.
yeah, so I think this is kind of their answer to not putting much removal into this set because they have a lot of removal from previous sets. Putting more removal just made control matchups even greater at this point. So it's probably like, well, we don't want the standard to get a lot more removal, but we can put a lot of removal still in a limited format with this. And so, very cool way to do it. But that is all of our cards.
Oh, is class dismissed, Teach?
No, you're on
Oh,
academic probation.
oh, Jesus. Actually, that's funny. Anyway, because of that card art.
Yep. So by general thoughts, how are you feeling about Strixhaven now that it has been on Arena for 6 hours?
Well, I'm going to give it a shot on Arena probably over the weekend, hopefully, if I can find time.
Sure.
This weekend's a little busy for us, as you know. I'm liking the overall flavor of everything. I'm thinking the mechanics are interesting, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little jaded after the past year. But I'm waiting for somebody to figure out some combo that abuses it so much that it stops being fun for people.
Gotcha. You're expecting Standard to not be healthy after this somehow.
Yeah, yes, but then again, doesn't somebody always find a way to make Standard unhealthy sometimes?
It's
I don't know.
actually been pretty good, and that's why a lot of people have actually been saying they don't think Strixhaven's going to do much because there's kind of now the way you have to look at unhealthy as a format of the deck diversity is good. That's what I always look at when I look at health of a meta. Like you can play a bunch of different decks, you know. You have aggro decks, you have control decks, you have all these things, and actually the recent tournaments have shown that there are a multiple spread in standard of decks that can be played without too much that's usually a healthy metagame. You know, having a lot of things that can be played and can have variety in your games. A lot of people are talking that this might not change it because a lot of the unhealthy side of the meta that people have talked about is a lot of the cards that create those deck lists, though, are Eldraine cards. Eldraine was a very powerful format with the adventures, very powerful to build around. There's a lot of things in it that are still standard staples at this point, over a year later. Like, there's a lot of it talked about there. And so a lot of people are talking Strixhaven might not shift the meta much. They might just add cards into it. So I don't think it's really going to cause an unhealthy meta for a bad reason, unfortunately. But it's a lot of people are talking like these will just be added to things that are already around, basically.
Well, the other thing that I'm optimistic, though, about is that I am liking this kind of retooling of color combos.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, every color combo still has some basic themes that we saw in Ravnica and that we've seen in other sets.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see them branching off in slightly different directions than what we're used to as Magic players.
Yeah.
Who have gone through like Lorwyn and Eventide and the City of the Guilds and all that.
Yeah, they are. You can tell they're definitely embracing, and some of these things aren't new stuff we've talked about. Like obviously we've talked about the commander decks in general. I mean, red white already had an artifact theme, already had spirits in a way, in a different way before. This stuff isn't necessarily new concepts, I think, but it's nice for them to say, okay, yes, the guilds exist. They have been a very big staple of Magic in the past and still going forward, but they're not the rule.
No.
We can still play in other design space that we've played in before. I do think Witherbloom Green Black is honestly one of those ones that we haven't seen for a while that I'm happy they brought back. Because when you think of like Slimefoot is the big thing I think of right away when I think Green Black life gain, token generation, all sorts of that. Like people love that. That's a fun thing. You love to see people building around that. Now, yes, I don't like that people are, there's Silver Quill is white, black, control focus, that stuff. Like, 'cause that's not what I play, but it is a way that we've seen in the past that, even in the guilds do exist, but they've really kind of pushed it further, I feel, here, in terms of how that politicking can work and how things go and, the flavor of it really pushed.
You also know me that I don't really start getting excited about a set until I start putting it into a commander game.
True.
In some form or fashion. Mm-hmm. And especially with this set being the one that kind of ushers in the precons for this year.
The 21 precons,
the 21 precons, which I'm loving the idea that they're coming up with a precon or two for every set now. Like every core set.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of debate in that where they might still continue the 2 on a set. We're not sure. I mean, it's definitely a good moneymaker for them, I feel, because Commander
Hell,
is such a big one. People are more than willing to do that.
cut it down to one. As long as they keep them coming, I'm all for it. But I think when we get our hands on the precons is when I'm going to start getting super excited about this set
Yeah.
and actually see the interactions. Or, it's always been the case when we see some of the other content creators that we see, like, I haven't watched the pre-release like you did,
Yeah.
or I haven't watched the extra turns that we were talking about, or the game, or has there been a game nights on this one?
No, I don't think so. That would have come out probably today or tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Because it's
Um,
pre-release, they usually do it. There was an extra turns, but it wasn't this. It was just gameplay. So
so yeah, that's usually when I start getting super excited about a set, because right now they're all concepts; they're not real yet. If that
sure.
makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So, what are your last thoughts?
I do like it. I think it definitely shakes some stuff up. Sorry, I was actually looking. Is there a game nights already on there? It's probably gonna come out tomorrow. Is my thought process. Is my guess. But um, yeah, I do like it. I do like the spell theme because I feel like we haven't had that for a while. It's always
Agree.
really been people focused or like location focused. It hasn't really been like, okay, what spells can you make? And so I think it's a really good timing for it. I think I think they've made a very good set that's going to feel distinct amongst this year because that's something that's always been an issue too, where it's like, okay, you know, if you think about it, a lot of the story, if you think back to Eldraine, Theros, Ikoria, a lot of it's like, yeah, this is stuff we've seen before. It's nothing too shocking kind of thing, but like they're really kind of trying to make other flavor themes amongst a year where copying other themes is what's happening. So like Kaldheim was like snow, and we've seen that kind of before, but here's a really pushing snow that I don't know people like it because of Modern Horizons. Great. Time Spiral, it's a reprint set basically, kind of thing. Modern Horizons 2. Yeah, there'll be new cards in it, but it's meant for modern. It's going to feel very like the themes we already see in modern. D&D, it's a D&D thing. We know what it's going to be. It's going to be like, a D&D inspired thing with party and with spells like that. We have Innistrad at the end of the year. It's another thing where, yes, it's going to be new, but, it's nice to have a set that just feels distinct.
Yeah,
You know,
and I mean, flavor wise, story wise, I'm more excited about this one than I have been about Ikoria or
yeah.
Kaldheim.
Which, that's the thing I'm glad they went back to in time, which was that I don't think it was Kaldheim. I think it was Zendikar they did that, where they went back to the free stories online. Yeah, Zendikar is one they did because they had the rock hopping, or not rock hopping. That's Temtem. The Nahiri's story with Akiri and everything. Like they had all of that happening, which that was free stories online. It's so much smarter to do that because people get so much more excited about the cards. Like
Agreed.
when I knew, I'm like, oh, that's why Nissa's green black. I want to play that now. That sounds fun. Like it's those kind of things where I'm glad they went back to that because if two things happened here, one, it was a comic book or book series, less people would know it right now, and you have people just buying it to tell everyone else, so it wouldn't really do much for what you're doing. Or two, if it's like lore from the cards and promotional, that had a problem where you never got enough of it, which was Theros' issue. It makes you feel like yes, this is something we want to go to again. We want to be back at Arcavios. We want to see that rival school. We want to see what this happens here.
Yep. All right. Well, I think that's a set.
It is, and Mystical
Yep.
Archive to add
And
on
with the
top of
block.
it.
So,
So,
what's next for the TriadGaymers, Nick?
sleep. No, but
Yeah.
basically, on Sundays we always have our lazy Sunday afternoon programming. So we'll be back with that this Sunday. I believe Minecraft Dungeons is still on the horizon for it, and that
Possibly. I was
possibly. I
going to
mean,
talk. I was going to talk with you and Elvis about that.
I don't know. That's why online on the schedule just says lazy Sunday afternoon. We're gonna do something. It'll probably be co-op. It's gonna be
Yeah.
something. Who knows?
Yeah.
you know. Um, so that's kind of Sundays. Then Monday we're back with modded Stardew Valley Expanded on the Mental Health Monday stream, where we just sit and have tea of some sort and play Stardew, but like modded. So. And
And
then
then,
Tuesdays Pillars of Eternity with Belmont. So.
yep, we'll be back with more Pillars of Eternity, finding out more. It's such a rich game. so much lore in there. I'm really enjoying it. So thanks everybody for sticking with us and
Yeah, we had
watching.
a few visitors throughout the day. Thank you for chatting. We always appreciate it. Thank you to those that don't chat or are seeing it not live. We also love you too. We just obviously see the people who chat first because they're chatting, and so that's easier to see them.
We hope you're excited, and we hope your pulls from this set are really, really good.
May you have great mystical archive stuff. Get all the demonic tutors.
Yep.
All of them. Have 4 of them in your sealed pool.
On that note, we will thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye.